It's no secret at this point that Kojima did not want to make Metal Gear Solid 4. But to understand this game, we have to start things right. We have to get the fundamentals correct. It isn't that Kojima did not like Metal Gear anymore and wanted to move on to something else. It's a bit deeper than that. Kojima had planned to take a step back from the series for a while. If you remember, after Metal Gear Solid 2, he tried to pass the series down to his team, but that didn't work out so well. After Metal Gear Solid 3, he really wanted to leave, and the director of Metal Gear Solid 4 was originally announced first as Alan Smithy. This was a joke, obviously, as Alan Smithy is a pen name that directors have used in Hollywood when they don't want their name attached to a product. After this, Shuyo Murata was announced as the main director for Metal Gear Solid 4. This didn't go over very well with fans though, because at this point, Kojima had really become a household name among gamers. Plus, the main reason that people wanted Metal Gear Solid 4 was to provide some answers as to what happened to the characters in MGS2. Fans really wanted some semblance of closure. So naturally, they began sending death threats to Kojima and the studio. You know, like normal people. This once again forced Kojima to come back to the series that he didn't want to be a part of anymore. He had created a monster, a beast that he could no longer control. So I have to say, die, Snake, and really end it so I can move on to something else. Actually, it's a game, so even if Snake dies, the game can live on. We have to kill him at a certain point. This was Kojima's intent with Metal Gear Solid 4, to wrap up this series of plot lines and end things, so that this time he could really actually move on to something else. With that being said, I want to make it very clear that this does not mean that Kojima hated Metal Gear. He would actually go on to create 2 more mainline games in the series. He wasn't trying to leave Metal Gear because he didn't like it anymore. I want to make this clear because I see this online a lot. Kojima's original intention after Metal Gear Solid 2 was to leave the series to his team. He had taught people how to make a Metal Gear game, and his intention was to pass things on to the next generation. This is a very important ideal for Kojima, passing things on. That's entirely what Metal Gear Solid 2 is about, but that mission was a failure. After Metal Gear Solid 2, the team couldn't create the next game in the series by themselves, so he had to come back. And once again for the 4th entry, but this time because fans, and assumingly Konami, wanted him to be involved with the series. It wasn't that Kojima hated Metal Gear Solid, it was that he felt like his mission was a failure. It's like having children and trying to teach them everything you can so that they can survive on their own, but then they just won't leave the house. It isn't that Kojima hates his kid, it's that he wants him to flourish without him. And this is really what Metal Gear Solid 4 is about. The game as a whole became about Kojima's feelings around the series and how he couldn't leave it to the next generation or even just a different group of people. Regardless, with this entry, Kojima was planning to finally put an end to things, to wrap up all the storylines from the past, to finish the story of Solid Snake, and to create a finale that would satisfy fans so he could work on other projects. Metal Gear Solid 4 was to be released on the PlayStation 3. This was once again the series returning to its roots in bringing in the next generation of consoles. Everything was upgraded this time around. Character models were looking sharper, the world was looking larger, and once again the team sought to innovate in the realms of stealth and battle. The main idea that Kojima wanted to push in terms of gameplay was taking stealth to the battlefield. And in that battlefield, as Snake, he wanted the player to make choices, to get involved or to stay impartial. You don't have to kill the enemy, but you might decide to. I want people to understand that kind of feeling, killing someone you had no intention to kill. These days, with any FPS, you're either on side A or side B, and you're killing, but my games shouldn't be like that, and that's why I have this big theme. This theme tied back into a lot of the ideas from previous games, relating the VR training that soldiers went through to video games and forcing the player to question what killing games really did to them in the end. Metal Gear Solid 4 continued this theme quite a bit, and it was meant to from the beginning. This was the meaning of the "no place to hide" tagline, furthering the idea that Snake was out of attention on the battlefield, but not out of sight. Kojima also wanted MGS4 to follow a structure that was more similar to Indiana Jones or James Bond, seeing Snake traveling the world, taking a jet to different locations rather than staying in an isolated area. A lot of these more broad ideas came from the freedom that the PS3 allowed the team, but that doesn't mean that they weren't still restricted. The PS3 tech limited them a lot more than they thought, meaning that some ambitions they had during planning had to be cut. Metal Gear Solid 4 was released on the Sony PlayStation 3 on June 12, 2008. Metal Gear Solid 4 actually begins with an install screen. We see Solid Snake, now very old, smoking a cigar while a small progress bar at the bottom of the screen slowly ticks up, and warnings against smoking appear on the screen. This was something entirely new to the PS3. Games on the PlayStation 1 and 2 were read straight from the disc, but with the PlayStation 3, games were larger and prettier. So this meant that installing them to the system drive allowed them to be read faster. Metal Gear Solid 4 was the first game that I encountered this new feature on, and it was quite shocking. As a kid, seeing this screen felt like watching paint dry. I was used to putting in the disc and having the game ready to go. Even being forced to wait 17 minutes felt like an eternity. Now, as an adult, it didn't feel that long. I just walked away, made some coffee, and it was ready to go. Once we beat the first boss, the Smoking Snake installation screen, we can actually play the game. I lied, not quite yet, because before the game actually starts, we're treated to a few in-world commercials from Metal Gear Solid 4. There are actually 5 different channels that we can surf through here, all showing different programming, each with their own small snippet of a show or commercial, and then a much shorter commercial at the end. These advertisements were actually a very large production. Kenichiro Imaizumi was the main driving force behind getting these commercials made. He really wanted to do something different this time around for the game's intro. Imaizumi had worked on MGS3 as a producer, but he was also friends with a man named Alexei Tylovic. Tylovic had founded a production company called Logan. Imaizumi and Tylovic had been friends since school, and the latter was eventually recommended to Kojima. The team threw around a ton of ideas, but they eventually landed on the idea of making fun of television cliches without falling into parody. Alexei's sister actually worked for The Onion and provided writing help on the commercials, which gave them a tongue-in-cheek tone. All of the commercials feel sort of surreal, foreboding, like they signal the end of something or something post. It feels like an epilogue rather than a prologue, but the largest thing that these commercials do is expand the outside world of Metal Gear Solid. This is something we haven't really ever seen in the Metal Gear series. Most of what we can see is isolated to the area that we're infiltrating, but we can't really see what the world looks like, what people are thinking, what they're consuming. Metal Gear Solid 4 takes place after Metal Gear Solid 2. It's a sequel to that game, taking place 5 years after that entry. With MGS2 feeling like the bad ending, the world certainly feels like it's existing in a control state. The first commercial sees David Hayter, the actor and screenwriter, being interviewed on television, certainly breaking the fourth wall as soon as we start the game. The woman here is Lee Merriweather, who plays Eva. This interview feels surreal the entire time. It almost feels like an interrogation or a bad dream. Hayter misunderstands almost every question while Lee stands in control.
Why here, wearing an eye patch?
Oh, the eye patch. This is pretty cool, actually. Gives me real-time information and weather, traffic reports. Actually watching a baseball game as we speak.
Lambasting him or laughing at him for every choice that he makes. He talks briefly about the Solid Eye that he's wearing, a device that allows him to see information directly, like weather or traffic updates. Snake will use this same device later in the game for stealth applications. The entire theme of these commercials is that of rampant consumerism, a world in which products and entertainment have run rampant. They've become a formula. The Solid Eye is a great example of this, a product that has drastic implications for war and the battlefield, but here is being used for trivial information. The next program is a game show. Melissa is the contestant. One more question right, and she'll be able to buy a new RV for her and her husband. She's asked a question about PMCs and gets it wrong. This commercial and the last one have the same feeling. The guests on the show are interrupted. They're almost made fun of in a way. It feels very surreal, like a nightmare scenario. Being on a game show but not being able to talk, it almost feels like it's saying two things at once, that the people in control have no regard for their subjects, and that the subjects themselves are willing to be controlled, a general unawareness of their situation. Hader experiences this in his interview, and Melissa experiences this in the game show, both ignorant to the motivations of the hosts. But the motivations are clear, creating a product to sell to the masses. We are watching the machine, the cogs turn as the unsettling and mostly gross gears of consumerism churn in front of us. Entertainment hasn't even become fun, it's become bland and kind of terrifying. The third show is an educational program about an octopus. This is the one outlier show that almost feels disconnected from the rest. It only stands out in the sort of dry, boring humor that the presenters put forth. The fourth show is a cooking program for the war-torn era. An angry and very serious chef cooks up alligator and tire-pressed vulture, things that could only be found on the streets of a country racked with foreign invasion. This one is also clearly a reference to Snake Eater and the things that we would consume in that game. The final program is a workout show that advertises nanos. The testimonials are probably the most jarring part, with a woman saying that being out of shape caused her husband to not love her anymore, but thankfully, nanos saved her. These commercials sort of cover all of the bases of a lost society. Vanity, consumerism, materialism. It paints a bleak and sort of cold picture of the world around Metal Gear Solid. And maybe we hadn't seen a lot of that world before because it wasn't too different from our own. But now we need to see it because the paths have diverged drastically. After each of these shows, a small, unique commercial will play. These commercials are for 5 different PMC companies, organizations that we will get to know very well throughout the course of Metal Gear Solid 4. When the game does actually begin, we are introduced with a text screen. In the not-too-distant future, on a tired battlefield, war has become routine. Our main character, Snake, is back. Solid Snake this time, riding in the back of a truck, disguised with a cloak, heading into a battlefield. His narration is laid over this scene, and his commentary on war is quite poignant, ready to set up the story that we're about to experience.
It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine. War has changed.
Now, before we get to Snake, where he's at, and specific characters, we have to continue talking about the world of Metal Gear Solid. Again, MGS4 takes place in the shadow of Metal Gear Solid 2. It is a direct sequel, and I always kind of viewed Metal Gear Solid 2 as the bad ending. Though I did make the case that I think most interpret its message as one of nihilism rather than hope, the characters in that game still lost. They failed. The Patriots won in the end. They succeeded in making our characters the pawns. At the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 4, we are seeing the aftermath of this. What has happened in the fallout of the Patriots winning? The largest change to the world is that war has become routine. This is a large theme for the game, one that will be furthered as we play, but it's important to touch on in the beginning. War is no longer about the warriors. It isn't about glory, it isn't about honor, it's about feeding the machine. It's war for the sake of war itself. In ancient times, warriors were honored, they were revered in giving their lives for their people. Now they are expendable. They are more fuel for the war machine. Metal Gear Solid 4 uses two very real concepts as objects of its plot: proxy wars and PMCs. These two things need to be understood and examined before we can move on, because war is one of the central themes of this story. Proxy wars are conflicts that are indirectly fought. Larger nations will generally back smaller parties to fight their wars for them. One of the most famous examples of this was the Vietnam War. The US was backing South Vietnam, and North Vietnam was being supported by the Soviet Union and China, with the spread of communism as the central conflict. More recent examples of proxy wars are the Syrian and Sudanese civil wars. Generally, these wars involve larger powers using their influence and backing to push smaller nations into conflicts. While the larger nations are mostly removed from the direct conflict, the smaller nations bear the brunt of actual casualties. These wars feel almost inhuman, like leaders playing chess on a battlefield comprised of a real human being. The second concept that MGS4 brings into its world are PMCs. PMCs are private military contractors. They are companies that were originally formed to contract out training to the US government. They were meant to transfer knowledge and techniques from ex-special forces to the modern soldiers of today. But this is not what they ended up being used for. After the attacks of September 11th, PMCs were in high demand in the US and suddenly became boots-on-the-ground soldiers in the Middle East. Their use allowed the US to use a cheaper alternative to US military forces, while actual US soldiers could take on more important tasks. It was also a little too convenient that if any of the PMCs contracted by the US government were to do anything unsavory in the Middle East, the US wouldn't really be to blame. It would fall on the head of the PMCs themselves. Just about every American PMC has been involved in some sort of controversy over the years. The George Scientific Corporation PMC was accused of partying and doing drugs quite often at their operations center in Kabul. AirScan was accused of giving poor identifications for targets in Uganda, leading to the deaths of innocents and children. And most famously, Blackwater has a rap sheet of controversies to their name. Accused of smuggling weapons into the Middle East, incompetence leading to the deaths of innocents, and they were involved in the Nisour Square massacre, causing 14 casualties, mostly comprised of civilians, and wounding 20 others. They even had boots on the ground in US soil during the Hurricane Katrina disaster to protect the wealthy inhabitants of New Orleans against the supposed raging populace of the storm-torn city. All of these companies are essentially groups of mercenaries that governments can use to do their dirty work for them. They've been around for a long time, and even groups like Blackwater are still around today. You just don't hear that name anymore. They changed to XE Services, to Academy, and now Constellus Holdings. These people get away with a lot, and these are only the things that we know about. Because they are contracted by the US government, they're just a third party. Their actions are their own. The government gets off scot-free when they kill a civilian or engage in illegal activities. The world of Metal Gear Solid 4 takes this idea fully. The wars of the world are now being fought not directly by the large military superpowers, but through PMCs. PMCs are hired and they fight the wars for the countries that don't want to be directly involved. They don't want their own men to be killed in the war. They don't have to suffer casualties. It's just another chess piece. And this cruel, unfeeling, distanced view of war is one with its mirror pointed directly at our real world, one that feels all the more real 16 years after the release of this game. And this idea that Metal Gear Solid 4 presents is moved all the further by its idea of a war economy. This is something that we'll get further into as we get into the game, but now, like Snake says, war has become routine. It is no longer special, it is no longer real, it just happens because it has to happen. The people in control now have even more of that all-powerful resource, exerting their force over the battlefield with ID-tagged guns and ID-tagged soldiers.
War has changed. The age of deterrence has become the age of control. All in the name of averting catastrophe from weapons of mass destruction. And he who controls the battlefield controls history.
When the truck that Snake is in arrives to the battlefield, soldiers exit the vehicle to slaughter. Snake makes it through, but his gun immediately jams. We are then given control of the game, and it's honestly worth talking about the gameplay at this point before we continue to move forward. First, to get it out of the way, a lot of the basics of Metal Gear Solid 4 are the same as previous entries in the series. We sneak around different areas, trying not to be seen by our enemies. We can take them out with CQC or use silenced weapons to dispense with them from afar. If we want a louder approach, we can use a variety of regular weapons that will surely pack a larger punch and will take out foes quicker, but will leave us at the behest of a horde of foes. Metal Gear Solid 4 does have its fair share of new mechanics, though, to spice things up. The new Octo camo is probably one of the largest features. This is basically the same camo system from MGS3 that has returned, but since it's 50 years later, the technology will now do the thinking for us. The Octo camo can automatically adjust itself to the surface that we're on, causing us to blend in a lot better and without picking through a list of different options. Of course, if you liked this old system, you can choose to turn this on manual so that you can choose the camo that Snake is wearing at any given time. With auto mode though, when crawling or leaning against a wall for a couple of seconds, Snake's camo will automatically change, increasing the camouflage rating, which, if you remember, is effectively how well Snake is hiding. We also now have the Psyche meter instead of the Stamina meter. This is a little bit more complicated than just Snake getting tired and needing to eat some food. Snake's Psyche meter will go down based on a variety of factors, and it mostly has the same effects as the stamina gauge. Snake will be a lot more shaky when aiming and will move a bit slower, but in the heat of battle, Snake's adrenaline will increase, causing him to shoot faster and take less damage from the high of combat. This time around, though, we don't need to worry about repairing wounds or cuts. We're back to the old system of eating rations and directly replenishing our health. Snake also has a lot more gadgets this time around. In particular, the Solid Eye is very useful. The Solid Eye is a high-tech device that looks like an eye patch. It can be used for night vision purposes, it can be used for informational purposes, showing us the affiliation of the character we're looking at, whether they're friend or foe. But just like the gadgets in MGS3, it has a battery that slowly drains as we use it. Snake also has access to the Mark II, a device created by Otacon that allows us to scout out areas and even take down enemies. I should also note that we also have an iPod. That's right, an Apple-branded music device is in Metal Gear Solid 4, and we can use it to listen to different songs, changing the background music at will. These songs can be collected through different areas in the game as extras or collectibles. One of the most interesting new features in MGS4 is really only present for the first couple acts of the game, and that's the battlefield system. This is less of a system and more of just something that you can do. During the first couple of acts, we'll be forced to maneuver our way through the battlefield. War is breaking out around us. PMC is fighting PMC. Local PMCs hired by rebels versus PMCs hired by the current governments in power. These fighting forces will be firing everything they have at each other, but that conflict isn't necessarily Snake's goal. He has to get somewhere else, do something else. We can choose to get involved or not. If we just move on past these conflicts, then both of these forces will be hostile to us. But we have the option to actually help out the rebel forces here by giving them rations or by taking down their enemies for them. If we do this, the rebel forces will become friendly, making our lives a whole lot easier. This all ties back into Metal Gear Solid 4's war themes. We aren't here for the conflict, we exist outside of it. These people are fighting because large nations want them to. We need to not get involved, but we can if we choose so. The agency is on the player. The responsibility has been thrust upon us to make a moral judgment on a conflict we know nearly nothing about. For the most part, Metal Gear Solid 4 does have pretty smooth gameplay. It feels like classic Metal Gear Solid, just with a few upgrades. I will say that outside of some story moments, I didn't really even notice the Psyche system. There were a few times where I equipped or used items that would increase my Psyche because I noticed it was kind of low, but Metal Gear Solid 4 isn't the hardest game in the world. It's honestly one of the easiest games in the series overall, and that leads to a lot of tools feeling like they've gone unused. This is in direct contrast to the absolute reliance on the stamina system from MGS3. When we first gain control of Snake, we have to make our way through this war zone in the Middle East, slowly sneaking through the battlefield and keeping our head out of enemy crosshairs is the goal. Pretty soon, this becomes a lot more complicated because we hear a foreign noise off in the distance as the battlefield is set upon by a terrifying new enemy, the Gecko.
Hit him hard!
Gecko are unmanned combat vehicles that look quite a lot like a Metal Gear. These are now mass-produced for the battlefield, used to keep valuable lives out of harm's way and take out the enemies with advanced machinery instead. They are brutal machines that stomp, gun down, and crush their foes. They moo like cows and emit sounds of cicadas. This is apparently a psychological form of warfare that convinces their enemies that they are safe, that tranquility is near, when in reality they are readying themselves for an attack. The Gecko are actually kind of terrifying in more ways than one. In our first interaction with them, we have to just run away. We can't take these things down in open combat, and we aren't really yet meant to. They are incredibly strong, fast, and observant. The sounds they make turn out to be a lot more disconcerting when they come from a machine with oddly human legs. Their half-human, half-machine design evokes feelings of a centaur or cyborg rather than a total machine. But I have to give points to Kojima here for calling the change of war to mostly unmanned armies, as drones are ever popular in today's military strategies, feeding back into the cold, disconnected feeling of war. Snake is eventually seen by the Gecko and is forced to outrun them, giving us the main character reveal that we're used to from the series, but this time a lot more chaotic, a lot more based around survival rather than style. Snake is fighting for his life. He isn't the cool, flashy stealth operative that we once knew. He's broken down, he's beaten, he's on his last legs, but that doesn't mean he can't still hang. Snake manages to get away from the Gecko, hiding thanks to his new Octo camo, and once they leave, we jump back 3 days earlier to see Solid Snake at a very familiar gravesite. An old friend arrives in a helicopter. It's Otacon, and he's brought someone who wants to see Snake, but Snake is a bit more concerned with some recent test results. Otacon delivers these results at first in an almost cold, unfeeling way. He wants to separate and distance himself from the bad news. Snake has Werner syndrome. This is a real disorder that causes people to age much faster than normal. Their life expectancies are shortened because of this rapid aging, and Snake only has about a year left. This is why Snake looks much older in this entry, even though he's only in his 40s. The white petals float through this scene, a fleeting memory of the fallen soldiers that lie in this place, possibly wafting up from the ground to bring Snake permanently into their ranks, to signal his coming end. Otacon tries to keep the optimism high, suggesting they find another doctor, but Snake realizes his fate, and the fox dye that was injected into his system during the events on Shadow Moses Island surely isn't helping. Unfortunately, Naomi Hunter is nowhere to be found. More pressing matters quickly take hold as another old friend, Campbell, is in the helicopter. He's working for a UN committee that oversees PMCs and their inspections. In this new role, he found someone in the Middle East, Liquid Snake. He wants our Snake to track him down. As a brief refresher, Liquid actually died at the end of Metal Gear Solid 1 due to the fox dye virus. But in Metal Gear Solid 2, Ocelot had grafted Liquid's arm onto his body, causing his consciousness to transfer into Ocelot and take over. This transformation was mostly kept back during the events of MGS2 until the finale, when Liquid fully takes over and heads off with a Metal Gear to take down the Patriots, and he's now been seen in the Middle East. Before we move on, we should probably talk about the mission briefing. These are small cutscenes that take place in between the different acts of MGS4. They usually take place on the Nomad, a transport aircraft that acts as Snake, Otacon, and Sunny's home. Sunny is a young girl who we'll talk about more in a bit. At the beginning of each of these sequences, we see Sunny trying to work to perfect her cooking, specifically making eggs. We're also given the title card for our first act of the game, Liquid Sun. Campbell is briefing the two on how war has changed in this new world. PMCs are the hot new commodity and they rule this new war economy. These mercenary groups have no nation and no ideology. They are hired guns. Developed nations use them and small countries without armies use them. They are everywhere. In addition to that, a system controlled by the Pentagon has allowed the higher-ups to track every piece of the battlefield. Nanomachines inside soldiers give them real-time data on their systems, movements, and metrics, allowing the men at the top full battlefield control. This is justified by lowering civilian casualties and human rights violations on the battlefield, but all good forms of control throughout history have seemingly had viable justifications behind them. PMCs now comprise most of the forces on the battlefield, making up over half of the boots on the ground. The UN authorized PMCs with a vote, which the US abstained from participating in, effectively voting without voting. This has allowed the US to massively profit from a war economy, now tracked by analysts as an economic activity. Child soldiers are more rampant than ever, unmanned weapons patrol the battlefield, and proxy wars are more common than direct ones. There are 5 main PMCs that make up most of the mercenary companies: Praying Mantis in the UK, Pievier Armament in France, Otselotovaya Kavatka in Russia, and Ravensword and Werewolf in the US. These are the largest PMC groups in the world, and it just so happens that all 5 of them are backed by one dummy corporation called Outer Heaven. This is most likely controlled by Liquid himself. It's clear that he's trying to unleash an insurrection, trying to once again create the world that was envisioned by Big Boss, a world in which all soldiers have a place. As Campbell explains this mission, Snake quickly realizes that he hasn't been hired for a classic stealth operation, but an assassination. Campbell wants him to take out Liquid. But Campbell realizes that Liquid will have total control over the world if this insurrection goes through. He will have ultimate power. Because the world is now propped up on the war economy, if it collapses, so falls everything with it. Liquid can't win, and Snake must take him out. Our hero reluctantly accepts this mission, and as we jump back to the present day, we're given our first goal: to make contact with the informants that this information came from, Rat Patrol. As we move across the battlefield, attempting to stay out of the lanes of bullets, we eventually arrive at a ruined building where we are introduced to the Mark II. This is where we get access to this gadget, the Solid Eye, and an operator pistol. Otacon tells us that the rebel troops outside are outgunned and we can support them if we'd like. Gaining their allegiance by taking down a few soldiers and giving up a couple rations is worth the hassle in the long run. We also have to make our way through the underground bases, where it seems like they are mounting another attack. One of the most interesting things that this game does with its war story is having this level of implied storytelling constantly going on in the background. We can follow the progress of these battles, and new information is drip-fed to us through one-off lines, overheard conversations, and just environmental storytelling. While we travel through and reach the other side of this underground base, we eventually come across a strange creature, a monkey that likes to drink soda, and his friend, Drebin. The monkey is called Little Gray, and Drebin happens to be a sort of arms dealer. In Metal Gear Solid 4, as we noted in the beginning, most everything is now controlled either by nanomachines, ID chips, or both. ID chips in guns determine who can use them and who can't. If your nanomachines don't have the clearance for the weapon, that means that you can't fire it. This theoretically should stop enemies from using weapons that are left on the battlefield. But of course, there's always the black market. Weapons do still end up ID unlocked, or illegal adjustments are made so that they can be used. If we find a weapon on the battlefield, we can't necessarily use it right away. That's where Drebin comes in. For a small fee, Drebin will unlock our guns for us so that we can use new weapons. He'll also buy weapons from us that we find on the battlefield and sell new ones to us, or make modifications for the ones that we already have. This is the main system that we'll use to obtain weapons, items, suppressors, etc. from here on out. There's one little problem though. Snake's current nanomachines are old gen. They're outdated, so Drebin needs to inject him with something to get those up to speed. Drebin himself is part of a larger organization of Drebins. Drebin is just a code name. This one is specifically called Drebin 893. Drebin is kind of a middle piece in this whole world. He doesn't care about the conflicts going on around us. He only cares about making money, profits. His actual job is working for Arms Tech Security, which allows him to get access to new ID chips. Otacon doesn't really like him, and neither does Snake, but our spectacled friend suggests that we keep him at arm's length because he might be useful. Drebin is kind of a Gray Fox-like character for this entry. He even shares a similar opening line when we first come across him.
Who are you? Neither enemy nor friend. Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend.
He's something that exists as a gray in a world of blacks and whites. His monkey friend is even called Little Gray, of course a reference to his alien-like appearance, but still fitting. He does the same thing that Gray Fox does as well, relating to Snake, noting that they are the same. After our meeting with Drebin is concluded, Otacon gives us the rundown on war price, which ties back into Drebin. With the war economy being such a large and pervasive system, it only makes sense that each market will have different prices. If there's more fighting happening in an area, the war price goes up, making things more expensive. Less fighting equals better deals. At certain points throughout the game, we'll see Drebin's prices drop, and on certain days of the week, he will give us sales. After this, we have to head to the meeting point for our informants, Rat Patrol. On the way there, we spot a man who is hiding under an oil drum, trying to find a moment of peace to take a shit before he is quickly interrupted and has to run away. We meet this man once again when we arrive at the rendezvous point, but he's now pointing a gun in Snake's face. The scene is very similar to the first time we meet Meryl in MGS1. Now, one thing I haven't talked about that I do want to point out here is the flashbacks in MGS4. At this point, Metal Gear Solid had already tackled interactive cutscenes. A large L1 button prompt might pop up during some cutscenes, signaling to the player that something else can be viewed here. Maybe we will see a different perspective, a piece of information, or see through a character's eyes. But Metal Gear Solid 4 adds to this by sometimes, actually quite often, showing us an X button prompt. Pressing the X button during these moments will allow the player to see flashbacks, Snake's memories from previous games. They are used very often during the first few chapters, and they are present during most of the game, but I think they're used a bit too much. When Liquid is mentioned for the first time, we'll see flashbacks to him. When a character from the past is brought in, we'll see flashes of them from previous adventures. And I understand that at this point, Metal Gear Solid had come out 10 years prior to this game. You couldn't expect everyone to remember every single character. And furthermore, you couldn't expect the average player to have even kept up with or understood the story in the first place, because that's not how most people interact with Metal Gear Solid. That's a valid motivation, trying to bring people up to speed or signal to them that these characters are not new, that they were here before. And I do think that this feature ties back into the theme of the game, but I think it's one of the few parts that isn't necessary to make that theme work. That theme is one that we haven't really touched on yet, but we'll get there later. Of course, these flashbacks are optional. You don't need to press the X button to move on, but because the cutscenes are spaced around them, if you don't engage with it, then it can feel like there's a big blank space that was made for you to press the button and view these little images. As we enter the next scene, we are treated to callbacks to the original meeting with Meryl, except this guy is even more incompetent and green than she was. After Snake takes him down, Meryl herself appears. She is the leader of Rat Patrol. She was the one we were looking for all along. She's actually now a member of Foxhound. She never gave up on that group and what it meant to her. Meryl is effectively the next generation. We're going to deal with this a lot throughout the game, depictions of the next generation and what it's become. People that Snake has influenced across his career and the effect that he's had on their lives. Meryl was inspired by Snake and by the previous heroes of Foxhound. She tells us as much in the first game that she idolized the group and wanted to become a member. This is directly contrasted with her opinion of Snake now. She is shocked at his appearance. She's appalled by the way Snake looks.
What happened to your face?
When Snake first met her, she was flirting with him. She was smitten with the dangerous and justified hero, but now she is disgusted. This does a lot of things. First, it shows us how much Snake has changed, the direct path towards death that he's currently on. It also ties into a massive theme of the game, that of the Beauty and the Beast, something we'll return to later. At its most surface level, it shows that Snake's days of being a hero are behind him. He is now effectively an old man that has no place in this new battlefield. Rat Patrol themselves are with the CID. They've been investigating PMC activity. During these investigations, they found out Liquid was in the area and that he's with an unidentified female scientist. Snake tries to lie to Meryl and tell her that he's not here to kill Liquid, but she's already heard rumors that an assassin is out to get him. Meryl says that it's almost impossible to get to him anyways because all of the PMCs and soldiers are fully monitored. Their internal data is being collected, blood pressure, heart rate, etc. All PMCs are forced to use this system. If they don't, they are not okayed for deployment. Meryl quickly rationalizes this because her own team is equipped with nanomachines. It allows them to have a better picture of the battlefield, gives them better communication with each other, etc. But just like Campbell talking about the advantages of the system in the Nomad, this shows us clearly how easily people can be sold on control. Most people like to think they are immune to marketing, that they can't be convinced, like some sort of always on, ready to defend watchdog, that their opinions are ironclad. But Meryl's justifications here for the system that's controlling every part of a person shows that as long as there is a reason, people can be convinced of almost anything. This is the control state that Metal Gear Solid 4 is trying to illustrate. This broken and dead world that we're introduced to is one that exists in the aftermath of a total win by the bad guys of MGS2, the Patriots. And Snake thinks that the current system is controlled by the Patriots. It's even called SOP, Sons of the Patriots. Meryl thinks that the system itself is ironclad, that no one can take it over. But if that did happen, Liquid and his 5 PMCs would have even more power than the US Army itself. This entire conversation isn't just about exposition and moving the plot, though. There are smaller human moments here, namely Meryl admitting that Snake was someone she always wanted acceptance from, and Meryl being upset after finding out that Snake is working with Campbell. So it's a little confusing, but Meryl is actually Campbell's daughter, and this was something that Campbell told Snake. Meryl knows this now and has had some sort of falling out with Campbell because he has married a much younger woman. Meryl is not on speaking terms with the man anymore because of these actions. There's also other moments here where we're introduced to the rest of Rat Patrol. There are 4 members total: Meryl, Ed, Jonathan, and a 4th member named Johnny Sasaki, or Akiba. Johnny Sasaki has been a longtime Easter egg in the Metal Gear Solid series. He was named after Hideki Sasaki, who worked on MGS1. He was apparently a slacker around the office, and they decided to include a character named after him as a joke. This would become recurring throughout the series, with the character always having some sort of bathroom trouble. But in MGS4, he becomes a full-fledged character. Unfortunately, the character still has these same frequent bathroom issues. This brings up one of the largest criticisms that people have about MGS4 as a whole, and I probably fall somewhere in the middle on this one. This type of humor isn't really mine to begin with, so it doesn't exactly hit for me, but Metal Gear has always had this type of humor. The only difference this time around is that it's a bit more at the forefront than it is in the background. It doesn't really bother me that much or break the game's story for me, but I can see why some people don't vibe with it. Also, I don't really think it has any real justification thematically or any reason that makes it fit in with the overall narrative, so I'm not going to give you lore reasons why Johnny Sasaki is constantly shitting himself or why this is actually a stand-in for Kojima's trauma. But what if... No, I'm kidding. But seriously, Johnny is presented as a mostly comic relief character, and he can be a bit intrusive during certain scenes. It's actually something that I think the novelization handles a bit better than the actual game. There's basically 4 lines devoted to this intrusion in the main cutscene in the novelization that really just comes off more as a character building moment in the book than it does in the game. As a bit of a side note here, but if you do like the story of Metal Gear Solid 4, I would recommend checking out the novelization. It was the only one that ever had Kojima's stamp of approval, and it was written by Project Ito, who was a very dear friend to Kojima before he passed away in 2009. After this scene, Ed notes that threats have arrived in the building. It seems to have been Akiba's fault. The reflection from his binoculars signaled them. But regardless, it's time for a fight. Before that, Snake and Meryl clear the halls in military fashion, and it's actually really cool to see these two jumping to a fight like this. Something so small and nonverbal feels like a massive bonding moment for the two. They're speaking a shared language that to us feels foreign. We fight the Frog unit, which is sort of a boss battle, but not really because these will quickly become normal enemies. The Frogs are under direct command of Liquid and are all female soldiers. In keeping with unsettling design, the soldiers evaporate when we defeat them and make terrible, almost horrific cries of pain when they get hit or die. We fight off these units throughout the building, eventually making our way into the underground. Meryl gives us Liquid's location, and it's time to depart.
What do you think? Is your age of heroes finally over?
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
You haven't changed at all, Snake.
Snake and Otacon talk about SOP after this, noting that the nanomachines don't just monitor bodily functions, but they actually create senses for the soldier. It's like an advanced version of VR training.
Augmenting the soldier's existing experience and psychological fortitude.
But a soldier's gotta have more than that.
The times have changed, Snake. Just like Meryl.
Snake then sees some of the rebels completely wiped out by beast-like mechanical soldiers. We sneak our way into Liquid's base, and Meryl has finally realized why Snake is actually here, to kill his own brother. Before Snake can even get close to Liquid though, he activates something and all of the soldiers in his employ begin seizing. They start to beat each other in anger or run away in fear. This affects Snake to some extent and the Rat Patrol, anyone with nanomachines.
Rejoice! We're not copies of our father, after all. We are free of the shackles of fate. Snake, brother, we are free. Watch, Snake. Watch as I surpass my own origin.
As we can clearly see, Liquid is still fighting to overcome his destiny, his birth, his fate. As Snake stumbles towards his brother, he sees the scientist that he's with, Naomi Hunter, the one from Shadow Moses that injected Snake with fox dye in the first place. She injects herself with a syringe and gives Snake some advice.
Snake, if you won't be a prisoner to fate, then go. Fulfill your destiny.
Snake passes out as the two escape, and Akiba saves the legendary soldier. With that, we've completed the first act of the game. Liquid Sun is mostly about the setup for MGS4. It's establishing themes, it's getting us ready for things to come. It establishes the theme of consumerism, it establishes the theme of dying war, it establishes the themes of nostalgia and beast through lightly peppering them in. It also sets up most of the concepts that we'll be engaging with throughout the game. The idea of the war economy, war price, nanomachines, an Orwellian level of control in the form of SOP, etc. And I don't think Act 1 does too much wrong overall. It manages to suck us in, get us interested in the conflict, introduce some great and interesting gameplay elements, and the drastic shift in the form of the battlefield mechanic, while also ending on a fantastic cliffhanger that keeps us hooked. Act 2, Solid Sun, begins once again with Sunny making her eggs and reciting some strange numbers. Now listen, I'll get into the egg thing later, the numbers, etc. Just give me some time. We need to properly introduce and dissect some other things before we get there. Snake is waking up aboard the Nomad, and we're given the report on the aftermath of Liquid's excursion in Control. Whatever he activated caused a lot of the PMCs that were present to die, whether from shock to the system or just from fighting each other, we aren't sure. Meanwhile, Otacon received a coded message from Naomi. She's currently located in South America and is being used by Liquid to research nanomachines. His ultimate goal here is to control the SOP system. He's using Naomi because she created Foxdie, and that tech was used to create the current generation of nanomachines. We then speak to Campbell, who tells us a bit more about the current situation in South America. The new regime is made up of PMCs that put that regime in power and are currently locked in a struggle with the local rebels who are also using local PMCs. Our goal in South America is to find Liquid's base and rescue Naomi. Campbell and Snake both agree that the Patriots must be involved in this. The worst case scenario that Solidus was trying to warn them about has come true. Liquid and the Patriots are now locked in a sort of Cold War. When we touch down at a nearby outpost, Vamp is seen. That's right, the immortal vampire from MGS2 is back and he's working with Liquid.
Snake, could Vamp be immortal?
Not a chance. This is the real world, not some fantasy game.
Otacon is clearly very upset at Vamp still for, killing his sister and all, but regardless, we have to move on. We make our way through the surrounding areas of the forests and eventually get a call from Campbell to introduce us to another member of the support team. It's Rose, the woman that Raiden was dating from MGS2. Apparently, Raiden has disappeared and he only went missing after he rescued Sunny from the Patriots. This is the girl on the Nomad that Otacon and Snake are taking care of. In the aftermath of this disappearance, Campbell and Rose struck up a relationship and got married. It makes a little more sense why Meryl was upset with him now. Rose will help us out in the battlefield by giving us advice if we choose to call her, specifically advice regarding our psyche gauge because she's a psychologist now. Shortly after this call, we get another call, but from Raiden. There's no identification of him on our screen, sort of playing the deep throat role for this entry in the series. He warns us about a large battle ahead, one between the rebel and government forces that we can either get involved in or sneak around. After this, we're met with Drebin, who gives us quite a lot of information. He specifically introduces Snake to the B&B unit, or the Beauty and Beast unit. These are the mechanical beasts that we've already encountered before. Apparently, they are a squad of enhanced female soldiers that belong to the PMCs. There are 4 of them in total: Raging Raven, Laughing Octopus, Crying Wolf, and Screaming Mantis. This mirrors quite a lot of the other introductions that we've had to villainous teams in previous games: Foxhound, Dead Cell, and the Cobra unit. Their alternate name for this mission is actually Snakehound, and they're after our main character because they think killing him will ease their pain. Drebin also gives us information on the SOP system. He says that the Patriots, who we are assuming at this point control the system, are formless, a representation or reflection of America itself. The war economy that was created by their system has become a sort of fill-in for natural law. It's replaced this system rooted in creation and nature. Specifically, the system is made up of 4 core AIs, 3 that exist outside of the main core one, and SOP is a part of this system. It's a little confusing, but basically SOP controls the battlefield, and it's a part of these AIs. That's all you need to know. Drebin also says that if they can fool the system that prevents people from accessing the AIs, they could potentially use it as a place to lay low.
In the internet society, we have net havens, data havens,
Data pagan and a cyber demon.
Liquid must have found some sort of way to interfere with and to take over the system. Snake ends up leaving and heading to a nearby mansion that Naomi should be located at. On the way, he's called by Raiden again, who says that he has been searching for Big Boss's body. A woman named Big Mama gave him the original location of Sunny, and this is him paying back his debt to her. She now has the corpse of the legendary man. Rose also wants us to keep her involvement a secret from Raiden. Apparently, after the Big Shell incident, Raiden spiraled out of control, haunted by his past and his PTSD as a child soldier. She doesn't want to hurt him anymore, so she doesn't want Snake reminding him of their past. When we arrive at the mansion, we find where Naomi is being held.
I knew you'd come. You and I, neither of us can escape our fate.
Naomi is being kept here, allowed freely to do her research for Liquid, but obviously under threat. She tells us that Liquid has been trying to gain control of SOP. It was originally meant to control the battlefield, but it's also being used to control a soldier's senses. The nanomachines help with PTSD. It stops them from panicking in bad situations and can even reduce pain. What we saw at the end of Act 1 was Liquid testing the system to see what would happen if soldiers were released from it. Because the soldiers have repressed so much shock and so much trauma, the moment the system shuts off, it all comes flooding back. Naomi relates this to what happened with Grey Fox. Snake's arrival here is good though because Naomi wants to examine him. He has been exposed to nanomachines but has never been under the control of this new system. This is both a literal examination of Snake never taking these new nanomachines, but also a figurative examination of Snake's character. Snake has always been a pawn, but has had the free will to act outside of the system. We see this in MGS1 as Snake tries to navigate being used by Liquid and the US government, in MGS2 where Snake is used by Ocelot, Solidus, and the Patriots, but once again tries to pass this free will onto Raiden, and we are seeing it now as Snake is literally outside of the system's control. As soon as Snake undresses, he once again suffers the ire of another woman who is horrified by his appearance. This is no coincidence, but we'll come back to this shortly. At this point, Snake is dying because of a combination of things, mainly because he is a clone. His genes were programmed to be shorter because the people that created him viewed him as a tool, a weapon. They didn't want other countries to get their hands on him, but it's even worse than that. Foxdie is still living in his system, and because his system is breaking down, it's causing Foxdie to break down as well. The virus is now losing its ability to tell who it should kill and who it shouldn't. Because of this, the virus will eventually become airborne and spread to anyone around him.
Snake, the only thing keeping you together is the strength of your will.
How long do I have?
In 3 months, Snake will become a doomsday device. The irony here is obviously that Snake has spent his life and career trying to avert the deaths of as many people as he can, and now his final mission will be to stop himself. Naomi gives Snake a syringe containing a substance that rejects the malfunctioning nanomachines, the nanomachines that are breaking down in Snake's body. He can use this, but it will grow less effective over time. Naomi tells us that she now feels chained in here by her own creations. She actually can't tell us where Liquid is because the nanomachines inside of her have speech restrictions, but his new plan is called Guns of the Patriots. At this point, a group of PMCs storm in and take Naomi back. Snake then has to take out the frog units that are nearby, and we are confronted with our first boss fight of the game, Laughing Octopus. This is the first member of the B&B unit that we will face, and because the B&B unit is so disconnected from everything else in the game, it makes sense to just get their analysis all out of the way at once. I will say, I think the B&B unit gets a little too much flack, and this ties into a far larger point that I'd like to make about MGS4. First, who exactly are the B&B unit? The first member, Laughing Octopus, is an enhanced female soldier with wriggling octopus tentacles crawling out of her head. She has an octo camo mask on that lets her disguise herself as others, or even pieces of the environment. Throughout the boss battle, we go through the loop of shooting at her and then tracking her down in the environment. She will disguise herself as Naomi and even the Mark II at one point. We can call Otacon to confirm that this was not him, leading Snake into the other room. Every member of the B&B unit will have a Beast and Beauty form. After we defeat their first Beast form, they shed their mechanical units, revealing a beautiful interior, and we have to take that down as well. As we do this, they are constantly walking towards us in an attempt to smother Snake into his early grave. The second member of the B&B unit is Raging Raven, who mostly fights us from the air. We have to traverse a clock tower that is being assaulted by Raven and her goons. Baiting Raven into the tower and then firing at her while dodging her missiles will lead us to winning the battle. Crying Wolf fights us in a snowy battlefield. We have to use a combination of tracking, night vision, and our general senses to find her and attack. She will often run away and send a massive amount of frogs at us, and Screaming Mantis takes control of enemies on the battlefield that we have to take down, while also trying to shoot the dolls that she holds by puppet strings. These 4 characters are not the only bosses in Metal Gear Solid 4, but they are the main sort of unit that the game presents. Just like Dead Cell and MGS2, we will fight other people, but these are presented as the main crew. The B&B unit have caught a lot of flack over the years for being boring, bland, and uninteresting villains. Some of this has to do with the way that their story is delivered. After each of these battles, we will get a call from Drebin as he expositions all over us about the boss we just defeated. He tells us their life story and how we liberated them from that, giving them some sort of peace in a final battle. Laughing Octopus was attacked and forced to torture her family while laughing. Raging Raven was captured and tortured while ravens pecked the corpses of her dead friends. Crying Wolf accidentally suffocated her brother while running away from enemy forces as a child, and Screaming Mantis was trapped in a torture chamber surrounded by corpses, causing her to go insane. She was eventually taken captive by Liquid, and they replaced her psyche with the mind of Psycho Mantis, effectively creating Psycho Mantis himself. And I will agree that I think the delivery of these backstories doesn't do much to build them up as characters in Metal Gear Solid 4. Though I think other games have done this to some extent, like the Sorrow with MGS3, it maybe feels a bit out of place here. But I think the design of the characters actually have purpose in the game and its narrative. Let me just get it out of the way now and say that I don't think Metal Gear Solid 4 is bad on purpose. Reactions to this game in the modern day seem to fall into 2 camps. Either Metal Gear Solid 4 is bad on purpose because Kojima was angry at having to make a 4th entry in the series, and MGS is just bad because it's fan service and trying to bait nostalgia. It's strange because both of these camps come so close to getting to the point of Metal Gear Solid 4, but never quite arrive at the finish line. Metal Gear Solid 4 is not bad on purpose, but there are certain elements that seemingly are made more recycled in the interest of making a point. If you haven't noticed already, each of the B&B unit is kind of a tribute to the previous bosses in the Metal Gear series. Each character has the name of a boss from MGS1, a weapon from a boss in MGS2, and an emotion from a boss in MGS3. Laughing Octopus shares the octopus name with Decoy Octopus, the same tentacles as Solidus Snake, and the emotion of the boss, also explaining the flowers that we see when she dies. Raging Raven shares the Raven name with Vulcan Raven, missiles as weapons like Fat Man, and the Rage of the Fury. Crying Wolf shares the same name as Sniper Wolf, the weapon that Fortune uses, a railgun, and the emotion of the Sorrow. Screaming Mantis shares the same name as Psycho Mantis, the throwing knives that Vamp uses, and the emotion of the pain. Now, obviously, this doesn't excuse anything. Just because something is a reference to past characters doesn't mean that it's suddenly good. It's just a reference. But one of the main themes that MGS4 tries to drive home is that of nostalgia. See, Kojima was tired of making Metal Gear Solid games. He had felt like he failed in passing on this series to the next generation, and the anger of the fans at his attempted departure from the series surely led to some dissatisfaction. So it's not a coincidence that MGS4 is a game about dragging a nearly dead old man back from the grave to try and go on one final mission. And in that final mission, he fights a unit that is comprised of recycled characters, created from the dead remnants of previous bosses. Now, obviously, I don't know Kojima personally, but from what I've seen, I can't imagine that he would make a game bad on purpose, that he would put his name on something as director and purposefully tank it. I can imagine that he would use and channel his frustration into creating a personal story about nostalgia and letting things die when they should, rather than dragging them out again and again and again. Snake himself is a perfect representation of this. He's a relic, an old man that's inhabiting a world of young people who have already moved on from him. Even Meryl, the one that always called him a hero, has sort of moved on from trying to gain his approval. Snake smokes constantly in a world that hates it, that wants no part of it. The things that once made him cool have now changed with the times, with the perception of the world. He's the genuine article, he's real, but that's not necessarily what this world wants anymore. This could be the way that Kojima represents himself in this world, his place in gaming at this point. Snake as a character wasn't even meant to live this long. Naomi tells us this much. This is Kojima, forced to make a game that he doesn't want to, forced to come back out for one big job, forced to rehash the same old things over and over. The B&B unit also ties back into the Beauty and Beast theme that Metal Gear Solid 4 has going for it. Obviously, these characters themselves are Beauty and Beast wrapped into one. They have two sides to their coin, but they're also meant to show us, and maybe Snake specifically, that you can gain some sort of peace before death. That no matter how large of a beast you become, or how big of a beast that world turns you into, that you can be pure before you die. Snake himself is the biggest beast in this story. He looks ragged, old, run down. He's constantly coughing because of his smoking habit. Women see him and are appalled, shocked. They look at him with fear and disgust because he is a beast in this world now. I'm sure this also says something about time and the way that perception changes as you age. Maybe even something about the way that the perception of media changes as it ages. Things that were once okay suddenly are not in retrospect, or just that the erosion of the world will make people see you a lot differently. But those are much more loose themes rather than something that feels a lot more central to the whole idea. And this is applied quite obviously to the B&B unit. We judge these characters from the outside, but hey, they're actually sexy women on the inside. The backstories, though, while delivered poorly, are a reflection of the losing end of war. They all come from war-torn villages. They were born out of conflict, born in a battlefield that they could not survive. They are a direct representation of the innocence of war, the people that suffer. In this series, we too often see the badasses of war, the big villains, the big heroes, but these are the others. MGS4 makes a point to focus on the people that don't have a choice in these conflicts. And at the end of the day, I can't ever really know what Kojima was thinking when he made MGS4, and I don't expect him to ever elaborate or spell it out, but that's sort of the point. Kojima's work was always interpretive, and this is what I got from it. And the B&B unit still has practical issues. If this interpretation was the original intention, then you can't expect everyone to get that right off the bat. So, of course, people are going to write it off as lazy. In short, I don't think the B&B unit is as bad as everyone says, as long as we assume that there was justification. It's not like Kojima doesn't have a track record for consistently having reasons for the things he puts in his stories. Also, I can't really justify the whole photo shoot thing. I think that's just Kojima being a coomer. After we defeat Laughing Octopus, we get the face camo. This is basically the same thing as the Octo camo that Snake wears, but as a mask. Snake can now transform his face into another as long as he has the mask for it. These can be used to blend in more at certain points, but they're honestly just collectibles. You can get face camos of each of the B&B unit if you take them down non-lethally. You can get face camos of Otacon by playing the Mark II minigame during the briefing cutscenes. I always liked this when I was a kid because effectively it let the player play an entirely different character just for fun, and that's a really cool incentive to scour every corner of the game. Though there's not that many face camos overall. I think there's like 8, and half of them are given to you during the main story. After this, Snake heads outside to find Naomi. We have to track her through the surrounding areas in a sequence that I actually really like. We can use the night vision goggles here to be able to see the footprints that we need to follow, but multiple things complicate this. First, the footprints aren't straightforward. Sometimes there will be a change of hands. Naomi will get handed off to another group, or someone will leave the group, meaning that the tracks split. We have to determine the correct way to go, and at the same time, the frogs are hunting us in the forest. They can also hear the hum of our night vision, so using it becomes less advantageous at a certain point. It's just a nice little stealth sequence through the forest that feels like a bit of a short ode and throwback to MGS3 in a lot of ways. When we get through the forest, we see Vamp loading Naomi onto a chopper. Snake manages to shoot him, but of course he's a vampire, so he starts to regenerate. The PMCs around us are once again affected by the malfunctioning or deliberate sabotage of the system, but luckily Snake has the syringe that Naomi gave him. Also, lucky for us, Drebin comes in with his armored vehicle at the last second and saves the day, allowing Snake and Naomi to escape. We then have to take part in a shooting sequence, taking out geckos and soldiers that are trying to climb atop the vehicle. After this, the truck crashes in a city street and Raiden arrives to protect the group. If you're thinking, Raiden? That's fucking Raiden? Listen, I get it. Raiden has had quite the transformation in the last 5 years. He's now a very augmented cyborg, and he can do way cooler shit than he ever could in MGS2. Clearly, this was a direct response from Kojima to fans that thought Raiden wasn't cool enough. He really wanted to prove to people that Raiden could be cool. And in some ways, I really like taking the whiny and naive character that was the core of MGS2 and turning him into a complete badass that whirls geckos around like they're yo-yos and he's goddamn Kenny Strasser.
And you know how when a drug addict gives it their all? That's what I did with this.
But at the same time, it almost feels like Kojima compromising a little bit. It feels like the message that he wanted to deliver in MGS2 went over people's heads, and he was sort of forced to make the character another action hero. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the character is meant to reflect how the system can kind of beat you down and change you. Regardless, it doesn't change how actually badass Raiden is, and his actions give Snake a chance to get away. We have to dash through the market square that the geckos are currently assailing. This involves actually confronting geckos for possibly the first time. We aren't taking them out quite yet, but we are given the chance to see how dangerous these things are, because if they kick you, you're done, and Snake is ragdolling across the map. Luckily, we can shoot them with a tranq gun in weak points on their knees and they'll fall to the ground, giving us enough time to run away. When we finally get to the escape route, we see Raiden and Vamp fighting in the street. They have a very long, very cool, and very intimate battle that ultimately ends in a stalemate with Raiden quite wounded. Aboard the chopper, Naomi reveals that her original nanomachine design was used to create Vamp. The reason he can actually regenerate is because of nanomachines. Raiden is badly injured, but before he passes out, he tells the group that they need to find Big Mama in Europe. And with that, we've completed Act 2, Solid Sun. Act 2 is a bit more of a mixed bag than Act 1. It definitely speeds things up quite a lot, but I think it also begins to reinforce some of the major themes of Metal Gear Solid 4. It really hammers home the points about control, about war, about nostalgia, and leaving things in the past. It also has some great action sequences that really amp things up and take the game to another level. With that, Act 3 begins, Third Sun. Sunny is once again making her eggs and mumbling numbers to herself. The briefing this time around tells us that Liquid is now in Eastern Europe and he is looking for the corpse of Big Boss. This is because the key to gaining control of SOP is having Big Boss's genetic data. Naomi says that Big Boss is actually alive, only technically. He's a biomort, basically a brain-dead shell. At the same time, Raiden is also bleeding out in the Nomad. He has a special type of cyborg blood that needs dialysis. Thankfully, there's a place in Europe near where they're heading where he can get treatment. Naomi and Otacon take some time to bond over science stuff. They are at odds on one issue though, and that's Sunny's life. Naomi thinks that Sunny should be outside, that she should be able to have a normal existence, but Otacon wants to keep her sheltered here where she's safe. After Otacon and Naomi almost get hot and heavy a couple times, we're in Eastern Europe. Snake is at a train station, and thanks to his new Octo Camo mask, he can appear as a younger version of himself. This doesn't stop some guards from recognizing him though, and Meryl steps in to save the day. She gets us through the checkpoint and briefs Snake on the situation. There's been a local state of emergency set in place, so the streets are locked down. Our goal is to find where the Resistance is headquartered and therefore find their leader, Big Mama. Meryl is ready to strike Liquid at any time with a big force, but Snake doesn't want her to get involved. She thinks she'll be able to lock the PMC's weapons with the system if anything goes bad, but we know how this is going to go. She begs Snake not to go on his own, but Snake has sort of accepted his fate at this point. He knows what this job is, and he's already accepted it. He's going to follow through.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer, hired to do some wet work.
Once we're done with the situation, we get into the streets of Eastern Europe, wherever, and we have to find the resistance. Now, I know I'm going to get some hate for this one. Again, hot takes galore in this video, but damn, this part isn't that bad. Okay, sure, it's got some downsides, and it can be kind of annoying, but this whole noir sneaking through the streets, tailing our target thing is kind of cool. I honestly really like the way this looks, the blown out bloom, the color. It just feels very detective. And maybe that goes against what the first two acts were doing. I know it's a bit jarring to go from Middle Eastern battlefields to cobblestone streets, but I kind of enjoy it aesthetically. The only thing that really annoyed me is how tedious the tailing can be if we do lose our subject. Our goal is to tail a resistance member through the streets back to their hideout, but of course, they come in contact with a ton of PMC soldiers. This means we have to take guys out without being seen by the person we're tailing, because we don't want to spook them off, and the PMC soldiers themselves. On top of that, the resistance member dons a PMC outfit halfway through, which allows them to get past checkpoints unhindered, and leaves us in the dust. If we lose the soldier, then we're screwed and we have to look for another one. It doesn't entirely reset our progress, but it definitely sets us back a little bit. I don't mind this section though, and it's definitely not the worst sequence in the Metal Gear series. When we do finally get to the Resistance hideout, we are face to face with Big Mama, who actually reveals herself to be Eva from Metal Gear Solid 3. Apparently she is Snake's mother. When Snake was created, they needed a womb to birth the clone, so she offered herself up. We get a very large exposition dump here that kind of changes a lot of things for the story. Liquid has apparently fully taken control of Ocelot, which we already knew, but he's now in a struggle with Zero. Zero is kind of the real hidden antagonist of MGS4. Apparently Zero created the original Patriots along with Eva, Big Boss, Sigint, Paramedic, and Ocelot, basically the team from MGS3. Zero had used the Philosopher's Legacy to create the organization as he wanted to achieve a sort of unity of thought and awareness in the world. This is what he thought the boss wanted, some form of overarching control. Zero then used Big Boss as a sort of icon, a figurehead for their organization. He was meant to be an idol so that they could control the masses. But the two eventually split paths along the way. Zero wanted more and more power, and Big Boss had resented being controlled. His new idea was to create clones of Big Boss so that he wouldn't need him anymore, further overreaching in his lust for control. This was the last straw for Big Boss, who came back to the US, assumed command of Foxhound, and started 2 coups against Zero, Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land. Metal Gear 1 and 2 were both the big moves in the war between Zero and Big Boss. After Metal Gear 2, Zero took both Big Boss and Gray Fox's bodies from the rubble. Gray Fox was turned into a cyborg weapon that they could use, and Big Boss was turned into a biomort, a barely surviving shell. At this point, Zero didn't trust the next generation to inherit his ideas, so he decided to set up a network of AIs that could make the most logical decision at every turn. The AIs were called GW, TJ, AL, and TR. They were named after the figures from Mount Rushmore: George Washington, Teddy Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln, and Thomas Jefferson. The core AI at the center was named John Doe. Since GW was cut off from the system in MGS2, the other 3 AIs are making the decisions now. And with Big Boss barely alive, a shell of a man, Eva and Ocelot wanted to free him from this prison. This is where the events of Shadow Moses come into play. This was them fighting against the Patriots to try and get Big Boss back. Ocelot eventually went rogue because he idolized Big Boss more than anyone. At this point, Big Mama has obtained the body of Big Boss. He's basically a skeleton being kept in a van. We then get a call that Naomi has escaped, and Snake and the group are spotted by nearby soldiers. We have to make a break for it by taking Eva's bike and shooting down soldiers tailing us. At the end of this sequence, Eva is stabbed in the same way that she is in MGS3. This time, she realizes that she needs to be a mother to Snake, to suffer through for him. We then have to fight Raging Raven before returning back to Eva. Eva says that the van was actually a decoy and the real body of Big Boss is on a boat floating down the river right now. The two escape through the sewers, and I'd like to note here that there originally was supposed to be another section here that would have allowed us to guide Eva through the sewers as she was injured. It would have been an escort-style mission where we defend her from various enemies in the area. This section was eventually scrapped and the map was used for the online mode of MGS4. I'd also like to note that I did play a bit of the online mode for MGS4 in this video. It was actually shut down, but some dedicated fans have got it up and running again through the use of RPCS3, and I would highly recommend checking it out. It's pretty fun, though some people online can get a little sweaty. It can still be a good time if you're interested. And the setup takes like 2 seconds. There's really nothing holding you back. When Eva and Snake arrive at the docks, they find Liquid waiting for them. The ship has already been destroyed. He's already won. Naomi told him everything. She turned her back on the group once again. Liquid reveals that he has GW. It's still functioning even after what happened in MGS2. He reconstructed it and stored it inside of the JD AI, a data haven for a reconstructed artificial intelligence. If he destroys JD with a nuke, he will get total control of the system.
Liquid, you're planning to recreate the Patriots. Snake, we were created by the Patriots. We're not men. We're shadows in the shape of men.
His ultimate plan is to kill Zero, Big Boss, and take over the Patriots. Meryl has arrived at this point to try and stop Liquid, but his control over SOP enables him to lock all of their weapons and shut down their nanomachines. Snake manages to get Big Mama out, but she passes away in the street. This is where Act 3 ends, on this big loss. It seems like Liquid has everything in the bag. He's basically got control of SOP and will have control over the other AIs if he manages to launch his nuke. Big Mama is dead, Big Boss's body has been destroyed, and even Naomi has crossed our heroes. Nothing has gone to plan. This act overall is alright, but it's probably one of the weaker ones in the game. I think from a story perspective, it does introduce some ideas, but it's a lot of exposition. The game isn't quite ready yet to take its themes all the way. The most interesting thing it introduces is the idea of Big Boss and Zero misinterpreting the boss's will. We'll get back to this in a bit, but creating this rift between two characters based on a false interpretation of their hero is a great way to explain and tie in what happened in the previous games. Act 4 begins, Twin Suns, probably one of my favorite acts in the game. We're watching footage that the Mark II captured of Liquid on the boat in Eastern Europe. He's talking about launching a stealth nuke at JD. He needs Rex to launch the nuke because even nukes are controlled by the system and ID locks at this point. If JD is destroyed, then GW will rise to the main AI, and since they're already in control of it, they'll have control of the system. And since he needs a non-ID controlled weapon to launch the nuke, he needs Metal Gear Rex, which is still located at Shadow Moses. Since Liquid shut down the SOP system, there's been a worldwide ceasefire. Raiden has woken up at this point. He of course wants in on the mission, he wants to fix things, and he still misinterprets the things that Snake said in MGS2.
I won't live a proxy life. A slave to someone else's will. I'm a shadow, one that no light will shine on. As long as you follow me, you'll never see the day.
The group now has to travel to Shadow Moses Island. Mei Ling is ready to get involved as well. She's become the commander of the US ship, the Missouri. She's ready to bring her forces there to assist how she can.
He who submits to heaven shall live. He who defies heaven shall perish.
On the way, Snake has a dream of MGS1, and we actually replay the second area of the game, the helipad. Snake awakens, and one of the coolest little shots of the game shows him briefly with his MGS1 style. After this, we're thrust into the wilds of Alaska. We have to make it through the snowy forest surrounding Shadow Moses. We eventually come upon a worn down, destroyed, beaten to death facility, one that we're very familiar with. And of course, as we enter, we hear The Best Is Yet to Come playing over our speakers. We hear audio flashbacks to the Shadow Moses incident all over the place. We can walk along the helipad again. We can see the cameras for the first time again. We can crawl through the vents again and even see the rats noticing our appearance. This sequence is of course based in nostalgia, but I really do enjoy it. It's so nice to actually be able to traverse Shadow Moses, or at least part of it again, to see the veritable footprints that we left on this place, the slices in the walls from Grey Fox, the field where we fought Vulcan Raven, etc. On a surface level, it's really cool, but on a deeper level, Shadow Moses is a forgotten relic. The current conflict that we're engaged in has stakes that are much higher, and the things that we did here almost seem small in comparison. And Otacon makes a point to say that everyone involved in Shadow Moses, aside from Liquid, Ocelot, and Snake, are all dead at this point. Most have forgotten this place or never knew about it to begin with. MGS4 does a really good job at riding the line between good nostalgia and bad nostalgia. Like we talked about before, nostalgia is used to make a point in this game. It's used to further the premise that dragging things out for too long will lead to creating something that's a shadow of the original.
We're not men. We're shadows in the shape of men.
But that doesn't mean that the game doesn't take pleasure in revisiting some memories here and there. It's not trying to say that nostalgia is bad inherently, but it's trying to say that trying to recreate the past over and over will surely arrive at something that's lost a part of itself. When Snake reaches a door that can't be accessed without power, we end up traveling downstairs into the place that we fought Grey Fox. Snake is confronted by a gecko, and we can actually use the Mark II here to reactivate the electrified floor. While Snake is down here, he and Ocelot reflect on their first meeting in quite a touching moment.
It's not conjuring up any unpleasant memories, is it? I was being attacked by Frank Yeager.
Yeah, I remember.
If you hadn't shown up when you did, gives me the shivers just thinking about it. Snake, you saved my life.
Outside, we end up fighting Crying Wolf again and gain the railgun weapon from her. This battle and the Beauty's story lead Ocelot to reminisce on his time with Sniper Wolf. There's also a really funny moment here where Ocelot tells Snake to put in the second disc at the same place he would have in the first game. But of course, Metal Gear Solid 4 only came with one disc, noting the Blu-ray disc technology of the time. Of course, there were some games that still needed two discs on the PS3, but MGS4 wasn't one of them. I remember this moment and actually falling hook, line, and sinker for this troll. Me and my sister had rented this game soon after its release, and as soon as Otacon said it was time to put in the second disc, our hearts both sunk into our stomachs as we scrambled around thinking that the attendant at the video store had forgotten to give us the second part of the game. When we eventually reach the place where Rex is being held, we find out that Vamp has already taken the railgun. Vamp has set a trap for us, and we have to fight him in his own boss battle. We can take out Vamp with very normal means, loading him with as many bullets as we can, but he'll just come back to life. The only way to actually take him out is to stun him and use the syringe that Naomi gave us to stop his nanomachines from working. Once we do this, Raiden shows up. He and Vamp have their final duel now that they are on an even playing field as far as mortality goes. The game has a really awesome sequence where Snake has to fend off waves of incoming geckos that are trying to blow the place up, while Vamp and Raiden fight in a cutscene off to the side. This clearly diverts the player's attention between two spots. You want to watch this rad-ass cutscene, and in-world, Snake wants to see the outcome of this battle, whether his friend will survive. But you can't watch for too long, else you'll get blasted by a gecko. It's such a great idea and a really cool execution of an interesting concept. Of course, Raiden does come out on top in the end, killing Vamp. His nanomachines are keeping him in a half-alive state though, and Naomi wants to put him out of his misery. She feels as if Vamp represents her past, her sins, what her creations have wrought upon this world. She then tells Snake to stop the nuke and fulfill his destiny, tying back into the speech that she gave at the end of MGS1. She reveals that she was not unlike Vamp. She has cancer and was only being kept alive by her nanomachines. And since she wants to be free of this, she injects herself, dying in the process. Otacon just can't catch a break when it comes to women, man. Otacon has luckily got the Rex working again, and we have to take control of it. We have 5 minutes to get out of the base, while a horde of geckos are storming the place. It's one of the coolest things about this game that after all this time, we finally get to actually pilot a Metal Gear. We're taking out geckos like they're nothing, destroying platforms, blowing the whole place up. It's just awesome. It's Metal Gear doing what it does best, and just making things so fucking cool. And it doesn't stop here, because outside, Liquid has arrived, taking control of a Metal Gear Ray, and we get to battle him. I say get to because this feels like one of those boss battles that isn't a chore, but just an awesome treat. There's not a lot to say here outside of this is just awesome. Getting to see these two machines go at it, and also getting to be in control of that sequence is amazing. After the fight, Liquid seems to have taken his last breath, but he calls something down at that moment. He has summoned Outer Haven, a massive giant warship where he plans to launch the nuke from. This warship/platform also includes probably the craziest thing ever to be put in a Metal Gear game, which is a Mount Rushmore of Solid as Snake, Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, and Big Boss. Just absolutely insane. There's something to be said here as well about deifying game characters, and the fact that Big Boss had become a living icon, barely kept alive just for the purposes of status, but we'll get there later. Raiden then manages to stop Snake from being killed, sacrificing himself in the process. As he dies, he remembers a conversation that he had with Rose from MGS2. As Snake begins to lose consciousness, the Missouri starts to fire on Outer Heaven. This ends Act 4, Twin Suns. In many ways, this chapter exists as sort of an ode to MGS1. It's very romantic in how it deals with the first game. We see all these places, all these memories, and it doesn't just feel as if Kojima is showing these to us. It feels as if the player and the creator are both experiencing them together. This is a collective sort of event that we both take part in. And the culmination of this act gives Raiden his second chance against Vamp. It allows Otacon to see Vamp brought to justice. It allows Naomi to have her way out, to find freedom from these machines that she's created, this hell that she's wrought upon the world, and Snake and Liquid have their direct confrontation. Though this is not the end, we have one more act to get through. Act 5, Old Sun. During the briefing, we are informed by Mei Ling that the Missouri doesn't have enough speed to catch up with Liquid's vehicle. They're going to have to cut it close. Liquid has to move into position to be able to get close enough to launch his nuke. At the same time, Snake has to sneak on board Outer Heaven and wipe out GW's programming. This will prevent the nuke from launching at all. Unfortunately, there is a microwave corridor set up outside of where the AI is housed, the only way to get inside. The program we will be using was created by Naomi before she died. She sent it to Sunny, and Sunny finished writing the program. And right before the final mission begins, Otacon tries to get Snake to stop smoking, once again the world rejecting the old ways. Mei Ling is readying the ship, Drebin is providing the crew with some last-minute help, and Snake sets off onto Outer Heaven. As Snake, we have to sneak across the ship and get into an elevator on the other side. Once inside, Meryl has been taken captive and is being controlled by Screaming Mantis, who we have a boss battle with. Once she's defeated, we've taken out the B&B unit, and we get quite a few scenes of Psycho Mantis trying desperately to recreate the most impressive events from MGS1. Meryl and Snake approach the final chamber, but frogs are quickly advancing on their position. Meryl is going to have to stay behind and hold them off for Snake. This is a complete reversal of that role that Meryl has played before. Now the next generation really has inherited the things that Snake created. She is saving him this time around. As we walk through the final corridors of the game, Snake has flashbacks to previous conversations.
Tons of diamonds in force of tension, like these where words are spent, they are seldom.
Why don't we get somebody else? It's our duty.
We see Meryl being flooded with troops, and quickly she is overwhelmed. Luckily, Johnny arrives to save her. Apparently, he never had nanomachines. He was never injected, not because he was a prophet and saw all of this coming, but because he just didn't like needles. Johnny was really the only one that was out of the control of the system. The two confess their love to each other while fighting off frogs, and Snake is barely making it through the base. His nanomachines are finally breaking down, and even the syringe isn't working. Raiden shows up at the last minute, apparently not dead, to save him one last time, and with this, we reach the microwave chamber. The microwave chamber is a long, narrow corridor that Snake has to get through before he can reach the chamber that lets us access GW. These microwaves will surely kill Snake in this process, but in one final act of sacrifice, he decides to give himself up so that all of the people around him can continue on, so that they can live. While this is happening, we get another split scene. At the bottom is our normal gameplay, which just mostly consists of pressing on, pressing forward, with a couple of slight QTEs, and the top is a cutscene split between Raiden, Otacon, Meryl, Johnny, and Mei Ling. All of the people outside that are fighting on, that are helping to enable Snake to make this sacrifice. This paints a pretty clear image. This is what is keeping Snake going, his friends, the people that he's fighting for, everything that's worth saving. When Snake reaches the end of this corridor, he finds the chamber, a field of white flowers being preserved, and the cores of the AIs. This whole scene resembles a graveyard. Outside, all of our allies have been cornered, but Otacon manages to finally upload the virus. But the virus isn't stopping at GW, it's taking out everything. Naomi took a video of herself before her death to explain this. It was meant to take out all of the systems, to allow their country to be free once again. Though this does mean a complete end to the digital era, the information age will be gone. Snake once again loses consciousness and wakes up atop Outer Heaven. Liquid has brought him here. Apparently his goal all along was to free them from the control of the Patriots, to create a legion without allegiances. The two begin to fight and Snake is injected with a syringe. It all ends here. Everything ends with this. These two brothers will have one final duel, one to end them all. This is probably one of my favorite boss fights in the entire series because it manages to encompass everything that final boss fights are in the series, while also paying homage to the previous games. There are 3 phases to this fight, each representing one of the Metal Gear Solid games. Each phase changes the nameplates, their design, but also the names of who we are fighting. In the first phase, we see the classic green and blue health bars, with Solid Snake fighting Liquid. In the second phase, the design stays the same, but we are now fighting Liquid Ocelot. And in the third phase, we see the MGS3 updated beige bars, also with stamina meters beneath them, with Naked Snake fighting Ocelot. Each phase also sees a change in music, the theme from each game accompanying the fight it's associated with. The moves that we use, the camera angles of the battle, all change to reflect the game that we are effectively in. The fight is basically a hand-to-hand combat encounter. We can use CQC on Ocelot, at least in the third phase for MGS3. We can use punches and blocks, etc. It's pretty straightforward overall, but it's just so damn cool in the end. This is what Metal Gear Solid has always been about, riding this fine line between cool and substance. And this fight exemplifies that. Not only is it a badass battle between these two men, eternally locked in conflict, but it's also calling back to and replicating the previous games in the series. It's paying homage to those titles. It's this final sort of farewell, this reflection and thank you. And that's kind of the tone that this whole game has had. I wouldn't really call it a theme, but it's just an underlying feeling that the game has given off. Since this project was meant to wrap up so many stories, it feels like characters are getting their finales. People are dying, they're moving on, things are coming to a head. But at the same time, it feels like the creator and the team are saying, thank you for playing these games. The series wouldn't really get an overt, straight-to-the-point goodbye until the final game in the series, but that's outside of the scope of this video. This game, though, feels so much more emotional and romantic than any other game in the series, and that can really be felt through these final moments of gameplay. In the end, the two are just barely evenly matched, with Snake coming out just ahead in their final duel. Liquid's goal has been achieved though. Chaos will reign, and without the systems of control in place, the world will descend into the Wild West. This is what he thought Big Boss's vision was.
We are beasts, created by man. Unless the light is put out, the shadows cannot be erased. So long as there is light, erasing shadows will do no good.
With that, Liquid is dead. Otacon calls in to say that the group has won. Sonny altered the program at the last minutes. The Patriots no longer control the system, but they are still running, so the world won't fall into collapse.
Maybe It was her way of avenging Olga, her mother. Or maybe she wanted to shape the future into her own ideal image. Or maybe it was just one big defragmentation. Fox alive.
Before we move on to the very long finale of this game, I'd like to talk about Sunny for a moment. Sunny feels kind of like a throwaway character, but in my opinion, she's actually kind of the key to all of this. So who is Sunny exactly? Sunny is revealed about halfway through the game to be Olga Gorlukovich's child. You remember, the same woman that became the Gray Fox of MGS2? She revealed in that game that she was pregnant and the Patriots had taken her kid. This is left as an open thread at the end of MGS2 when Raiden asks about her. Raiden then rescued her from the Patriots in between games, and Snake and Otacon are now taking care of her. And Sunny really represents something larger. She stands for the idea of the next generation. She's a computer prodigy that sometimes even passes the skills of Otacon. She helped create the Mark II and saves the day at the end of the game. She's the youngest character in the game, meaning that the world they are saving is hers to inherit. But why is this important? Well, because like I said at the beginning of this video, Kojima has always been focused on passing things down to the next generation. This was the core idea of MGS2, the one he failed to fully realize, or at least people failed to really get and take in. And in this game, the next generation suffers. They are being robbed of life by the system. Sunny is being sheltered for fear of the dangerous world taking hold of her. Meryl also represents the next generation that Snake comes into contact with in MGS1. She's lost her ability to hope for the world and to believe in something great, plus she's fallen into the system. Raiden is the next generation that Snake was trying to pass things on to, and in MGS2, he really stood in for the player themselves. Now, Raiden has become a shell of a person, only existing to fight and keep fighting until there's no longer something to fight for. All of these characters paint a picture of a failure, but all of these characters will get a happy ending in the epilogue. And this is because they failed to let hope fall by the wayside. Regardless of how dark the world is, in the end, they still pushed through. They were inspired by the beast that is Snake, the beast that, during his final moments, his final efforts, decided to find peace for himself in a redemptive act. But we still haven't talked about Sunny's numbers. At the beginning of every act, Sunny recites a string of either numbers or phrases.
8, 9, 2, 5, 9, 0, 3, 6, 0.
The first act sees Sunny cracking 2 eggs. One comes out all right, and the yolk is broken on the other. The second scene sees her immediately breaking the first and second yolk. The third scene sees her cracking 2 eggs, with the second coming out with 2 yolks. And the final scene sees her cracking 2 eggs, each with normal yolks, and the eggs forming together to create 1. Each sequence actually reflects what will happen in this chapter. This is told to us from the beginning when she says that these eggs will determine if it's going to be a good day or a bad day. The first act has Snake and Liquid meeting, with the villain getting away. The second act has both yolks broken. Snake and Liquid both have losses this time around. In the third act, there are 3 eggs because Snake, Liquid, and Solidus, or at least his broken body, were all present. Yeah, that wasn't actually Big Boss's body, but we'll get to that. In the fourth act, the yolks come together and one survives, signaling the finale of the game. Now, Sunny is also singing numbers during these opening scenes. The first time she sings random numbers, the second time she sings numbers that are a part of the Fibonacci sequence, the third time she sings elements from the periodic table, and the fourth time she sings random Japanese names that have been present in the series before. Now, I couldn't really make heads or tails of this. Sure, it could just be a little Easter egg, something small put in there, but if it was, I don't think such significance would be made out of it. I have found one interpretation online that I think fits the narrative of MGS4 pretty well. I'd like to give full credit here to Reddit user Flash Medallion, because I did not arrive at this conclusion by myself. I'm actually not that smart. The things that Sunny is singing are all sequences. First, a pretty simple sequence with nothing tying it together, then a more complex sequence, then an even more complex sequence, and then a sequence that's seemingly incomprehensible. This string of sequences mirrors the games themselves and ties back into what MGS4 is trying to say about stringing things along, about the churning machine of media, nostalgia, and playing things out far past their expiration date. And this is just another tick on the list that shows and details Sunny's importance to the story. She is the next generation, and the next generation has potential. Even Otacon notes this at the end. He doesn't clearly know her intentions because she's allowed to make her own choices. We can pass things on to the next generation all we want, but at the end of the day, the world is theirs to inherit. They will do with it what they please, and our job is only to tell them what we felt was important, not to force them into something that we think is meaningful. Before we get to the end of this section, there's one pretty big epilogue here. The last string of cutscenes is actually the longest continuous cutscene in video game history, totaling 71 minutes or just over an hour. But don't worry, we won't take that long. The epilogue starts on Meryl's wedding. Basically, everyone is present except for Snake. Meryl and Campbell have patched things up at this point, and he's here to walk her down the aisle. Raiden is in the hospital, and Rose even gets her ending with Jack. She tells him that the marriage to Campbell was fake. They only did it to protect Jack and Rose's child. She had a kid after Raiden disappeared, and they wanted to keep the child away from people that would think it's his. We then cut to Snake, who's in the same graveyard that we saw at the beginning of the game. He gives a heart-wrenching monologue.
Our war is over. But there's one more thing I must do. One last punishment I must endure. Erase my genes. Wipe this meme from the face of the earth.
Snake has to take himself out. He has to take out the nuclear weapon that he has become. Shortly after this, we see a conversation between Otacon and Drebin. Drebin was never an employee of AT. He was actually employed by the Patriots. He was ordered to back Snake because Liquid's plan was to take out the Patriots. Liquid winning actually ended up going against their efforts. But now the Patriots have no control over them. Drebins are free to do as they please. Even though the Patriots are gone, though, there are still systems of control present. Drebin specifically references the UN. Humans will never leave these systems entirely behind.
Uncle Hal, when is Snake coming back?
Snake. Is sick. So he went on a trip to help him get better.
We're not going with him?
No. He needs to be alone.
The scene then cuts back to the graveyard. Snake couldn't pull the trigger. Someone else shows up. It's Big Boss. He wasn't actually on the boat. His body never burned up. That was just a ploy to fool them into thinking they got the legendary soldier, but they did not succeed. Big Boss was actually trapped under the AI JD and couldn't be released until the system was destroyed. We also learned that Otacon had used nanomachines to trick himself into thinking that he was Liquid. Liquid's consciousness wasn't actually taking over his body. He had just used tech to convince himself that it had. This fooled the system into thinking that he was actually Liquid, allowing him access. Big Boss then talks about Zero, who, if you remember, is his arch rival. Zero could never have foreseen what would happen with AIs. The AI ran rampant in the interest of making things more efficient. This led to the war economy and made the world dependent on it. Big Boss has brought Zero here and wants to take him out. With his death, the Patriots will officially be done for. But Big Boss is dying too. The Fox Die in Snake was used to take out his father, and it's already in him, doing its damage. Snake actually had new Fox Die put in him at some point, and it's now mutating and taking out the old version. Soon, all of it will be gone. He won't become this nuclear weapon that he was supposed to.
In the end, they're no more than a program.
Oh, all they can do is repeat the same pattern over and over again.
Liquid, Solidus, and Big Boss all fought to free themselves from structure and systems, but they never met those goals. Who's to say, though? Maybe they were free men because they did what they wanted. But isn't Snake the freest man there truly is? Fighting for what he believes in at any moment, going against the grain if that means doing what's right, even willing to sacrifice himself if it means saving the people around him. Regardless, Big Boss dies here, and with him, the old evils have gone from this world. This scene is just so damn emotional overall. Big Boss and Snake finally getting to meet again after all this time, the man that he was created from, but that wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. It's a classic dramatic interpretation of a father-son dynamic, and this dynamic is even deepened by the fact that in the Japanese version of the game, the voice actors are actually father and son who had an estranged relationship for a long time. This anecdote / story does get a bit exaggerated because the way that I originally heard it was that they hadn't talked for years before Kojima brought them together to record this scene, and it brought them back together, but from the research that I did, that isn't exactly true. It's still pretty powerful though, because you do get that dynamic in the recording. That realism is felt in the lines rather than simulated. After the credits, Snake and Otacon are talking. Since Snake is no longer a danger to the people around him, he can spend these last few days in peace.
You said it yourself, Snake. There's nothing inside you can pass on to the next generation. No genes, no memes. You're man-made. You're a beast.
I know. A blue rose.
Come quick! They're ready! They look yummy. Sort of like the sun. It's rising again.
Snake gets to live out his last days as he wanted to, with Sunny and Otacon, the people that he cares about. No missions, no wars, no battlefield, just happiness. And in the end, for as bleak and dark as Metal Gear Solid 4 makes itself seem, it actually ends on a high note, a happy ending. Kojima always seems to do this. I don't know if the man is actually capable of making a game that doesn't have some sort of silver lining in the end. Metal Gear Solid 3 probably has the saddest ending, but it's still a positive. The heroes still win in that situation. But before we move on, let's take a quick look at MGS4 as a whole. The reason that I love this game so much is because I think it's incredibly ambitious. It tries to articulate something that I don't think is inherently very easy to convey. This idea that we should let things die, that we should let things cease, leaving on a high note, is sort of foreign to most people. And if you want to talk about Kojima being ahead of his time, here's one of the best examples. Because as the modern media machine goes, it just profits off of bringing back any old idea that anyone had even the slightest bit of fondness for, dragging it back out of the grave to give it one last hurrah and get those applauses from the audience. I mean, hell, as I write this script, Deadpool and Wolverine is the biggest movie at the box office, a film that completely plays on nostalgia and references as its main draw. These things are incredibly common today, and part of the blame lies on the studios and creators that let this stuff fly. They've set a precedent. They don't know when to say no to an audience, and some of that blame is expressed here in Kojima's own game. It begs the question, was Kojima satisfied with Metal Gear Solid 4? And I would like to think so, but we can never really know. Kojima isn't exactly the type of developer to talk specifically about themes or things that he meant for his games. Maybe small tidbits here and there, but he also isn't even really the type to do that many interviews in the first place. We won't have a definitive answer on what Metal Gear Solid 4 meant to Kojima. We can really only determine what it means for us. And while the game truly feels like the finale the series deserved, one final hurrah while the sun is rising, this wasn't quite the end of the series. Kojima wanted to go back and revisit an old idea to try and perfect it this time around. Wait, don't go just yet. I wasn't quite done talking. There's 2 more games that I need to talk about before we move on to Metal Gear Solid 5. With MGS3, we didn't quite get the full story of Big Boss. I mean, we got the origin story, but how exactly did he become a villain? How did he go from saving the world in a jungle to setting up Outer Heaven as a coup against Zero and the Patriots? How did he get to the point where he's fighting his own son? This was a massive gap in the timeline from 1964 to 1995. In Metal Gear Solid 3, Naked Snake became Big Boss, but in reality, he's not really the big boss yet. Eventually, he's going to become the enemy of Solid Snake. I want to tell the story of how Big Boss began and what changed him. So this is what Kojima wanted to do. He wanted to tell this story. How did it all go so wrong? And this would happen in a title called Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, released on the PSP in Japan on April 29th, 2010, in the US on June 8th, 2010, in Australia on June 17th, 2010, and in the EU on June 18th, 2010. Even though this game released on the PSP and it was not a numbered title in the series, don't go wrong thinking that it was not canon or that it was not important to the story of Metal Gear Solid. It's the only non-numbered game in the series that is actually canon. This is mostly because Kojima directed this game himself. This effectively was not really a spin-off title. It took the ideas that Portable Ops were trying to implement with its design and perfected them, creating something incredibly unique and interesting, especially for the time. The game begins as we're in the shoes of Naked Snake once again. This story takes place in 1974, 10 years after the events of MGS3. After a short tutorial on the beach, Snake and Kazuhira Miller are meeting someone named Galvez, a scholar working for the Costa Rican government. Costa Rica has no army, and armed forces are actually moving in on it currently, terrorizing the local people. Galvez believes that these are CIA people that are invading their country. Snake and Kaz have created an organization called MSF, or Military Sans Frontiers. He wanted to hire their organization to take out these CIA men. Snake doesn't really want to accept this job at first, but he reluctantly agrees after meeting Paz. Paz Ortega is a young girl who stumbled upon the group's facility after looking for her friend who was captured. It seems like Snake is really doing this for her rather than the job itself. Snake has a suspicion that Galvez is working for the KGB. If they take the job and it is CIA on the other side, they'll have no home to go back to. Galvez confirms these suspicions. The KGB's target is Central America. The KGB is currently using the Sandinista National Liberation Front, SNLF, to help them in their efforts. The CIA obviously has something else planned, but they aren't sure what. Snake isn't even fully convinced until he hears the cassette tape that Galvez found. It has the voice of the boss, as if she's still alive somewhere nearby. This convinces Kaz that this is a trap, but Snake decides to do this for Paz, for peace. Peace Walker shares a lot of similarities in terms of gameplay with Portable Ops. Rather than being a straightforward stealth game about making it through linear levels and getting to the goal, the added element of building up a base is there along with it. Galvez gifts MSF an offshore plant, which the group decides to call Mother Base, and our goal is to expand this base, collect soldiers, and get operations started. And this turns out to be a lot more intricate than Portable Ops. Rather than running around dragging enemies to a truck to take them back to our base, we use the Fulton balloon system to extract them. As long as they're knocked out, we can extract them back to our base, gaining another soldier in our ranks. This is another addition to the stealth gameplay aspect, incentivizing sneaking rather than going in head first. If we kill enemies, then we won't be able to extract them and use them in our own organization. Each soldier has their own stats, their own proficiencies. What department they'll fit best in is determined by their natural abilities. There are 5 units that the soldiers can be assigned to. The combat unit will automatically generate GMP, which is the currency in this game. We can use this currency to create and research weapons and equipment. This also helps us upgrade those same weapons and equipment. And this is pretty important because a rank 2 and a rank 3 weapon will make all the difference in the world when it comes to dealing damage. The combat unit is also used to send soldiers out in the field on their own missions for extra GMP. The R&D team is the one that actually allows us to develop the weapons. The R&D team needs to be at a certain rank for us to even have the ability to upgrade or develop new equipment. The mess hall unit raises morale, which if high enough actually enhances the stats of all of our soldiers, which as you can probably tell is very important. The medical team treats sickness that might spread, making it less likely for sickness to spread in the first place, and they also heal soldiers that have taken wounds in battle. If we manually use a soldier in battle and they are hurt, or if they take damage when they are sent out in the field automatically, they can get treated in the sickbay, and the medical team determines the level of the treatment that they get. The final team, Intel, determines how much resupply we get in the battlefield or how much support the other units get on the field. There's another very large purpose that they serve later in the game, but we'll get there down the line. At first, these teams mostly seem like they are secondary. We could probably get through most of the game pretty easily without upgrading much, but they actually become critical towards the end of the game. And outside of these pieces of management, most of Peace Walker is pretty simple. We run through small areas just like in Portable Ops, and we generally have to make it to a specific area or get out of a specific area. All of the missions in Peace Walker are organized into main ops and side ops. The main ops are the main missions of the game, split up into 5 chapters, but the side ops are all manner of different extra missions that we can take on. These have a variety of benefits to them. We can use them to gain and extract more soldiers, we can use them to get more resources, and if we get a high ranking on the mission, we can get more heroism. Heroism is a numerical representation of how far the Legend of Big Boss and the MSF group has spread. With the increase of this number, soldiers will actually volunteer to join our cause. These are basically free soldiers, and the higher our heroism, the higher the ranking of these soldiers are. Certain teams' levels will also be required to expand Mother Base, adding new platforms and areas to it. The normal gameplay of Peace Walker is actually really easy. This is mainly because the original version of the game on the PSP added a way to move the camera around. Portable Ops did not have this, but because this was meant to be a full-on Metal Gear game, they wanted this functionality in Peace Walker so that it didn't feel like going backwards. Unfortunately, the PSP doesn't have a second thumbstick to allow the player to control the camera. The solution to this problem was to allow the player to control the camera with the face buttons. Triangle would move the camera up, circle would move it right, X would move it down, and square would move it left. This solution works for the most part until we get into the boss battles, which are probably my biggest issue with the game overall. But there's an easier way to play Peace Walker because it was included in the Legacy Collection that was released on the PS3. You can actually use the thumbstick to control the camera, but because of the way the game was originally designed, with the difficulty and finicky nature of the camera control, most of the levels just become so incredibly easy. It's very simple to just stealth your way through, never getting an alert and just taking out enemies, Fulton extracting everyone you can see. It does make it kind of fun though, and S ranks become more of an attainable thing rather than something you have to work towards over a long time. And don't get me wrong, there is difficulty to Peace Walker, but we'll get there in a bit. As soon as Snake starts looking into the CIA presence in Costa Rica, he finds out they're bringing nukes into the place, because, of course, why wouldn't they be? We meet one of the Sandinista rebels named Amanda, who gives us some information on the CIA. Her father was killed, and she is now taking care of her brother Chico. Chico is pretty quickly taken captive, and we have to track him down. This leads us to a local banana factory that Amanda says is being used for drug refining. Eventually, we find a local village where Chico is being kept. Snake ends up bringing him back to Mother Base, but before that, he tells Snake that the CIA has been loading their cargo onto a train. Our next goal is to track that train down. By the time we get there, the trains have already been unloaded onto trucks, which leads us onto another trail to find the trucks. Once we find these, Snake is late once again and the nukes have already been unloaded. But making it into the main base, Snake sees 2 people arguing, a scientist named Huey Emmerich and Coldman. Huey created something, a valuable weapon for Coldman, but it was originally meant for deterrence, and now Coldman wants to launch it. We then have our first boss fight of the game. This is against the Pupa, a machine that Huey himself created. Each major boss in the game is controlled by an AI pod, which is the weak point of the machine. The Pupa specifically is like a fast-moving tank on wheels. Our goal is to hit the pod, mainly with either some form of rocket launcher, or if we run out of ammo, a machine machine gun. Taking down its health over time can be a pain, especially because the pupa has a ton of tools in its arsenal. It can cast out mines that we have to destroy, or they'll shock us to death. The boss will shoot machine guns, charge at us, and use electricity to try and end Snake. We also run out of ammunition pretty quickly, and we'll have to use some sort of resupply box to call in more ammo. This becomes standard fare moving forward because what we start the battle with is almost never enough to actually take the boss out. In general, the boss battles in this game are a huge difficulty spike compared to the rest of it. This is mainly because the boss battles were designed with co-op in mind. Peace Walker had a pretty heavy multiplayer component to it that you were definitely encouraged to use. You were supposed to be taking on the pupa with a group of friends, not solo. But obviously, since that isn't possible today, we just have to charge through it with brute force. The pupa is probably the easiest boss in the game, and the later ones will definitely test your patience a bit more, but this is where it begins. After we defeat a boss, we can pull boards out of the AI pod. Each of these boards controls a different section of the machine, and these actually tie back into another system that we'll get into at the end. After we defeat the pupa, Snake talks to Huey, who admits that he designed the weapon. He designed the ultimate weapon called Peace Walker. It was originally meant to be a deterrent, but that never works out in the end. If it wasn't obvious, Huey Emmerich is Hal Emmerich's father, and since Huey's father was involved in the Manhattan Project, he feels like he has an obligation to fight for peace. Peace Walker's final test is 5 days from now. It still isn't quite finished yet, as the AI pod needs touching up. It's currently being worked on by a Dr. Strangelove in a research lab nearby. We recruit Huey to the team and begin looking for the base. When we eventually find this base after voyaging through the jungle and rescuing some others, Snake sees the boss's horse. He is initially confused, but it seems that Strangelove had a bit of an affinity for the boss. The AI that she's working on has been crafted from her personality. That's why we heard the voice earlier on the cassette tape. We end up having to fight the next AI-controlled machine, the Chrysalis. This one is less of a tank and more of a helicopter, flying above the ground and attacking from the shadowy fog on the outskirts of the arena. Once Snake destroys it, he once again has to rip out boards from the core. This brings back old feelings that Snake has about his former mentor. He feels like he never got real closure, and neither does Strangelove. Snake has to relive killing the boss through this as well.
Why did she take that mission? How did she feel about dying? Why was I chosen?
You want to know the truth?
Ah!
The truth won't change the past. You still want to know?
No. I took on this mission for a kid who believes in peace.
Snake's next goal is now to stop the construction of Peace Walker, which leads him to a mining facility where he fights the Cocoon, a much larger AI weapon. Standing under it is actually our only course of defense against the thing. Inside this pod, Snake has a conversation with this AI-constructed boss, but him killing her was not programmed into this machine. She has no memory of it. After we destroyed this third machine, we are confronted by Coldman. He is working with the CIA and they plan to take over South America. He also adds that he was involved in the Snake Eater mission 10 years ago. He was the one in charge of planning. Snake is then taken prisoner, and while this is happening, he flashes back to the events of MGS3. When he wakes up, he's being tortured by Strangelove, who wants answers about the boss. She wants to know if she really sacrificed herself for her country, or if she was a traitor. During this sequence, we have to mash buttons to endure the torture, just like previous torture sequences in the MGS series. But damn if this isn't the most difficult and frustrating one yet. For some reason, there are 3 sections in which you have to mash the triangle button as fast as possible, and this whole thing just goes on so long. I'm honestly not one to rage at video games, but I will admit that I smashed the right thumbstick and broke a very cheap Chinese PS3 controller, forcing me to get an actual licensed Sony one to replace it. When we do get out of this sequence, we have to escape the prison, and getting out of the door isn't enough because we actually have to sneak around the guards that are outside. Once we get out and make contact with Kaz again, we find out that Paz has gone missing. Our goal, since we were captured and taken to the base, is to find the hangar and destroy Peace Walker. When we find Coldman, he's already holding Paz hostage. He has decided to launch their deterrence nuke at Snake's base because no one will miss a bunch of mercenaries. With that, Peace Walker is being launched and we have to take it down. This fight is pretty similar to the other boss battles in the game. We have to target the AI pod on the machine while avoiding Peace Walker rushing at us, trying to douse us in flame, and sending volleys of rockets our way. It's actually a pretty easy fight, but you would be wildly mistaken if you thought this was the end of the game or that this was the last boss fight, because Peace Walker actually gets away here. After we chase the machine down, it still manages to outrun us. The boss's horse dies and Coldman has taken pause, as he thinks she has a connection to Galvez and the KGB. With Peace Walker heading to a different area so that it can launch its nuke, we have to infiltrate one final base. After a few pretty hectic missions, sneaking around places that are filled to the brim with soldiers, we finally confront Coldman. Peace Walker has been loaded with fake data because the AI was programmed to only launch a real nuke in retaliation. But the people on the other side will think nukes are actually coming their way, fooling them into making the first move. In a massive double cross though, Galvez arrives, whose real name is Zadornov. He has planned to take over the base and has been using the boss this entire time, to use him as an icon and a legend. MSF arrives at the last moment to save the day, determining that they will take Zadornov prisoner and Paz will stay with the team at Mother Base. At this time, Coldman activates the launch and all the false data is sent across the world. The people at NORAD are arguing over whether to hit the switch and retaliate before they're all wiped out. Of course, it all comes down to Snake, to take out the AI and destroy Peace Walker for good. We have another fight with the weapon, which is probably the hardest in the game and was where my frustration with Peace Walker really came to a head. Now, Peace Walker is actually really good for what it is. I mean, most people probably emulate it these days or play it on the PS3 version, and eventually, with some hope, it'll even show up in a Master Collection at some point. But for a PSP title, this game is jam-packed with content. You could spend hundreds of hours trying to build up soldiers, unlock all of the equipment, completing every mission, every side op, and even listening to all of the cassette tapes. There's just a ton to do here, and while Portable Ops was the alpha for this idea, Peace Walker kind of feels like the beta version. I think that MGS5 would fully take this idea and run with it, but there were definitely some kinks to work out along the way. Up until this point, the game had a pretty smooth flow to it, though I did take the time and stop to do quite a lot of the extra ops in the game. It didn't really feel like they were mandatory. That was until I reached the second Peace Walker battle. If you play through the game normally, even stopping to do some extra content, there's just no way you can beat this boss with your current equipment. After a few tries, I realized that I just needed better weapons overall. It wasn't that I was doing poorly, it's that at a certain point I would just run out of ammo, even if I was placing shots well, even if I was conserving everything. This is because of the point I made before, that the boss battles were designed for multiple people, and since this is no longer possible, it's time to grind. My biggest issue was that the law that I was using just wasn't powerful enough. That meant I needed to upgrade it to rank 3. To do this, I had to drastically level up my R&D unit, but this didn't just mean grabbing random soldiers from the battlefield because most of them have pretty low skills. This meant actually targeting prisoners. We can find prisoners in many different areas and missions, and they are even more valuable because they have better skills naturally. So I found one mission that allowed me to extract one prisoner, and I figured out that I could do it in about 23 seconds or so every time. This led to me running this mission over and over and over again. Replacing the lower ranked crew members with the new ones who had better R&D skills allowed my rating to climb slowly, inching up toward the required level that I needed to develop the Law rank 3. But even when I did develop it, I realized that the development time was ages long and I would have to complete about 20 more missions for it to complete. So I ran the same mission over and over and over. Of course, I could have taken this time to complete some other side ops that I hadn't finished yet, and I did do some of those, but the grind really just took a lot of the enjoyment out of the game for me right at the end. I can't really fault the original product for this though. I think that the original version of the game was meant to be played differently. It isn't the game's fault that it hasn't been re-released and tuned for single players. But when I finally did beat Peace Walker, it was incredibly satisfying to say the least. Snake ends up calling NORAD and convincing them that the data is fake. He has to go into the AI pod and rip out the boards while the boss AI speaks, slowly devolving into gibberish. It's an auditory pain that Snake has to go through, effectively killing the boss once again. Snake eventually destroys the machine, but the AI pod takes over and walks into the lake to take itself out. This is clear proof that the sacrifice the boss made was real. When she was recreated, she still did the same thing. She ended her own existence so that others could live on. In the end, the story of Peace Walker deals a lot with Snake getting over the boss's death, the aftermath of that event, his trauma surrounding it, and living in a world without the boss's influence. It's also a game that deals with the boss's intentions as we watch those slowly devolve over time, warp and change into something new. It's effectively a game about the slippery slope towards evil. But if you know anything about Peace Walker, even though we see credits here, this isn't the real ending to the game. There's actually a whole other chapter in the game that can only be accessed under specific circumstances. After Kaz and Snake get back to Mother Base, they've accepted Paz into their ranks, Strangelove is even working with them, and Zadornov is permanently put in the brig, being kept prisoner. This soon changes as Zadornov begins escaping from Mother Base and we have to track him down. 6 separate missions take place, each broken up by periods where we think it's over, where we think he couldn't escape again. And when he escapes the last time, we're given no indication as to where he is. This is because we need to, first, trigger a set of circumstances that will allow us to even find him. One of the biggest things that I haven't talked about yet in terms of game mechanics is the Metal Gear. That's right, Peace Walker allows us to build our own Metal Gear Zeke. This is because MSF quickly realizes that they will need their own form of deterrence no matter what. Because they're growing so large, they're becoming almost a nation on their own, they will eventually be targeted. They can't just be sitting ducks. So we have to make our own Metal Gear. This is done by grabbing parts from the different AI weapons that we face in boss battles. Defeating a weapon will see us getting a variety of scrapped pieces that can be used to create head, legs, power unit, and walk. Each of these need a certain number of scrapped parts so that we can create our own version of that unit. The AI boards that we steal from various AI weapons will also be used in the AI for our Metal Gear. Once this is complete, we can actually deploy our Metal Gear, sending it to do battle in the unit fights that we send soldiers on. Creating a functional Metal Gear along with a host of other requirements like having a second platform on the base will actually trigger the final mission. When Zadornov escapes for the final time, we can actually find him hiding out in one of the very first side op missions. He's hidden above the marksmanship training area on Mother Base, something that the game gives us absolutely no indication of. When we find him, he tries to kill Snake and our hero is forced to shoot him. We then get an alert that someone has taken over Metal Gear Zeke. It turns out to be the person that we would least expect, Paz Ortega. Apparently Paz has been working with another organization this whole time, Cypher, and she clearly hints at the fact that Zero is involved with this group. Cypher, much like the Patriots, wants to control information and guide people in a certain direction. Paz offers that MSF be Cypher's boots on the ground in this mission, but Snake declines. Paz plans to use Zeke to launch a nuke at the east coast of the US. Of course, this means we have to take Zeke down. This is the actual final boss fight of the game, defeating Paz as she controls Zeke. This fight overall is such a genius move, hiding the real ending behind a bunch of secret missions that at first seem like filler, only giving the real truth behind things to the people that were determined enough to find it, and also using our own creation against us, something that we've been working towards all game, creating our own Metal Gear. Our own creation becomes our own destruction. The fight is pretty great too, aside from the obvious tuning issues. There are 2 platforms on Mother Base, one that allows us to call an airstrike on Zeke, and the other that allows us to call in resources like ammo or rations. I gave up on using the airstrike platform pretty quickly because Zeke hits like a Mack truck, and we can be decimated really easily. My favorite way to take out the Metal Gear was just to hit it from long range while using what very little cover I had. In the end, Zeke is defeated.
Listen to me, Big Boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace.
Paz is then ejected out of Zeke and manages to get away. In the real ending of the game, Huey and Strangelove show signs of a budding romance, hinting that she would become Otacon's mother. Kaz reveals that Paz was actually working for the KGB and Cypher. She was a triple agent the whole time. Snake and Kaz are both sort of hopeful for the future. MSF is their dream, their mercenary nation, their future. Both of them are ready to fight whatever comes their way, to fight against the times. During the post-credits scene, the 2 talk about Snake's feelings toward the boss. Moving forward, he refuses to lay down his gun like she did, once again misunderstanding her will and what it actually meant when she laid down her gun.
And yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven and our hell. This is utter heaven.
Peace Walker as a whole is pretty fun overall. As much as I've complained about its design, I do think it works really well as a Metal Gear game for the most part. And part of this is just because of how addicting actually building your base is. Getting soldiers from the field, fitting them into your team, developing everything, and making it all work is really well done. It just feels like this big effort, the things that Big Boss would have actually been doing, overseeing something this large. But the game isn't afraid to show us the ground level of this as well, the people who made all this happen, the feeling of camaraderie and how this started as a valiant effort and slowly slid away from Big Boss. I do think the themes, ideas, and mechanics would come through a lot stronger in MGS5, but Peace Walker is definitely more overlooked than it should be. But we still have one more game to talk about before we move on to the final chapter. Sometime during the development of Peace Walker, another team at Konami began working on a spin-off for the Metal Gear series. This was originally envisioned as a game about the boss and her Cobra unit, and because Kojima was busy working on Peace Walker, he was only available in a producer role. This idea was quickly scrapped because the team found it difficult to work on the project without Kojima. Eventually, the idea was changed to feature Raiden instead and focus on his transition from MGS2 to how we see him in MGS4. This title was originally meant to be called Metal Gear Rising. Kojima Productions was hard at work on the idea, a mix of high-flying action and the stealth that Metal Gear fans had come to know and love. The project was all over the place, and eventually core members of the team had to be moved to other places in the company before the idea was scrapped and cancelled entirely. Kojima found a way to fix this though. He wasn't ready to let go of the idea entirely, and when Atsushi Inaba of Platinum Games had asked him how the Metal Gear series was going, he had the idea to bring them in to finish the work on Metal Gear Rising. The game changed drastically, and the involvement from Platinum Games obviously shifted the game into a full action game, while retaining minimal elements of stealth. When we started working with Platinum Games, they really loved the Metal Gear games, but more than that, they are really proud of their action games and have specific ideas about what they think is fun and what they think the players will really enjoy. So when they came to us with all of these ideas that were outside what we thought of as Metal Gear, and we thought, if we're doing something new, we can go that far. Actually, we have to go that far. The game's title was eventually changed to Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance and was released on February 19, 2013 for the PlayStation and Xbox 360 and on January 9, 2014 for Windows. I won't talk too incredibly long about Metal Gear Rising, mainly because the story is pretty non-canon to the Metal Gear franchise overall, and it's actually entirely different in design from the whole series. That being said, none of this means that I didn't like Metal Gear Rising. The game is actually incredibly fun and a fantastic action game. The game is set 4 years after Metal Gear Solid 4. It centers around Raiden working for a group called Maverick that acts as a security firm. It's pretty simple overall, mostly seeing Raiden go up against a PMC called World Marshal and a group of evil cyborgs that want to bring back the war that is now mostly gone from the world in the wake of the Patriots' destruction. There's some really great moments in here, like a server room full of child brains that are being trained in VR simulations constantly to create the ultimate cyborg soldiers, or the final confrontation with a nanomachine roided out senator who is badass for all the right reasons. And the action in the game is just so well done. The game completely nails the feeling that we got from seeing Raiden fight in MGS4. If you saw Raiden slinging around geckos in that game and said, "Man, I want to do that," then you're in for a good time. Most of the battle system sees us hacking and slashing, building combos, parrying and dodging enemies, all of which is standard fare for this genre. But there's a pretty cool blade mode that allows us to slow down time and slice enemies into pieces based on where we place our cuts. This can also be used to regenerate health in the heat of battle by harvesting the enemy's organs. The whole game is just insane at every moment, over the top in every way, and uses some badass music to punctuate its epic scenes of battle. It's just such a cool game, and it's the complete opposite of Metal Gear Solid 4. It's a total change of pace because it isn't really trying to take itself seriously, it's just trying to give the player a really good time. One of the only negatives of the game for me, when looked at from the overall perspective of the Metal Gear series, is that it does just kind of shit all over Metal Gear Solid 4's ending, especially when it comes to Raiden. At the end of MGS4, it sort of feels like Raiden has found peace, and then 4 years later he's back to the same old shit again. But that complaint is kind of negated by the fact that you can actually just ignore the canonicity of this game entirely. It honestly doesn't even really feel like a Metal Gear game. It's honestly just a really fun spin-off game that does action incredibly well, has a pretty decent story overall, and is just a great edgy action game. I only really included it here for the sake of comprehensiveness, but it honestly wouldn't feel right dissecting this game down to its bones, because at the end of the day, it's just cool. The next entry in the Metal Gear Solid series was set to be Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain, but because of some issues with development, which we'll get into later, the Phantom Pain was taking a lot longer than they expected. This is where Ground Zeroes comes in. It was meant to be a prologue to the Phantom Pain, a small slice of the full entry that we would get next. Kojima envisioned it as a Hollywood-like intro to the fifth game. If this were a movie, then this was the action-packed beginning section that starts everything off before the real story begins. Ground Zeroes was first revealed at a private 25th anniversary celebration for the Metal Gear series. The game would be running on the Fox engine, the newest piece of technology that the team at Kojima Productions had cooked up. The engine was miles ahead of what they were working with on MGS4, and they were definitely making a big deal out of it. The team was planning on using the engine for all their future projects. Konami published a cryptic site that showcased lighting from the engine. They displayed the engine in use at E3. Kojima was posting about it on Twitter. It was clear at the time that a lot of work went into this piece of tech and that it was shaping up to be something special. Metal Gear Solid 5: Ground Zeroes was released on the Sony PlayStation 3 and 4, the Microsoft Xbox 360 and Xbox One on March 18th, 2014. Now, there's a bunch of other things that were missing in the timeline from when Ground Zeroes was revealed to when it was released, but we'll get to that in a bit. Up until the release of this game, fans were really confused as to what Ground Zeroes actually was. It was only priced at $30, so this clearly wasn't a full AAA experience on its own, but was it half of one? Was it just a demo? Was it just one mission? People weren't really sure. Kojima tried to clear this up in some interviews, but he wasn't doing too many at all at the time, so it seems like those explanations weren't really reaching all of the fans. What Ground Zeroes actually turned out to be was a sort of prologue mission for MGS5, only set in one area called Camp Omega, but featuring tons of replayability in the form of extra missions and secrets. It also mostly functions like Metal Gear Solid 5 itself in terms of the raw gameplay. Of course, we don't have the base building aspect here, so we don't upgrade weapons, we don't develop new tech, but the game itself plays pretty similarly to MGS5. For this reason, I mostly won't go into the intricacies of gameplay for Ground Zeroes. I'll just cover everything once we get to the Phantom Pain. All of the missions in Ground Zeroes are set in one place, called Camp Omega. Not much is known about the place when we first venture in, only that it's some sort of prison camp and that we need to extract both Chico and Paz from the area. The first mission begins with a strange man walking up to Chico's cage that he's been kept in. He claims that Paz told them everything, and they already killed her. He then gives Chico a cassette tape, and Here's to You by Sacco e Vanzetti begins playing. This song was also in Metal Gear Solid 4 and was meant to reflect the original ending of that game. Kojima intended for Otacon and Snake to turn themselves in after the finale, where they would be put to death by a firing squad. Here's to You is a song about Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti, two anarchists who were convicted of the murder of two men during an armed robbery. They were eventually sentenced to death, though most of the public thought they were innocent. This was meant to reflect the hero's death that Otacon and Snake would be receiving, but Kojima's team convinced him not to do this.
Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
The last time that we saw Paz, she was in the hidden ending of Peace Walker, proclaiming that she was working for Zero and a secret group that he was heading called Cypher. Chico still remained on the Mother Base team at the end of Peace Walker. Ground Zeroes picks up directly after that game, but as you can see, Paz has now been captured by Cypher, and so has Chico. Supposedly, a Belizean fisherman found Paz somewhere in the ocean, and Chico was captured trying to rescue Paz. Cypher wants to interrogate Paz because they think she might be a double agent, really working for MSF in the end. MSF is particularly concerned with her because she's the group's only connection to Cypher, and they wouldn't want that information getting out into the world. At the same time as this mission, Mother Base, the one that we built in Peace Walker, is undergoing an inspection from the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. The folks back at Mother Base have their story all wrapped up, and they're hiding the nukes so that no one suspects a thing. Huey is making sure everything goes as planned. The mission couldn't wait because they have no idea if Paz or Chico will be killed, and as we'll see shortly, no one would want these kids in this kind of danger for any longer. We then watch as this new mystery figure erases the XOF logos on his helicopter, rips the patches off his men, and flies out of Camp Omega. Snake is introduced once again, one final time with his signature line.
Kept you waiting, huh?
We're then left to our own devices at this prison camp. Now, the way that we go about this mission is sort of up to us. We definitely have a first objective, which is to find Chico, but we can interrogate guards, we can search for weapons or supplies, we can move around the areas, explore the different environments of the camp. Camp Omega is laid out in basically 5 distinct parts. First, we have the left tent section, which seems to be some sort of soldier's housing. The second is the section that is directly in front of us when we start our mission. Some industrial buildings lie here, a watchtower, and some vehicles. The third section to the right has some more tents, but it also has a rocky outcropping, a sheer cliff which holds the prisoners at Camp Omega. The fourth section is to the north from where we start. It contains a helipad, some buildings and watchtowers, and the outside of the main base. The final section is the main base itself, with a few hallways running underneath it, some buildings inside, and a distinct area downstairs that we'll get to in a moment. Now, the large draw of Camp Omega is just how well designed it is. There are guards placed in nearly every area, but obviously there's some blind spots. There's patrol vehicles that circle the area. Guards will sometimes meet up with each other, split or walk in pairs. There's verticality as well, with guards posted up high with spotlights that will blind us and also make our position incredibly clear to the enemy. There's guards on the ground that will appear out of nowhere, but there are just so many damn ways to approach each situation. For example, let's talk about extracting Chico. Chico's location is to the right of where we start the mission. He's located near the cliff of the facility in a prisoner's camp. When we begin, we're confronted with a soldier in a watchtower in front of us and a gate that we must go through to get to the rest of the base. This is clearly a funnel that we must go through to enter the base proper, but once we exit that funnel, the world is our oyster. We can take a path directly to the right, hugging the fence and taking out enemies along the way, especially the soldier in the watchtower that's ahead of us. We can also take that same path, but cut through the tents in the center for more cover. We can go around all of this by heading to the warehouse-like buildings in the center for even more cover, and then wrapping around the tent area to find another path to the prisoner camps. And obviously, Metal Gear Solid 5 as a whole is more of an open world game than previous entries in the series, but this drastically opens up stealth opportunities for the player. It makes our approach truly our approach. Our distinct way of handling each situation will make our path our own. This truly makes the player feel as if they are in Snake's shoes once again, something that Kojima has been trying to do since the MSX era. The game also puts a heavy focus on preparing to enter the mission. Preparation is absolutely key in Ground Zeroes. Unless we already know where the enemies are, it's not advised to just start waltzing into the base and cruising around. We need to be able to find the enemy positions first. Using our binoculars and marking targets is very important so that we can keep track of enemy routes. We can take out enemies in our way, and just so that we don't get surprised when we're taking on this mission. And while we're at it, let's talk about the Fox engine. It's something that I'll return back to quite a lot during this video, but the thing just looks so damn good. I also can't really fully articulate how good this game feels to play compared to past entries in the series. And that isn't to say that any of the other games play bad, it's just to make the point that Metal Gear Solid 5 has the advantage of technology and experience on its side. Aiming is better than it's ever been, the lighting systems and shaders and textures all look gorgeous, every inch of this environment looks beautiful. This is something that will obviously carry over into the main game as well, but Ground Zeroes is our first introduction to the Fox engine outside of some soccer games. I also love the setting of Ground Zeroes, a rainy night at a prisoner camp in the ocean. It just feels so dark, so dreary and ominous. It truly feels like a prologue because you can sense something is awry, something is waiting in the shadows that's about to strike, and we're not ready for it at all. At some point, we eventually find Chico's cage. He's among a dozen other prisoners who are also locked up with bags over their heads. When we find Chico, he's listening to the tape that the mystery man gave him. He seems like he either doesn't recognize Snake or like he doesn't want to be rescued at all. Snake eventually has to subdue him by choking him out. We then have to bring Chico to the helicopter to get him out of this place. On the way, he gives us the cassette tape that he was listening to. It was no song, it's actually a recording of Paz being tortured. We can use the audio clues in the tape to determine where she's being held in the camp. Now, first of all, I want to point something out about Ground Zeroes. The tone of Ground Zeroes is wildly different to any of the other games in the series. This game and Phantom Pain are a lot more brutal than previous entries, and they're way darker. In my opinion, I feel like this gives the games the room to tell different stories and pursue different themes, but it also creates a wildly different tone for the games. This new world that we're entering is brutal, it's careless, it's unfeeling, and the game uses that to further the themes that it's trying to present to the audience. I also want to point out the fact that I love the idea of forcing the player to listen to a tape to determine the location of an objective. Making us decipher audio clues gives us another level of interactivity with the game. It forces us out of our seat and makes us far less passive than we would be if we just had a marker on the map. It also ties back into the tone of the game by forcing us to listen to this torture tape while trying to be unfeeling ourselves and get information out of this. But it's hard to be unfeeling when we still have such a connection to Paz. Sure, she betrayed MSF at the end of Peace Walker, but she was still just a kid. She was being used by the parties at hand. Zero was using her to try to get at Snake in any way that he could. There's always going to be some level of innocence there, and it's hard to hear a character like that go through pain. A lot of this game feels like it's far more reflective of the modern era of war, and a lot of that modern era is steeped in the idea of the spread of information. A level of connection is achieved these days that could have never been predicted before. This tape, this area, and this story almost feels like some sort of live leak video. It almost doesn't feel real. There's a level of disconnection there that you just sort of have to feel. And this also goes further into what Camp Omega is based on, which is the real-life Camp X-Ray, or as it's more commonly known, Guantanamo Bay. Guantanamo Bay was called a black site, some sort of detention center where prisoners are not offered any sort of charges or trial. They're just held indefinitely, usually tortured with the intent of extracting critical information from them. And Camp Omega is a black site as well, one that looks very similar to Guantanamo Bay when it comes especially to the cages that prisoners are kept in. But Guantanamo was not the only black site. The CIA has made use of black sites all across the world for years. These black sites began to rise to prominence after the September 11th attacks. During the invasion of Afghanistan, the CIA began to set up these sites to hold prisoners who were suspected of being associated with or connected to Al-Qaeda. A site in a closed-down brick factory north of Kabul, a site in Thailand established in 2002, and of course the famous Guantanamo Bay. These sites were home to numerous methods of torture that were brutal, unrelenting, and excessive. And there was a massive campaign to have these places shut down after George W. Bush left office, especially considering the fact that multiple prisoners there were found to have no connections to any terrorist groups whatsoever, but they were still tortured for years. This campaign eventually filtered out after the public lost interest, and Guantanamo Bay is still running to this day with somewhere around 30 prisoners in its roster. Camp Omega feels very similar to these sort of detention sites. It's located in Cuba, it's off-grid, it's a total black site where the heads of this place can do whatever they want to try and get information out of the subjects there. Of course, in this world, these prisoners don't have connections to terrorist groups. One of them is a small child that was trying to rescue his friend, and the other just happened to be working with the wrong person. I guess from some perspective, you could view the rebels that Chico and Amanda were associated with as terrorists, but maybe it's just all about the perspective that you view it from. Once we get Chico out, we have to look for Paz. Through listening to the tape, we determine that she's inside of the main building of the base, past the helipad. The area is pretty heavily guarded with watchtowers, vehicles, and plenty of soldiers looking over the entry points. But using the cover of night, the shadows cast on the concrete, and the various weapons at our disposal, we can make it inside. There we find Paz, who is already unconscious, weary from hours and days of torture. She's barely alive at this moment. It's our goal to transport her out of there and get her to the chopper. And with that, our mission is complete. Both Paz and Chico are safe on board Pequod, MSF's resident exfiltration chopper. Heading back to Mother Base, Chico finds a stitched-up wound in Paz's stomach. The medic aboard the chopper and Snake realize pretty quickly that something was done to her. When they open the wound, they realize that XOF soldiers at the base put a bomb inside of her stomach. Luckily, the crew manages to get it out, and Snake tosses it out of the chopper. As the crew arrives back at Mother Base, something is off. They can't make contact with the base. No one is responding. When they reach their destination, they realize why. The entire base is on fire. Struts are collapsing with explosions. Someone has assaulted the place. It seems like that inspection that was supposed to take place was probably a ruse. The chopper briefly touches down, and Miller and some soldiers are launching a final defense on the main platform. Snake manages to save Miller and get him out before the entire base collapses. Once on board, Miller immediately blames Paz and starts going after her. She must have given up some information during her torture to let Cypher know the location of the base. Paz quickly wakes up from her stupor and heads for the door of the chopper. She reveals that there's another bomb planted inside of her, but this one...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
She jumps out of the helicopter, sacrificing herself to save Snake and his friends one final time, but it's already too late because another chopper has tailed them and launches a missile right for the vehicle. The helicopter explodes in a fiery blaze. Miller, Snake, and the crew are all enveloped in flame. After the credits, we learn that the IAEA was never meant to inspect Mother Base. They have no record of it. MSF had a large list of clients that wouldn't want the world to know they were using unsavory mercenaries to do their dirty work. So when the scandal got out, they all denied involvement. In the final post-credits scene, we hear Zero talking to Paz. He talks about the song that's playing and how the immigrants that were executed would serve as a message to others.
Nicola, Bart, immigrants wrongly executed. But their deaths served as a message to others. That ours is a society that murders the innocent. Do you too believe your sacrifice will change the world?
Cypher has been in hiding since some experiment that Zero has pulled off. Skullface, the mystery man that we saw before, actually works for Cypher, but he's disconnected from the top, from Zero. He only gets his orders by proxy. Paz actually met with Zero in person so that she could get into contact with Big Boss. Skullface wants Zero's location. He's waging some sort of war against his boss. Just like Big Boss, the two are coming to blows, but Skullface wants to take him out. He briefly describes his motives here, that he had no choice in his life, in where he was born, or even the language that he speaks. Of course, this is just the beginning, so those threads are only implanted here as a seed, something that will grow and blossom over the course of the Phantom Pain's runtime. The post-credits scene only ends when Paz finally relents and gives Skullface Zero's location. And that's basically it for Ground Zeroes as a main story that wraps into the Phantom Pain. The Phantom Pain will pick up where Ground Zeroes left off, and this game is incredibly important to understanding that story. It's a huge, massive, pivotal event. It acts as the bridge between Peace Walker and the Phantom Pain. But there's a lot more to Ground Zeroes than meets the eye. Before we get into the rest of the game, I'd just like to talk about the story and how it sets up the final entry in the series, and also how it continues the story from Peace Walker. So when we last left Snake and Miller, and honestly the entirety of MSF, they had just beaten back the betrayal from Paz. Paz revealed herself to be working with a new group called Cypher that Zero was in charge of. She clearly had some sort of anger against Snake and his group, wanting both revenge, but also taking them out because they wouldn't integrate into Cypher. Possibly she disagreed with their entire ideology, their new military company that they had formed, a state without nations, ungovernable. Or possibly Zero was using her to get to Snake. And as we see now, Paz wants revenge on Zero. She wants to get back at him, and she wants to save Snake, so this must be true. But giving Skullface this information turns out to bite her in the end. Paz is made an innocent casualty in this war, though not truly innocent because she did get involved with Zero and MSF and the whole gang in the first place. She still ends up trying to save Snake's life in the end. Chico, we will find, was also killed during the helicopter incident. He was clearly very much an innocent, having almost nothing to do with the conflicts in Peace Walker. Sure, he was involved in rebellions, but he just wanted to help people that he considered his friends. And in his last act, he tried to save Paz on his own, possibly trying to emulate the things that he had seen Big Boss do in the past. Snake is clearly trying to save these two, not only for tactical information, but also out of a place of kindness. He has to feel some level of responsibility, especially for Paz, since she's gotten caught up in this war between him and Zero. And for Chico, because he's an innocent that should have never been involved. And a lot of this only touches on the actual deaths and injury of MGS-5. Mother Base's destruction, which we will come to learn more about in The Phantom Pain, wasn't just a base. It wasn't just some floating hunk of junk in the sea. It was Miller and Snake's home, and it was home to their friends, their comrades, their brothers in arms. There's a deeper sort of kinship that these men feel towards each other. They fought alongside each other. They died with each other. They lived with each other. And they built a paradise, a place where they could use their skills and talents for something that they thought was worth working towards. And now all of that is gone, wiped away in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of soldiers died at Mother Base. Their bodies sank into the sea with the flaming husk of what was once home. Mother Base's destruction is also the death of a symbol, an icon showing that these men could come together and build something outside of governments, outside of nations, and they could thrive. This clearly was a threat to the world. It wasn't only a threat to the power that men in high positions wanted, but it was also a threat to the status quo, to the structures of society that have been built in the modern world. Mother Base threatened all of that, and it makes sense that the world didn't come crying when it was destroyed. Mother Base will leave a void, and Phantom Pain will explore that void, but for now, this tale ends in grief. But like I said before, this isn't the only thing that Ground Zeroes offers. Many were upset when Ground Zeroes was released because they felt that it wasn't worth the money and that there wasn't enough value in paying $20 or $30 for a game with only one mission. And I can definitely understand where people are coming from. But I have to assume that most of these people only played the first mission and never tried any of the others, because Ground Zeroes actually has 4 extra side ops that can be played, all incredibly different from each other and requiring different tools or tactics to complete, and 2 extra missions, one of which was originally only on the PlayStation version of the game. These missions are great, and not only do they have completely different objectives, different approaches, and take place at different times of the day, they also have their own side objectives and reasons to offer replayability. Most of the side ops are pretty simple and light in terms of story, so I'll just run through them all pretty quickly. Eliminate the Renegade threat sees us taking out 2 different soldiers inside of the military base. Their names are Glaz and Politz, or the Eye and the Finger. They're a sniper spotter team and are renowned for the amount of kills that they have on their record. And this doesn't just extend to soldiers they've killed, but also families and children. The most interesting part about this mission is the fact that it showcases how dynamic the systems, even in Ground Zeroes, can be. The targets don't just stand in their predicted place while they wait for us to walk up and kill them. If we take long enough, the targets will move and eventually just leave the base, so we have to be quick with how we pick them off. The Intel Operative Rescue mission sees us going into Camp Omega loud to rescue a very important member of the Intel team. He's an invaluable asset, and we have to make sure to get him back at any cost. Since this mission is so sensitive, we don't have time for stealth. We're just blasting our way inside, taking out armored vehicles and helicopters. When we find the Intel operative, it turns out to be Kojima himself.
Snake.
What took you so long?
The classified Intel acquisition mission sees us sneaking into Camp Omega once again to find an operative who has been secretly working within Camp Omega. He has some information that's supposed to be very important. The way we have to get this agent, though, is really interesting. We can, of course, just find him wandering about, but if we signal him with one of the watchtowers, he'll walk over to check it out, and then we can choke him, which is the signal. He'll then give us the information we requested, but it then turns out that this was the wrong information. It was actually a plant device that sets off the alarms in the facility, and he gave the information to someone else. What's also pretty interesting is that he tries to warn Snake about Skullface before Snake chokes him. This is the main appeal of a lot of these missions. It's just how dynamic they are, and how they can really go a ton of different ways. The last side-up mission sees us taking out anti-air weaponry so that a bombing run can be completed on the base. When we do this though, the run starts way too early and Snake is almost caught in the blast. Obviously, whoever was bombing the place, probably someone from the West, wanted the camp's existence scrubbed from the record. The other thing that a lot of these missions do as well is expand the world around the base a little bit more. They slowly reveal why the base was here, who was behind it, and build the mystery around the main events in Ground Zeroes just a little bit. The last 2 missions in the game are extra missions. While the side ops in Ground Zeroes aren't canon, the extra missions definitely aren't canon and are just for fun, but they're probably the best ones in the game. The first mission, Jamais Vu, takes place after a Soviet jet crashed nearby the island that Camp Omega is located on. Apparently something escaped the wreckage and made it to shore, and now most of the soldiers at the camp have been body snatched. Body snatchers. Get it? It's Snatcher. It's Snatcher. Obviously, this mission is a huge love letter to Kojima's adventure game Snatcher, which I already talked about in depth in the Metal Gear Solid 1 video. But the interesting part here is that we're actually playing as Raiden for the entire mission. Raiden has somehow time-traveled from the future and come back here to help Big Boss eliminate this threat. We have to take out all the Snatchers and defend the helipad from choppers and vehicles. The whole mission is just action-packed and a ton of fun. The last mission, and probably my favorite in Ground Zeroes, is called Deja Vu. Deja Vu sees Snake heading to the island to investigate some pictures that were sent to the team. He has to recreate the situations from each of the pictures. These all happen to be moments from Metal Gear Solid 1. We're walking back through the memories of that first game, the helipad at the beginning, the Psycho Mantis introduction, and even the last car chase with Liquid. These flashbacks are all presented and commented on by Miller, who's over comms doing goofy impressions of the different characters from that game and quoting lines.
Impressive work, Snake. Mission complete is not what I'm here to say. Believe it or not, the real mission starts here.
Huh? This is not Master Miller.
I really do enjoy this kind of look back at where the series came from, especially since the series was just about to be finished for good. But there's also something that's even more curious here. One of the subtasks that we can complete in this mission is to run around and find these logos of all the different Metal Gear games. We have to erase these logos using the same type of gun that Skullface used on the chopper before he departed the island. The whole thing is presented as this very somber, very reflective task, with Miller offering some commentary that seems all too apt when looked back in retrospect.
Good. You erased a marking. Looks like there's more of them. You might be able to erase the markings, but the memories will never disappear. Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker. You did it. You erased all the markings. Every one of them will always be with you.
Now, why would this be in the game in the first place? It was no secret during the lead up to MGS5 that Kojima had stated that he wanted this one to be his final game, and he was serious this time. But I'm not sure if anyone actually believed him this time around. He had said the same thing for MGS2, 3, and 4, and here he was again making another Metal Gear game. But there might be an explanation to this, as there were tensions bubbling behind the scenes that, at the time of Ground Zero's release, the public wasn't really aware of yet. We'll get back to that in a bit. But overall, Ground Zeroes is just a fantastic game, especially when you view it totally divorced from the Phantom Pain. It's still so good, even to this day. Each mission feels entirely unique from the last, some requiring you to go in loud, some requiring you to maintain stealth, and some requiring the use of different weapons or tools like C4. The game presents this great slice of the systems that would be in the Phantom Pain, but each mission also feels dynamic from itself. The explanation of approach that I presented with the main mission in the game is also present with just about every mission in Ground Zeroes. We're not tied down or forced into one path with any of these missions. We can head off and complete side objectives, we can try to interrogate soldiers to find out information before heading to our objective, we can scout the area and mark out targets. It's just so replayable, and while you can easily sink hundreds of hours into the Phantom Pain, Ground Zeroes also has its own replayability. I don't think Ground Zeroes was bad at all, and I also don't think it wasn't worth the money at the time. Clearly, trouble was already brewing though, because Konami were the ones that forced Ground Zeroes to be released in the first place. It was never meant to be split into the prologue and the rest of the game, but Konami was frustrated with how long the development of this game was taking. And those frustrations would only grow over the next year until Phantom Pain's release. But before we can get to that, there's a strange bit of meat in this Metal Gear sandwich that needs to be talked about first. During the lead up to Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain, Kojima had been making quite a few comments about making a Silent Hill game. He first tweeted in August of 2012 that it would be scary if Silent Hill was made with the Fox engine. This led to a ton of speculation and fans clamoring to imagine what a Silent Hill game made by Hideo Kojima would look like. And this was probably the peak of Silent Hill fans taking issue with Konami and the direction that the series had been moving in. This was August of 2012. Silent Hill Downpour had been released earlier that year, and the infamous HD collection had come out soon after. Book of Memories was just on the way, so Silent Hill fans had been in this predicament with the series for years, seeing it follow this downward trend and Konami making all of the wrong moves at every opportunity. But the Metal Gear series wasn't exactly in the same spot. Even if fans were upset with decisions made in specific entries, the games were still consistently good. They were praised critically, they sold really well, and time was kind to them overall. So maybe Kojima could sprinkle some of that magic on the series and return it to its former glory. It was certainly an interesting thought, and Kojima only fueled these flames when, a few months later, he did an interview with Eurogamer where he stated that the president of Konami called him up and asked him to make a Silent Hill game. This was furthered in March 2014 when Kojima stated that the game he would most like to reboot or direct himself was Silent Hill. This was the 2-year-long tease that would ultimately end at Gamescom 2014. There, a reveal for a new mystery horror game was made, developed by 7780S Studios. It was for a game called PT, a game that was available for free on the PlayStation Store immediately. At the time, I had no idea what this was, but it looked cool, and I immediately downloaded it and played it. No one had heard of this studio before, but the internet pretty quickly figured out that Kojima had to have been behind this. And PT was fantastic. The game is a very short horror demo that sees us walking through the infinite hallways of an ever-changing house. We go through this loop over and over again, some things slightly changing each time we complete it. And the game, when you boil it down, is very simple, but it manages to use horror, atmosphere, and design to create something truly special. It's terrifying just to walk through these corridors. It feels like we're walking through a picture book of someone's memories, and these memories, which aren't truly memories, slowly begin to unfold as the story progresses and we find out what really happened. The game also manages to capture the unsettling feeling of finding something just a little bit off. In the early stages, when we see something shifted, moved, or a door slightly ajar, we feel as if we're seeing this in our home, as if something has moved, but we weren't the ones to move it. It's incredibly unsettling, and PT does have its fair share of jump scares, but it manages to maintain most of its horror through the use of sound, environment design, and just pure atmosphere. I always enjoy horror that is more based in a mood rather than big scares, because it's easy to catch someone off guard, but it's very hard to unsettle someone to their core. And PT does all of this so well that it managed to carve out its own space in horror history. It's honestly one of my favorite horror experiences, and it's really just a demo for a larger game. It was so game-changing for the scene that many games would go on to take its formula and repeat it for years. Hell, even Bloober Team themselves owe a lot to PT, as Layers of Fear was mostly taking this idea and expanding upon it. Now, of course, this does tie back into our story, because once you reach the end of PT, you would realize that it was actually a playable teaser, hence the P and the T. It was a demo for a game called Silent Hills, being directed by Hideo Kojima and involving Norman Reedus and Guillermo del Toro. This game would very quickly catch the world on fire. People were excited for Silent Hill again. They weren't terrified of what Konami was going to do to the franchise next. They were interested. With a fresh face in the franchise, someone that could take the game and come at it with a completely new perspective, plus tons of experience in heading his own franchise, it was bound to be something great. But this is where all the trouble began, because on April 25th, 2015, PT was removed from the PlayStation Store, and a couple days later, the game would be cancelled, and things would only go downhill from there. So what exactly does this have to do with Metal Gear Solid 5? Well, to get to that, we should probably just start talking about the game itself. As we've already stated, the development of Metal Gear Solid 5 was a rocky one. Looking at articles published at the time, it was very clear that Konami was not happy with how long the game was taking to make. And judging by the fact that they wanted to release Ground Zeroes before the full game was done, they clearly wanted to see some results from the sizable investment that they had put into the franchise. But let's go back a bit, shall we? Metal Gear Solid 5 was actually revealed in 2012. In February of that year, fans started speculating that something must be moving with the series because a website called Development Without Borders had been made. Fans were quick to speculate that this must be connected to the Metal Gear series. Shortly after this, Ground Zeroes was revealed at a private 25th anniversary event for the Metal Gear series. And then, in December of that same year, a strange game was revealed at the Spike Video Game Awards. It was called The Phantom Pain, and it was developed by someone called Moby Dick Studios. The footage shown off claimed to be 100% gameplay, and to be honest, it looked great, but no one was really sure what it was, at least not at the start. Pretty quickly after this reveal, fans began to speculate that this was actually the new Metal Gear game. The domain for the website of Moby Dick Studios was fairly new. The supposed director of the game, Joachim Mogren, had a first name that was an anagram for Kojima, and it just so happened that the words Metal Gear Solid 5 fit perfectly into the negative spaces of the Phantom Pain. Despite all of this, Kojima himself said that he was not involved in the game, and Mogren did an interview with Jeff Keighley. In this interview, he showed off some screenshots of the Phantom Pain, but Keighley was quick to point out that the Fox Engine logo was present in all of the screenshots. This interview promptly ends after this, and obviously this made things even more suspicious. If you haven't guessed it yet, this was all a big ruse planned by Kojima and Keighley. The game was revealed to be the next entry in the Metal Gear Solid series at GDC 2013. Supposedly, Kojima wanted to reveal the game this way to try and get people's unadulterated opinions on the new Fox engine. He didn't want the audience to give him special leeway because he was Kojima. Then, of course, the year after, Ground Zeroes was released to the public, and so was PT. And 2014 was looking to be a great year for fans of Kojima games. A new, full Metal Gear Solid entry was on the way, Ground Zeroes was really well polished and just a fantastic stealth sandbox, and Kojima was starting work on a new game that was shaping up to be just as good, Silent Hills. So what could go wrong? Well, the answer to that question is just about everything. It all began in 2015, the next year. It started in March when people noticed something was off because the Kojima Productions logo was being removed from a lot of the Konami branding, especially the box art for the Phantom Pain. Of course, the internet was outraged and people started to wonder what the hell was going on. Konami quickly quelled the fires by saying that they were just rebranding Kojima Productions into Konami Digital Entertainment. This was quickly met with some resistance, though, as reports started to come out that Kojima was leaving Konami after Metal Gear Solid 5, and that he and all of his staff at Kojima Productions were just contractors for the final game in the series. This was obviously a shock, because at this point, why would Kojima want to leave Konami? It was understandable why he would want to leave the Metal Gear franchise, because he had been done with it for over a decade at this point. He clearly wanted to move on to something different, but that didn't have to happen outside of Konami. And if Konami was making him leave, then why would they want to get rid of their star developer? Kojima was kind of an oddity for this period of gaming. Most of the big names in video games either weren't making games anymore, or they had fallen into making really poor projects by this time. The age of video game rock stars was surely dead at this point, and Kojima really was one of the last ones left. And you really didn't even have to be a rock star to be notable, just a name that most people knew. So why would Konami want to get rid of that recognition, that trust that had been built up over the years? Things would only get worse when, in March, they began to post job openings for a brand new Metal Gear series, and shortly after, canceling a Kojima Station broadcast that was scheduled to release. Things were heating up quickly, and it seemed like either Kojima was getting fired, or he was tired of working at this company and wanted to leave. Konami once again attempted to release statements to quell the flames, because at this point, fans were running with any new piece of information to fuel their theories. Every time they did this, though, something even worse followed. It's like someone ensuring you that they aren't stealing your wallet as they have your wallet in their hand and start stabbing you in the stomach a couple seconds later. PT was entirely removed from the PlayStation Store. The game was canceled, and Konami removed itself from the New York Stock Exchange. The last real development to happen in this whole saga was a Konami explanation. They stated that they were pursuing a mobile-first strategy moving forward, and that they wouldn't comment on the future of either Metal Gear or Silent Hill. This whole saga of reports and speculation sort of ended a few months before the release of Metal Gear Solid 5, and there wasn't much press done on the game itself. This was probably because much of the media cycle had to do with the fates of the creator and the company publishing it, rather than the game itself. But before the release of the game, people weren't exactly sure how to take this whole situation. I think most fell into the camp that Konami had to be doing something terrible to Kojima, and I have slightly mixed feelings about this. I think it was probably some combination of both, with Kojima bearing slightly less of the responsibility for the situation. But imagine things from Konami's perspective for a moment. You have a creator who is probably getting paid quite a lot and who is quite demanding creatively. His new game is taking far too long and has seen no returns because it hasn't released yet. Meanwhile, you have other parts of the company that are churning out mobile games for a fraction of the cost, only for them to bring in millions of dollars. At this point, Konami probably just wasn't seeing dollar signs with Kojima anymore, and he was probably starting to become more adamant about not making another game in the Metal Gear series and moving on to something new. This differing of paths is probably what led to the disagreement in the first place, and I think that most people like to imagine that there was some big secret blow-up behind the scenes, that Kojima and the executives at Konami were screaming at each other in some boardroom, but it probably didn't look like that. Kojima probably determined that he wanted to leave because the company was too restrictive, and they slighted him because of this. Because he wasn't going to be a part of the organization anymore, they would be removing his name from branding and canceling his future games. Now, this doesn't really focus on the fact that Kojima and his staff were restricted from making outside calls and using company internet while they were at work. Clearly, Konami didn't like the fact that he was leaving, and in my opinion, a lot of these emotions and feelings went into making Metal Gear Solid 5. Now, I will say, I don't think this is the central theme, but I do think it probably influenced a good part of the game, and I also think it probably makes PT make a lot more sense in retrospect. We'll explore this idea a bit more in depth as we get further into the video, but for now, we should probably talk about the game. Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain was released for the Sony PlayStation 3 and 4, the Microsoft Xbox 360 and Xbox One, and for Windows on September 1st, 2015. The Phantom Pain opens with a quote, "It is no nation we inhabit, but a language. Make no mistake, our native tongue is our true fatherland." Emil Cioran, Romanian philosopher. We then see a brief shot of a sink and a mirror as sounds of gunfire can be heard off in the distance. Just another day in a war without end, Outer Heaven. We see a tape that has a title written on it, From the Man Who Sold the World. We are then treated to a first-person intro sequence while a cover of The Man Who Sold the World plays in the background, performed by Midge Ure. Snake is lying in a hospital bed as we see through his eyes, and a nurse is shocked when he finally wakes up. This is the beginning of the prologue, Awakening. 3 days later, we're looking through Snake's eyes once again. A doctor speaks to us as we get a short movement tutorial. We're allowed to choose a new name, a new identity. Snake has been in a coma for 9 years, and this information causes him to go into shock, forcing the staff to sedate him again. 4 days later, Snake is awakened once again as the doctor explains his situation. The explosion in the helicopter caused his body to be filled with shrapnel, 108 pieces of foreign material to be specific. Most of this was removed, but there are still remnants that they couldn't remove. If they took them out from his head, his brain will hemorrhage. The doctors deliver a final piece of news that causes Snake to go into shock, that in the blast, his left arm was lost. He wakes up again 1 week later. The doctor tells Snake that people want him dead. There are a lot of people out there that wish he never woke up, that he didn't survive the attack. People will be coming for him, and because of this, they need to alter his appearance. Because of this, we're allowed to choose a new appearance. The doctor shows us some pictures of our comrades, Miller, Snake, a pilot, and a Mother Base soldier. He tells Snake that his name is now Ahab, and that he must forget everything from his life before.
Forget everything. Your name, your past.
He shows us Snake's face before the operation, but before the operation can even go underway, the doctor is attacked and killed by an intruder. The woman that killed the doctor calls into a radio. She's here to kill Snake, and she's going to have to kill the patient in the next bed over as well. He's seen too much. But that patient won't be going down so easily. He wakes up and saves Snake by lighting the assassin on fire as she falls out of a window. The man introduces himself as Ishmael. He's been watching over Snake and protecting him for the last 9 years.
Who are you? Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years.
He then injects Snake with something to get his body working again. He's been bedridden in a coma for 9 years, so his limbs won't function like he wants them to. This leads to Snake flopping on the ground like a fish while we follow Ishmael throughout the hospital, attempting to keep up with him. Kojima stated in interviews that this was supposed to mimic the evolution of man, or humans taking their first steps. I think it does something else as well, though. Throughout this pretty decently long prologue, we will barely have full control of Snake. Of course, we'll be moving forward. At certain points, we'll have to hide from some guards, but very rarely will we actually be able to defend ourselves. It makes us feel incredibly powerless, unlike almost any section in the series has. Maybe it's rivaled by the torture sequences where we're literally unable to even move, but crawling through this hospital and being unable to approach situations like we normally do is pretty startling. It adds a level of intensity and realism to this sequence as well. Ishmael and Snake begin heading for the elevator, and as they do, they see something very strange. They see a floating boy coupled with a huge man who appears to be on fire. The two are blown back by a massive blast, and they're only barely saved by the sprinkler system in the facility. The two are forced to head through a different direction to try and escape the hospital. Ishmael needs to reset Snake's arm because it's popped out. Soldiers flood the hallways, and we have to head into a side room. We then get a pretty brutal sequence where patients in this hospital are killed around Snake as he's forced to keep quiet under the bed. This whole sequence really furthers the brutal tone that Ground Zeroes sets up. And there's something to be said about this because none of the other games have really had this level of brutality. The fourth entry in the series flirted with the idea a little bit, but as you already know, there was a ton of release from this tension, from the tone. Metal Gear Solid 5 gives this relief through gameplay by the long periods of time where you aren't looking at cutscenes and living in its world. But for the beginning prologue, we'll barely get relief from this brutal, cold world. We end up seeing two people killed by a chopper, cut down by the guns of the vehicle. Snake once again barely escapes into a hallway of people who are also cut down by gunfire. We aren't exactly sure who these people are that are looking for Snake, but it's clear that they will stop at nothing to kill him, even if it means taking the lives of many innocents. Snake and Ishmael escape into a side room and have to hide as each small room is searched. They make it into the hallway and play dead among the bodies. They're almost found, but the man on fire shows up. He makes a beeline for Snake, but is distracted by a chopper that starts shooting at him. The missiles and bullets have no effect on him, but it's made clear that this man isn't working for the same side as these troops. Is it possible this is some sort of strange convergence of multiple groups that want Snake dead? Ishmael manages to shoot out a water pipe and put the flames out once again. Snake finally gets a hold of a pistol and helps Ishmael take out some soldiers. Once the two reach the lobby and the exit is finally in sight, Ishmael provides a distraction by diving off the stairs and shooting at some enemies. Snake makes his own way down and tries to get out the front door, but the floating boy and the man on fire arrive once again and start to cause chaos. The soldiers in the lobby are taken out by a tank that crashes through the front door. More soldiers are cut down by a crashing helicopter and its blades. Snake is eventually blasted out of the front door and only escapes with his life because Ishmael crushes the being that resembles a man with an ambulance. Snake gets in and the two make their escape, still being fired at by the man behind them. Flaming debris is tossed their way and it causes them to crash. When Snake wakes up, Ishmael is gone. The floating boy uses some sort of massive, giant, flaming whale to crash a helicopter behind him, and the man on fire is riding a flaming Pegasus. Snake gets saved again by a mystery man on a white horse. He helps us escape the forest while we shoot at the man on fire on horseback. The floating boy and the man on fire are still around after the two get out, but they decide to pull back. The mystery man finally introduces himself as someone that we've already met before, Revolver Ocelot himself. Ocelot says that he was sent here to rescue Snake. The whole world wants him dead, but 9 years gone, it's time to rebuild the nation that was lost to Cypher. Miller was recently captured by the Soviets in Afghanistan. He was on an operation to distract people from Snake's location. Now it's our job to save him. This begins the first chapter of our story, Chapter 1, Revenge. But before we get to that, let's talk about the absolute firestorm of information and action that was the prologue. So the prologue is effectively another setup for the story that the Phantom Pain is about to tell. It's reintroducing us to the world after 9 years. While Ground Zeroes was more of a factual prologue to the story, reintroducing characters and the actual events that happen, Phantom Pain's prologue is one that's more based on feeling. Obviously, we have real things here, things that we'll get answers on in due time and explanations for those things. But a lot of this is about the feeling of the game, the tone that this game is going to have, and setting up the themes for the story. Like I said before, the prologue is effectively us learning how to walk again, and about the horror of feeling defenseless as one of the most skilled and powerful men in the entire world. What does it look like when Big Boss has had everything stripped away from him? What does it look like when the legend has been reduced to a comatose body lying in a bed? It presents us the legend in a state that we've never seen him before. And Snake has lost everything at this point. Not only has he lost his arm, not only has he lost 9 years, but he's also lost Mother Base. As we talked about before, Mother Base is now gone. Not just the physical base and the parts of the world that the team had manipulated to their will, but also the bonds that had been created with his team. Those things that are more ethereal, less tangible, but even more important than a location or a building. He's definitely at his lowest, and he's effectively being propped up by Ishmael. Ishmael is a strange figure because he's sort of functioning as Snake for this section of the game. He's doing all of these heroic things and helping us out while we can barely walk. The only other time where we had this experience was in MGS2, when Snake was the literal legend and hero, and where Raiden was a bit more naive and a bit less experienced. The biggest thing that the prologue does is introduce a ton of questions to answer throughout the game. It's really good at just throwing a ton of stuff at us all at once, so that the rest of the game can slowly elaborate and build on those mysteries throughout the course of the story. Who is the man on fire? Who is the floating boy? Who wants Snake dead? Why do they want him dead? What brought Ocelot back to help Snake? Why is there a giant fucking whale floating in the sky? A lot of these will not be answered for quite a while, but they're meant to be introduced here as a way to keep them in our mind and let them rest there until they click. And there are some things that are just left as mysteries because we aren't supposed to know them yet. The prologue is also just a really damn good linear action sequence. It has a ton of movement, of course a lot of cutscenes and not a ton of interactivity, but that's to be expected from the series at this point. And trust me, the rest of the game is going to give us plenty of time to take control. But the action here is just insane. The tank blasting through the door, the soldiers being chopped up by the helicopter blades, the man on fire blasting a rocket back at the chopper, even just the intensity of the soldiers walking up to Snake and Ishmael as they lie on the ground. It's all just done so well, and it really feels like the full culmination of what Kojima wanted to do in making games more cinematic. This extends to a lot of the cutscenes in Metal Gear Solid 5, but it does feel like we're coming full circle. That also feels like the overall theme of the game, and while there are others that are far stronger, the theme of coming full circle certainly feels like the personal theme that permeates the background of the game. This feels like the final chapter of Metal Gear, the thing that Kojima always envisioned making all those years ago. We'll come back to this prologue towards the end of the game because there's a lot here that we just don't have the information for yet. But for now, let's move on to the first chapter. Snake and Ocelot are riding through a desert storm. They come out on the other side in the clear of Afghanistan. Kaz was recently captured and is being held in Dagwandi Kar, a small village nearby. They aren't sure of his specific location, so our first mission is to gather intel. The Soviets invaded Afghanistan 4 years ago, and the West happens to be supporting the Afghani people, the rebels that are holding up against the invasion. Miller was training the Mujahideen rebels when he was captured. This operation was mainly meant to distract specific parties from staying outside of the hospital Snake was being held at. Our job is to go in and get him, and to bring him home safe. Snake now has 2 new tools at his disposal, a bionic arm that has replaced his old one, and an iDroid. Both of these will be incredibly useful tools in the many missions to come. But before we get deep into the gameplay, let's talk about this first mission.
Those 9 years behind you, and return as Big Boss. That's how Kaz would want it. I'll be sending additional intel by radio. Stay sharp. Not one of Miller's bodyguards survived. And they were good. All we found on the scene were their corpses and knees. You'll be missing them. And you're his only hope of getting them back. Now go! Let the legend come back to life.
We search around the nearby camps and eventually find out where Miller is being held. Once we get to him, he's chained to a wall and looks like he's been tortured.
What took you so long?
Everyone Miller was with on that mission died. They were attacked by some strange unit in the mist. When we try to bring Kaz to the chopper, it can't land because the mist in the area is so heavy. We're then introduced for the first time to the Skull unit. We don't know much about these enemies yet, but they certainly don't seem fully human. They have unnatural speed and strength, and they emit a strange aura about them. We can't even take these foes out one-on-one, so we have to run away from them. Eventually, we get Kaz out and head back to our new base. Kaz wants to rebuild what they had 9 years ago. He wants to get revenge. He wants to get back at Cypher for taking everything away from them.
Yeah, we were dogs, all right. Slinking around out of Cypher's sight. Digging up whatever kind of dirty money we could find. You name it. We did it. You see this? Diamond Dogs. Our new home. A phantom of our former selves. Triumph. Death. We weren't allowed either. Yeah. I remember it all.
This will be the goal for Metal Gear Solid 5, rebuilding what we had in Peace Walker, and much of its systems will transfer over, but these are no longer the freedom-fighting jovial men that we saw 9 years ago. These men have experienced true loss, pain, and grief. Many of them have not quite figured out how to handle this pain. Miller especially is filled with a burning fire, a fury to see the blood of his enemies on the battlefield. Snake is filled with a similar fury, but one that turns to grief rather than rage. The comparison of these two and how they manage to handle the pain and the memories is one of the biggest parts of the game.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost, the comrades I've lost, won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher, a group above nations.
Kaz has now vowed to take revenge on Cypher, and in the 9 years since Snake has been out, they've grown larger and larger. We arrive back at Mother Base, and Kaz coins a new name for their new organization.
The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause. Kaz. Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
I know. I'm already a demon. Heaven's not my kind of place anyway.
Dogs of war for 9 whole years. That ends today. Now you're not sleeping, and we're not junkyard hounds. We're diamond dogs.
They'll be called Diamond Dogs from now on, since MSF is truly dead. Kaz's characterization in this game is something I'll come back to time and time again, but I really do feel the need to point out the fact that his anger and rage are just so well portrayed here. It's so aggressive that it's almost a caricature. It's the personification of the feeling when you want to go back, when you want to retrieve something from the past that's now gone, when it feels like your only course of action is to rend and tear rather than to turn away. And Snake agrees that he too wants to rebuild and wants to get revenge, but he has different reasons for this. He wants to move on into the future, to build something better for the next generation, rather than to get one up on the past. After this, Ocelot gives us the Fulton recovery device and a bit of a tutorial. Now that we've actually gained our new mother base, let's go over the gameplay of Metal Gear Solid 5. While the game does have a fantastic story with a ton of interesting themes that I rarely ever see explored in video games, and themes that are explored but not quite in this way, it also has some of the best gameplay the series has ever seen. Metal Gear Solid 5 is a stealth game at its core, and I think at this point I've probably said that about every game in the series because, well, it's true. We can still do all the things that we did in previous Metal Gear games. We can sneak around encampments, we can take out enemies with CQC, we can choke them out, we can neutralize them with tranquilizers, or we can just straight up kill them. Now, obviously, there's a ton of new introductions in terms of gameplay that make Metal Gear Solid 5 drastically different from previous games. A large part of that is how dynamic each area of the world is. Metal Gear Solid 5 is actually sort of an open world style game. We have 2 large areas that we can traverse in the game. The beginning one is in Afghanistan, and the second one, which we unlock later, is in Africa. These areas are mostly open for us to traverse how we would like to. Each main mission in the game will usually be confined to a specific area. Infiltrate this base and extract the prisoner. Infiltrate this base and extract the cargo, etc. At the end of the main mission, we'll be forced to extract and head back to our ACC, which is our Aerial Control Center. During side ops, we're usually dropped into the world, sent to complete a mission, but the difference here is that we don't have to extract after this. We can actually wander around the entire world if we want to either complete other side ops, infiltrate encampments to collect soldiers, resources, etc. But the world itself is very dynamic, just like Ground Zeroes. Depending on the time of day or the weather, soldiers will be placed in different areas. Obviously, at night, it might be a little easier to infiltrate a base because it's harder for soldiers to see us, and soldiers will have different patrols than they did during the day. Bases will also change depending on how we infiltrate them. If we use a sniper rifle quite often, for example, we might show up back to the same base later and all the soldiers will be wearing helmets. The point here is that unlike the previous entries in the series, Metal Gear Solid 5 has a world that actually reacts to you. And it can be kind of hard to think about MGS5 as an open world game. This is mostly because it feels so drastically different from open world games today, or even at the time it was released. I'm no stranger to hating on the open world formula. I think a lot of this genre has just devolved into checklist games. Games where waypoints on the map guide us, we mindlessly travel to these waypoints, press a few buttons, and complete an item on this checklist. Once the checklist is full, we get some big reward and do it all over again. A lot of these games feel nearly identical, just with different skins on, but Metal Gear Solid 5 really feels like it takes the open world idea all the way. Not only does the world feel like it reacts to you, like you have an effect on it, making it a character in its own right, it also feels like it doesn't really hold your hand. The game rarely ever has these waypoints around it, forcing us to go from point to point. It often will require us to reveal those waypoints in different ways, or not interact with the waypoints at all. We can often interrogate soldiers in bases for information, either by holding them up with our gun or by grabbing them. They can tell us where special items are, like blueprints for development, or they can even tell us where a specific objective is that we need to complete for a mission. We can do this if we'd like, but it's never necessary. We can also just wander around and find the prisoner ourselves. This is where the world and base design comes into play, because often, if you think about it hard enough and do some exploring, you can figure out where the prisoner or objective is being held just by looking at the buildings around you. These two options allow the player to play the game the way that they want to. This is kind of what Metal Gear Solid 5 is about in its entirety, player choice and agency. And while most games choose to further this idea by giving your character choices to make in the story, MGS5 allows you to make these choices in its world instead. You also have the option of not interacting with MGS5 as an open world game at all. At any time, you're allowed to call your helicopter down and have it pick you up so you can head back to the ACC. If you want, you can have every side op and main mission function as its own separate level, dropping in to complete the mission and then heading back to the ACC to start another one. I would suspect this is how most people play the game, rarely ever wandering the world on their own. This resembles something much closer to Peace Walker, but again, the game is giving you the choice and telling you to play the game how you want to. The open structure of the world also extends to the missions as well. Each mission, just like Ground Zeroes, has a ton of ways to go about it. Every encampment can be approached from different sides, different points of entry mean different soldiers to take out, different hazards to look out for. This makes the game almost infinitely replayable, because even though some side ops will see you heading back to the same bases that you've already infiltrated, it could be a different time of day. You could be coming into the base from a different angle. It could be later in the story, so these soldiers may have adapted to your style of play, forcing you to use different weapons and items to deal with them. And the key here with MGS5 is just that it provides the player a ton of freedom. Freedom to play the missions the way that they want to interact with the world in the way that they want to. This, in my opinion, is what open world games should be about. They should not be about the illusion of freedom and then giving your player the choice between side mission or story mission. MGS5 takes the open world concept and gives it a true freedom that most games don't even attempt to implement. Now, the world is really only one half or even third or quarter of MGS5. There are so many systems here that are actually tied into the Mother Base systems. So, like I said before, MGS5 is about rebuilding Mother Base. This time it will be under the Diamond Dog's name rather than MSF, but Snake, Miller, and Ocelot are determined to continue the legacy of Big Boss, to further the will of the boss, to recreate the home that they once had 9 years ago, the home that was taken from them. When we begin the game, the new Mother Base only has a command platform, a simple central platform that serves as the brain of the base. There are 7 other units or teams that will be created and added over the course of the game. The first unit, the combat unit, are our men on the front lines. They can be dispatched and deployed through the combat deployment menu. This functions similarly to how it did in Peace Walker. We can send out units of soldiers to take encampments or resources. These will net us GMP, which is our main resource in the game, basically money, or various resources that we need for development or even soldiers. The R&D team is one of the most important teams. They are the ones heading new research into weapons and equipment. The more and higher quality people that we have in this unit will allow us to better develop weapons and equipment to use out in the field. I should note though that just about every unit ties back into development in some way. For example, certain weapons and items that we can develop will have a level requirement for the R&D team, but they also might have a level requirement for the combat team or the medical team. So to develop the best equipment, we need to ensure that all of our teams are high level, not just R&D. The base development unit is responsible for expanding Mother Base and outfitting it with new platforms. Having this team at a higher level will actually process materials faster. Our base will automatically collect materials from around its area, but these raw materials must be processed into something usable. These materials can then be used to add new platforms to each of our bases or units. The support unit are the ones ensuring that we get supply drops or strikes in the field. During a mission, we can call down a support strike to either attack the enemy or to resupply us with ammunition, change out a weapon that we're currently using, etc. Having this unit leveled up increases the speed at which they are able to do this. The intel unit is one of the more important ones in the game. They constantly give us information in the field. They can mark enemies on our map, mark approaching threats in the area, and even give us a predicted spot where our objective is going to be. The higher their level, the more accurately and more often they'll be able to do this. The medical team is responsible for recovering soldiers that have been injured in battle or that have become sick on base. The higher their level, the faster these soldiers will be able to recover and get back to work. The final team, the security team, isn't unlocked until much later in the game. They are responsible for defending our base from intruders. This is actually a feature of the online systems and is something that I'll talk about later in the game. So how do we actually get better soldiers for these units and ensure that they're upgraded and staffed? Well, the first way is by extracting soldiers while we're out on missions. Just like in Peace Walker, any soldiers that we tranquilize, stun, or knock out can be extracted and sent back to Mother Base. Because of Big Boss's legendary status in the mercenary world, these soldiers will eventually be turned to our side and convinced to work with Diamond Dogs. A good part of any infiltration is scanning the area. Before we infiltrate an encampment, we can use our binoculars to scope out the area and mark enemies. This is incredibly useful because there's a wild difference between going into a camp blind and knowing where at least a few soldiers are. Once the targets are marked, they can be briefly seen through walls. We can still track their location, so planning a route through a facility becomes much easier. While marking these enemies though, we can scan them to see what their skills are. We can see what their preferred unit is, like combat or R&D. We can also see if they have any special skills that might help out Mother Base in some way. Extracting these soldiers and sending them back to Mother Base will increase the level of the team that they're assigned to. Eventually though, we'll reach a cap on how many soldiers we can have in any given team. We can then choose to expand each of the units to allow for more members. This means adding another platform specifically for that unit so that they can facilitate more soldiers. This requires a lot of resources. There are 5 different types of resources in the game: fuel resources, biological material, common metal, minor metal, and precious metals. These resources are very valuable because we'll need a ton to build all of the platforms that Mother Base can accommodate. We can acquire them automatically from Mother Base's base development unit, but we can also get them out in the field. We can find small containers that are placed on tables and bases or just around the world, but we can also find large cargo containers that can be extracted and sent back to base. These platforms are not only important for leveling up the capabilities of our base, but also because we can actually visit Mother Base in this entry. This feature technically wasn't really included in Peace Walker. Sure, you could go to the training missions in the shooting range, and even the last final mission of the game took place there, but you couldn't wander around the facility at your whim. In MGS5, anytime we want, we can head back to Mother Base and look at what we built. As we upgrade platforms, they'll add new buildings, new sections, and the whole thing will begin to grow around us. This adds a whole nother level to the experience of building your base. You're allowed to see the humble beginnings of this new venture, and then eventually see how it blossoms and shines after the work that you've put in. Upgrading our base is also essential for development of weapons and items. We start the game off with a few standard weapons, a silenced pistol, tranq pistol, etc. But through the development system, we can gain access to an absolute horde of weapons, upgrades, and equipment. Each weapon type has its own upgrade tree. I call it a tree, but it isn't really a tree because the places where it splits off don't require us to make a decision. We can gain both of these weapons in the end, it's just about which one we develop first. For example, through the handgun tree, we can develop the Woo pistol, which comes with a suppressor and silencer. We can upgrade this pistol over time, which is absolutely necessary to effective infiltration. This will increase its range and damage, and we can eventually get it to the point where we can upgrade it to have an infinite suppressor. We can develop a variant of this that has a higher penetration so that it will go through armor. We can develop a version that has a huge amount of damage so that we don't have to always get headshots, and we can eventually get an infinite suppressor carbine version with a scope and an underbarrel conversion. There are a ton of other trees within this handgun upgrade system as well. The Woo can be converted into a 9mm version with its infinite suppressor. We can unlock the AM D11-4, which has its own tree and upgrades associated with it. The Burkov is the same, the Geist is the same, the Woo S33-3 is the same, the Uragan 5, the Zorn KP. We can even get a water pistol eventually through the story. There are just a ton of upgrades and different things for us to develop, and don't fool yourself into thinking that throughout the story you'll naturally get all of these weapons. It will require hours and hours of resource retrieval, upgrading your base, and just flat out playing the game to be able to unlock everything. And I should also note that most of the other weapons have this level of variety as well. There's a tree for SMGs, assault rifles, shotguns, grenade launchers, sniper rifles, machine guns, and launchers. The items also have their places here as well. We can develop decoys that help confuse enemies or distract them during battle. We can develop flare grenades that call in support helicopters, upgrade our hand grenades, smoke grenades, stun grenades, sleep grenades, C4, mines, etc., etc. Now, for most of the main story in the game, I kept my loadout pretty much the same. I would often go in with a silenced tranq pistol, a silenced tranq sniper, a silenced assault rifle just in case things got hairy, and my bionic arm. I then equipped a host of C4, mines, cardboard boxes, decoys, etc., just so I could be prepared for other situations. This was my loadout for most of the missions that I completed. Now, of course, certain missions will require that you have C4 or a launcher to complete them effectively, but outside of that, I was generally trying to keep stealth as best I could. I also preferred the tranquilizer weapons because I wanted to extract as many soldiers as I could, and it goes without saying that you can't extract a dead soldier. But some of the most fun that I had in the game was once I was done with the main story. I was just cleaning up the side ops and completely shaking up my loadout, trying new weapons that I had developed or never used, trying new items that just seemed wacky and interesting. Things can get so wild in this game if you really let them, and trying out all of this stuff was just so much fun. Upgrading your binoculars to let you scan higher ranked soldiers, your Fulton device to let you extract bigger equipment like vehicles, and your eye droid to let you mark more targets are all pretty much essential though, and some of them are even required for later side ops. But the development system furthers the idea of freedom once again. There is no one true path here in the beginning. You're allowed to choose which weapons you want to specialize, which ones you want to take with you on missions, and effectively how you want to play the game. A large part of Metal Gear Solid 5's gameplay that I haven't talked about yet is the buddy system. There are 4 total buddies that we can use in the game. The buddies will join you on your missions and help you out in some way, shape, or form. The first one that we get access to is the D-Horse. Quite fitting that Big Boss is now riding around a white horse in the desert. The horse's basic function is to allow us to cross large open areas more quickly. Effectively, it's just a horse. I would say that it's probably the worst of the buddies because it doesn't provide that much utility. Each buddy has their own bond level, and the more that we use them in battle, the more that increases. At certain levels of bond, we can develop new items specifically for them. These can be different outfits, things that are entirely cosmetic, or useful upgrades that will make them more effective. In the case of D-Horse, he can get a battle dress that increases his defense in battle when equipped. The second buddy that we'll get access to is D-Dog. D-Dog is a small puppy that we find out in the wilderness during one of our first missions. He's actually entirely skippable because if you don't extract him back to Mother Base, then he just never becomes a part of the team. While D-Horse is quite unimpressive as far as the buddies in the game go, D-Dog is probably my personal favorite of them. D-Dog can sniff out things within a certain distance of him. He can mark animals that we can extract back to the base on our map. He can mark points of interest. And the most useful thing he can sniff out is enemies. D-Dog basically makes marking targets a thing of the past. As we infiltrate a base, he'll just sniff out everybody so that we don't have to. This makes things incredibly easy and prevents us from really ever having to do any sort of recon. He can also help us out in combat by attacking and killing enemies. We can even give him a little sneaking suit upgrade so that he can tag along with Snake in his infiltration missions. The third buddy is Quiet, and we'll get to her in a bit because she doesn't pop up in the story right away, and she's pretty important. The last buddy is a Walker Gear, which is basically a bipedal, manually operated mini Metal Gear. It can't launch nukes or anything like that, but we can outfit it with all sorts of weapons and features. I never used it too much because it always seemed like it restricted gameplay a little bit and kind of forces you to be loud, though you can equip it with tranquilizing bullets. In my opinion, the buddies are all great though, and they have their own uses. While I don't really prefer D-Horse, if you're looking to explore the open world, having him is kind of a must in the beginning, at least until you get some vehicles. They all have a specialty though, and definitely are aligned with certain styles of play. If you're somebody that likes to keep stealth, you might be more inclined to pick up D-Dog. If you're somebody that likes to explore the world, you might pick D-Horse. And if you're somebody that likes to slaughter Soviet soldiers, you might pick the Walker Gear. The Mother Base system as a whole is really just a fantastic upgrade to the systems that Peace Walker introduced. In Peace Walker, it felt great to manage your soldiers on a fulfillment level. It felt really good to capture soldiers out in the field and to come back to Mother Base to find a place for them. Then getting rewarded for your work felt like something that was earned. It was a satisfying system, but MGS5 takes that even further. There's just more here this time around, and the systems all work really well together. It also never feels like we're too underpowered to be taking on the missions that we have to. There was never a moment in MGS5 where I felt like I needed to grind other missions to level up my base so that I could unlock something that I needed. It was a slow increase in power and weaponry over time that felt incredibly satisfying once I got there. All of the craziest and best weapons in the game, once they're fully upgraded, feel like a reward for interacting with the game as much as you have. Mother Base as a system and an environment has a lot more up its sleeve when it comes to the rest of the game, but I think it's finally time to talk about the story of Metal Gear Solid 5. Metal Gear Solid 5's story is set up in episodes. Each of these episodes are usually one mission in the game and represent just a small chunk of the story that the game offers. There are often side ops, though, that are mandatory and fit into the story as well, providing more context or introducing a particularly important character. After Snake leaves Mother Base, we can begin Episode 3, A Hero's Way. Most of our missions as Diamond Dogs are given to us by some sort of client. Whether that client is someone on Mother Base, whether it's a mysterious benefactor, whether it's a father who's lost his son. These missions are all provided by someone, and often the mystery behind who gave us the mission becomes a story in and of itself. The first mission that we receive is to take out a Soviet commander. Now, there's a lot of information that isn't given to us directly through the game. Some information is offered up in side ops, and other information is given to us through cassette tapes. We gain a lot of cassette tapes throughout the game. When completing missions, when viewing certain cutscenes in the story, these cassette tapes can be played at any time, and while some of them are mandatory because they contain pivotal information for the narrative, other cassette tapes are just providing contextual information about the world, characters, or conflicts in this setting. We will find some information in there about Afghanistan and the conflict that we're heading into. If you don't look at this information, then you really mostly have no idea what's going on in this area outside of a few little tidbits. So Snake woke up in a hospital in Cyprus. Cyprus was split between the North and the South in a civil conflict, but where Snake was put is a place called Dikelia. This was a buffer zone between this conflict. When he was picked up by Ocelot, they took a whaling ship and made their way to Afghanistan. The Soviets have invaded Afghanistan, and their tensions with the rest of the world's nations have started to grow. This is mounting into effectively a second Cold War. But when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan, an invasion that was supposed to be over quickly because of the difference in technologies, this changed things. the West began to back the Mujahideen rebels that were fighting against the Soviets. But the Soviets are taking a scorched earth approach to this war. They're burning and killing anything left behind, and the refugees from this crisis are fleeing to Pakistan. Now the rebels are trying to get back at the Soviets, capturing them and torturing them brutally. And the cycle of vengeance goes on.
Then they burn down another village in retaliation. And the cycle of vengeance goes on.
In addition to this, in the absence of Snake and MSF, the surviving soldiers of Mother Base have had to find their own places in this world. They started joining and forming these things called PFs, or private forces. These private forces are mercenary companies that are really willing to work for anyone as long as the price is right. Think of them as the proto-versions of PMCs. But Snake and the Diamond Dogs technically aren't involved in this conflict. They'll be taking jobs that will force them to be involved, but ideally only in the background. The real thing that we're trying to get out of all of this is answers. XOF was the team that infiltrated Mother Base and destroyed the facility under the guise of a nuclear arms inspection team. They're a part of Cypher, but they are led by Skullface. Their objective was to kill Snake, but they failed, and every member of Diamond Dogs has their own reason for wanting to find Skullface and figuring out what he's up to. So we take out a commander, we destroy the comms equipment of some Soviet outposts, we extract a Soviet engineer who has experience with bionics, and eventually in Mission 6, we're given a job to find a new high-tech weapon called the Honeybee. This weapon is incredibly important because it was provided to the Mujahideen rebels by the West. The weapon can help them take out the Soviet gunships in the area. The Soviet gunships are really the only thing keeping the rebels down at this point. The choppers just tear through their ranks and they have no way to combat these vehicles. But the Honeybee can destroy them and is especially good against these ships because it ignores the flares that are set off to take the missiles off their routes. The Soviets have now captured this weapon, and if they get their hands on this tech, the rebels are screwed. We take this mission to infiltrate some nearby ruins and eventually find the Honeybee, but Snake is quickly knocked out and briefly captured by Skullface.
My, how you've changed. You became a demon for such little weapons as that?
After Skullface and his weird paranormal crew leave, we're forced to outrun, or to fight, the Skull Unit. Once again, they're probably a bit too strong for us at this point, so it makes sense to just hightail it out of there. I would like to point out that MGS5's story is pretty spread out, at least the big parts of it. We will often do 3 missions at a time with little to no actual cutscenes, just nuggets of information, passing us further along on our trail to the truth. So when I'm talking about the story here, I might be moving quickly through some of these missions because a lot of them don't really tie in to the rest of the story. But just know that I will point out critical information when that does come along, even if it's outside of cutscenes. After we retrieve the Honeybee, we take on a mission to eliminate 3 Soviet commanders at the same time. I should also note here that most, if not all of the missions where we have to eliminate people allow us to extract them instead. We don't have to kill, that's just what the order suggests. We can often tranquilize these people and send them back to Mother Base, sometimes extracting more information out of them than we would have if they died, and of course, eventually turning them to our side to become a Diamond Dog. After this mission, we learn that Snake has started to make a name for himself among the Soviet soldiers. They've begun bolstering their bases and defenses in an effort to keep him out. We end up taking out a Soviet colonel next, and in probably one of my favorite missions, we have to take out as many Soviet vehicles as we can. These vehicles are moving to a new outpost and they come in waves. We have to just launch everything and prepare as we catch these vehicles on their patrol routes. If we aren't fast enough, then we can lose them as they ride off into the desert. The next mission sees us heading to rescue a Mujahideen prisoner named Malik. The client that sent us this mission was supposedly his father, who has already passed away. On the way to this mission, though, we're attacked by a sniper in some ruins. This sniper's name is Quiet, and we've been informed of her existence prior to this actual mission. Kaz will tell us beforehand that she's been taking people out in the area, and after she kills Soviet soldiers, they find no trace of her, hence the name. We then have to battle this sniper across the ruins. We can spot her location by noticing where the shots come from or the glare from her sight. Once we do this, we can mark her and try to sneak up to her position. The easiest way to resolve this battle is to call in a support drop on her location, which takes most of her health when the box falls and hits her head. Regardless of how we deal with this mission, we have her captive after the battle. It's clear that this sniper is working with Cypher. She's been taking out Soviets, and Cypher isn't directly behind them. It seems like she was sent here to kill Snake. Kaz clearly wants us to kill her. He has no love for anyone that's a part of the same organization that took everything from him, that took Mother Base, his comrades, and that took his arm and leg. Ocelot doesn't agree though. He thinks she could provide some good information about Cypher, so he wants her brought back so he can interrogate her. We can actually kill her here. It's entirely up to us, but that's not really what you're supposed to do. Choosing not to shoot quiet, we'll see Snake bringing her back to base with him, though he gets quite the protest from Kaz. She ends up escaping almost as soon as the helicopter takes off, using whatever strange powers she has to slip through the cuffs. Snake then heads back to Mother Base and is attacked by a fighter jet. As he's trying to defend himself, Quiet reveals that she's stowed away on the helicopter the whole time, and she uses her skills to shoot the pilot as the plane is coming at the chopper. Miller makes it clear once again that he will have her killed if she steps foot on base though. When we bring her back, we're surrounded by soldiers, and Quiet shows that this is really no issue to her because she could probably take them all out at once. They end up deciding to put her in the brig, and Snake decides to keep her around at least until they can get some information out of her.
Boss, you are going to regret this. That woman...
I know. She knows our location. Either way, one of these days we're gonna have to kill her. But now is not the time. When the time comes, I'll pull the trigger.
With this, Quiet will be placed in her own special cell, mostly because she conflicts with a lot of the other soldiers on base. We can go visit her at a certain point to learn some more about her from Ocelot. Quiet doesn't actually speak, another reason for the name being so fitting. Ocelot thinks that she might just be mute, but this isn't the only uncommon thing about her. She also breathes through her skin. She doesn't even eat because she takes in food through light and water, photosynthesis. She's a strange beast for sure, and no one is really sure what makes her the way she is. For now though, we have to get back to rescuing Malik, the guy we originally set out to extract when we got distracted by Quiet. The mission is just another general extraction, but once we get him out, he reveals to the team that he's never heard of the client who wanted him saved. His village was destroyed long before he was ever taken prisoner. His village caught some sort of disease and it was burned to the ground while he was out on a mission. Kaz thinks that Cypher may have sent the mission request so that Diamond Dogs would hand him over and they could silence him. How exactly they're involved isn't really clear.
Cypher's obviously up to something. This is probably just another preemptive cleanup operation to them. But to Malik, he lost his village, his family, everything, and he wants his revenge. In other words, he's one of us.
After this, we get a side ops request to go rescue Huey Emmerich. Apparently, since the event on Mother Base, Emmerich has been working with XOF and Cypher. He wants to defect, though, and return back to Mother Base. There's a lot of tension leading up to this mission because most assume that Huey was responsible, at least partly, for what happened on Mother Base 9 years ago. Huey was the one who invited the inspection team on the base. He was the one that suggested they comply with the IAEA. He was the one that ordered the soldiers to put down their weapons so it made the group look less hostile. The group's theory is that Huey sold them out, invited XOF onto the base, and turned on them entirely. Well, if we find Huey, we might be able to find out the truth. We end up sneaking into a nearby power plant and find him working for Skullface. The two are arguing about whether a machine they're creating should be human-piloted or controlled by AI. Huey requests more time to make the final adjustments, and once Skullface finds out that Huey has contacted Big Boss, he pushes him down the stairs. This destroys and fractures the mechanical legs that he's using, the only thing that allowed him to walk. Skullface says that he's taking back Sahelanthropus, and Huey is taken to a different base. This immediately begins episode 12, Hellbound, where we have to track down Huey's new location. It's clear that Huey and Skullface were working on some type of advanced weaponry. This Sahelanthropus could be a big deal, and we need to find out what it is. We end up having to sneak into a massive base in Afghanistan. Not only is it patrolled by a Soviet gunship, but it's also crawling with soldiers and walker gears. Now, I haven't really talked about it so far, but gunships and vehicles are extremely dangerous in this game. If we're spotted by one of them and don't have nearby cover, it's basically game over. Of course, this is unless we happen to have a launcher on us that can take one of them out. The vehicles are a similar threat, just not as dangerous because they aren't patrolling in the air. I just want to point out this to say that when a gunship is involved in a mission, it completely changes the strategy that we have to approach that mission with. Of course, you can just blow it out of the sky, but where's the fun in that? Personally, I like to keep stealth as long as I possibly can. When we do get into the inside part of the base, we can find Huey's lab. He has an AI pod in here that looks just like the one from Peace Walker that were used on the machines in that game. It even has the same AI, with the boss talking to us as we enter. Snake ends up grabbing Emmerich and putting a bag over his head. We actually have the option to take the walker gear here, which is a much easier way to get out of the base. On the way out, Huey talks about the new weapons he's been developing for Cypher. He made the walker gear, which has already given them a huge advantage in battle. The new weapon he's made will be an even bigger threat. We quickly see this new weapon on the outskirts of the base as Skullface and the Floating Boy arrive to stop our way out of here. Skullface leaves us with Sahelanthropus, this upright bipedal weapon, and we have to run away from it. We aren't even close to strong enough yet to take it down, so we have to hide. This is a pretty intense sequence as we use small rocks for cover and this massive hulking machine stalks the road trying to find us. When we eventually get an opening, we can put Huey on the chopper and get out of there, but not before Sahelanthropus makes one last lunge for the vehicle and we have to shoot it down. Emmerich doesn't understand any of this because the machine wasn't complete yet. It wasn't even functional, but somehow they completed it without him. We then head back to Mother Base, where Huey is currently being tortured by Kaz and Ocelot. Emmerich still claims that he had nothing to do with the attack on Mother Base, that he only genuinely wanted to clear their names from the radar of the nuclear arms board. He then points the finger at Kaz, who admitted to working with Cypher at the end of Peace Walker, but Kaz turns this on Huey. The real reason they suspect him is because they all lost something that day. Kaz lost his leg and arm, Snake lost his own arm, Paz and Chico lost their lives, and they all lost their comrades. Huey came out without a scrape on him, so he's automatically suspect. They're giving him truth serum, but it doesn't seem to be working. They deduce that he must have had gene therapy or some sort of surgery to prevent it from having an effect. He's holding on to his story, but they need to be able to find proof to implicate him. They decide to keep Huey on the base, hidden away where the other soldiers can't find him. If they do, then he'll be killed, as the soldiers that were a part of MSF back in the day will want their revenge. Huey does give the group one good piece of information, though, that Cypher has been looking for the missing piece to their larger plan somewhere in Africa. They're trying to make a weapon that will surpass Metal Gear, and apparently part of that is in the Angola-Zaire border region. So that's where we head next. We get access to this whole new area. We can now travel to and from Africa at will just by selecting different missions and drop points that are set there. And it's kind of wild because Afghanistan is already pretty large on its own, with a ton of different bases, encampments, roads, and features to its landscape. Introducing another area with its own intricacies is just insane. The Africa area definitely isn't as big as Afghanistan, but it's still really interesting. Before we get into the story in Africa, I'd like to talk about the situation there, especially the info that we get from the cassette tapes, because it's pretty interesting and it's kind of important to the context of the story. So, Snake's legend has been spreading ever since he was in a coma, but the biggest issue with this is that it's created this large game of telephone where his ideals are misshapen the more they're told. It's almost like another pretty important character that he knew. He's now become an example that too much power will destroy those who wield it.
The moment any truth is passed on, it starts turning into fiction. The problem is, fiction inspires people more than facts.
This legend has created the private forces that are rampant all over Africa. Like I said, these private forces are sort of proto-versions of the PMCs that we would see in MGS4. There are three main ones though: CFA, Rogue Coyote, and Zero Risk Security. CFA is the contract forces of Africa. Zero-risk security is actually sent all over the world and more spread out, and Rogue Coyote is centralized to Africa, the weakest of the three PFs. There's also a civil war going on here between the Buta and the Mbele. This fight has been going on since World War I, since their land was colonized and control was given to the Buta. Naturally, a power struggle then occurred. All of these things, in addition to child soldiers, resource troubles, and the involvement of Cypher, make up the list of conflicts that Africa is facing as we head there. Our first mission is given to us by an environmental NGO or non-governmental organization. They want us to stop an oil spill that's happening at the Mafinda oil field. They want us to destroy the oil refinery being run by a rebel group called UNITA. They're being given American weapons, so it's safe to say that Cypher is probably involved. When we eventually arrive at the place and destroy the plant, we find out that a ton of bodies were located in the oil. The bodies have some sort of strange disease covering their chests. At the end of the mission, it's revealed that Saner, or South African Natural Resources, gave us the mission. In the original briefing, it's hinted at that Saner has something to do with the oil spill in the first place, that they come in and drain the area of oil and then disappear. Their equipment begins breaking down and leaking. They let the place be taken over by UNITA because they can blame it on them after the fact. But Kaz finds out that Saner is actually a shell company, and who is behind it remains a mystery at this point. It's probably Cypher, by the way. If there's ever a shell corporation in this game, you can just safely assume that Old Skullface is in the background somewhere. After this mission, Huey lets Snake know that he customized a walker gear for him. This means we can actually use this as a buddy in combat now. Quiet also starts appearing again, showing that she wants to go out on missions with the boss. Quiet is a complicated beast at this point in the story. Kaz still absolutely hates her and believes that she shouldn't even be on the base, let alone alive. Ocelot has also taken a liking to her, especially because of her prowess with sniping and weaponry. Snake doesn't really seem to know how to feel, but Ocelot eventually convinces him to take her out on some missions. This is when we finally unlock Quiet as a buddy. Quiet is probably the best buddy in the game. I do prefer using D-Dog, but Quiet is truly some kind of overpowered. So Quiet has two functions, to scout and to kill. She can point out enemies to us. She does most of the things that D-Dog does, just not as effectively. D-Dog will often mark every enemy in a base, but Quiet will miss a lot of them. Her prowess with sniping is where her real use comes in, though. She can take out a ton of enemies, and we can upgrade her weapons through her own development tree. When we eventually get her a silenced sniper or even a trank sniper, she can help us clear out a whole base without having to do much work. She's also a fantastic distraction so that we can get into a base undetected. The reason I don't really like Quiet as much as D-Dog is because she's kind of like playing the game on easy mode. Personally, I want to take out the enemies, not have someone else do it for me. It is fun in certain circumstances, and I did use her quite a bit because I do prefer her over D-Horse or the Walker gear. The next main contract that we take in the episode 14 mission, Lingua Franca, sees us rescuing some British officials that were working in a PF that ran security for the oil field. He tells us that PFs in the area have been purchasing a ton of Walker gears, and it's clear from Kaz's info that Cypher is probably supplying them. This gets even more complicated in the next mission when we find out that the Walker gears are being supplied by the West. This doesn't make any sense because the Walker gears were developed with the help of Huey to give to the Soviets. Kaz has found a convoy that crosses the desert regularly that might have some cargo that make this connection a little more clear. Whatever is in this cargo is what they're accepting as payment for these mobile weapons. In this mission, we track the convoy to a small village where it makes a brief stop. We can then head up to the convoy and try to extract it, but suddenly the Skull unit appears in the area. This is the first time we actually have to have open combat with the Skulls. We don't absolutely have to, but it's far easier than trying to extract a giant vehicle and then getting out of there quiet. We can use a ton of explosives and heavy weapons to try and take them out, but the easiest way to do it is to get into one of the tanks and start blasting them. After we do this, Kaz has the team at Mother Base analyze the material inside, and they find that it contains malachite and something called yellow cake. This is basically powdered uranium, but it's not a very large concentration, and definitely not enough for a nuclear weapon. Kaz needs to analyze this further, but the next mission quickly begins. We have to rescue 2 intel agents that were captured by the CFA. This mission is pretty simple, but when we find them, they're saying very strange things.
They kept saying the disease was her fault. Just shouting at me. Over.
It looks like the CFA is trying to get back at Diamond Dogs for some sort of disease they think we caused. On top of that, the diseased bodies at the oil fields still remain a mystery. Something is going on here, but we don't have all the pieces yet. Something I want to point out about MGS5 that it does really well is just how it integrates its story into the game. I said before that there will be long stretches of gameplay where we don't have cutscenes. We don't have the main characters interacting on screen in some dramatic sequence or epic showdown. But that doesn't mean that there isn't story. The mission debriefings that we get at the beginning of a new infiltration provide context. The things that soldiers say during our missions, the conversations with Kaz or Ocelot at the end of a mission, all of these things are incredibly important to the plot. Even the cassette tapes that we find, while most of them are optional, a lot of them hold pivotal information that we won't be told in other places. And Metal Gear Solid 5 is subtle in the ways that it delivers its story. It's only there for those who are paying attention. It's very easy to skip over this military jargon at the end of a mission and just tune it out because the characters aren't present on screen. But this would be like ignoring the codec calls in MGS3. And sure, there may be missions where the only real information that we're getting is that the Soviets are advancing on another base, but this advancement may come into play later in the story. It may have been a small detail that will tie something together. For example, at first it doesn't really seem important that Saner were the ones behind the oil field incident, but once we learn that they're actually a shell company for Cypher, their name becomes a whole lot more important. I really enjoy this type of storytelling because it rewards extra attention, and there were a ton of concepts or themes that didn't fully click with me until I went back and took notes on all the cassette tapes in the game. But the story as a whole is really about to change. Episode 18 is when things start to take a bit of a turn, and the first chapter starts to really heat up. We get a contract from a general who wants us to eliminate 6 targets. They are soldiers that are under him, but they have private information that he doesn't want to leak. We infiltrate the base and take out one of the targets, but the other 5 are supposed to be at a nearby mine. When we get to the mine, we can take out every soldier there, but none of them are the targets. Exploring the whole mine leaves us with one place left to search, a mine shaft off to the side. Here we find that 5 child soldiers are being kept in a cage. They offer us diamonds for their lives, but Snake obviously chooses to spare them, regardless of payment. We then have to extract these kids in what is probably the hardest and most annoying mission in the entire game. Now, I feel very conflicted about this mission overall. After we gather the kids, we have to protect them all the way to the extraction point. It's basically an escort mission that heads down this narrow valley where we have to take out soldiers at each junction. Now, this isn't that bad in and of itself, but we also have to deal with soldiers flanking us from behind halfway through, a Soviet gunship chasing us, and the kids not listening to us and following our orders quite often. The kids mostly work like a buddy, so we can give them direct orders to stay or follow, but they'll only stay for a few seconds before they just start booking it towards a group of soldiers that are about to kill them. This means that we usually have to deal with a soldier and then return to the kids to tell them to stay again, rinse, and repeat, all while dealing with the gunships and the soldiers advancing on our position. It is really annoying, but I say I'm conflicted because I think the mission makes sense in the context of the narrative. These kids are scared, they are out of their element, they're unarmed. They just want to make it out of here alive. And Snake doesn't even speak their language, so he can't effectively communicate with them. They're just operating on instinct, and it makes sense that they would just run off after a few seconds without direction. This tests our patience as a player and also our view of these kids. Do we really, truly view them as innocent and give them the leeway that comes with that? Or do we implicate them further in this conflict with our anger and frustration? These are the two sides of this mission. On one hand, I feel like it fits, and on the other hand, I'm annoyed that I have to deal with it. When we eventually get back to the chopper, Snake loads the kids inside and we head back to Mother Base. Kaz, of course, doesn't totally agree with them being brought back, taking a bit more of a hardened approach to them, but Ocelot is pretty inviting as usual. Mother Base now has a facility where the kids can learn to read and write, do basic jobs, and develop skills, but this doesn't mean that they won't fight someday.
Being behind the gun's what we do, boss. There's no room for angels in our heaven.
After we take on our next mission and extract a commander who was talking big about getting into nuclear arms recently, we find out that he was paid to spread that rumor by Cypher. After this, Huey shows us what he's been working on during his forced solitude. He's creating something called a Battle Gear. It's a small tank that can be sent out on deployments to aid the forces there. With this, we move on to the next story mission, which actually comes from a client inside of Mother Base, one of the kids we rescued from the mine. We have to seek out the Devil's House, which is a place that kids from the mine supposedly disappear to. Saner is involved with this place, so that means Cypher is probably behind it. When we get to the Devil's House, we find a makeshift hospital that's covered in blood and bodies. There are a ton of patients basically comatose on beds. They have some sort of speaker shoved into their throats, and these speakers are emitting audio from tapes. All of this is way out there, and we have no idea what any of this means yet, but Skullface shows up before we can even try to get any answers. The Man on Fire is with him, and we have to face off against him in a boss battle. He's actually pretty difficult because he can do a ton of damage to us and reflect our shots back at Snake. We can easily deal with him though by using a shotgun to slowly push him back into a pool of water, which takes care of him. After this, Kaz notes that the bodies in the Devil's House looked like the same ones in the oil field. They had some sort of lump on their chests. He's going to have the team at Mother Base do a thorough analysis of the audio that was recorded through Snake's presence there. The next mission is a pretty standard one that sees us heading to the airport to deal with an arms dealer. But as soon as we start this mission, we get the news that Mother Base is being attacked. We have to head there and retake our own base platform from the soldiers that are inhabiting it. Now, I really enjoy this mission because I love the idea of having to defend your own base. I love the idea of even setting a mission on Mother Base, especially when the base is built, customized, and crafted by us. This extends the point that I made further about being able to actually traverse the facility in the first place. It just makes everything feel more real, and turning that whole thing on its head by making us feel like the outsider by defending our home is fantastic. Of course, this also furthers the rage and protectiveness that both we and Snake would feel at the idea of our base being taken over. Snake certainly isn't going to let what happened 9 years ago happen again. The player doesn't want this to happen either, but they've also put time and effort into building this thing up. They've gathered these soldiers by hand. They've extracted these resources. We've built this. And just like Snake, we don't want anyone coming in here who isn't a part of Diamond Dogs, except Huey, but that's just so we can torture him. After this, we can head back to the previous mission and capture the arms dealer from the airport, and he tells us that Saner specifically requested his services. The next mission sees us heading into Masa Village, a place that child soldiers have recently taken over. Now, this is where the game decides to do something with its ideas that I don't think I've ever seen another game do. Metal Gear as a series has never shied away from condemning war. The first game was entirely about the nuclear threat. The second game was focused on the war for information and control. The third game was about the sacrifice of war. And the fourth game was about the monotony and commercialization of war. And Metal Gear Solid 5 is the same in that it does not shy away from showing the dirtiest parts of war. This mission is made up entirely of child soldiers, and there will be other missions and certain areas in the game from here on out that feature child soldiers. Child soldiers, as you probably already know, are a real thing. Countries will use children as a fighting force. Children tend to be easier to control and easier to get into battle, mostly because they don't understand the consequences of what they're doing. They can be misled and they can pick up a gun very easily. As of 2022, the UN identifies 12 countries that have used or use child soldiers. Colombia, the Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Mali, Somalia, South Sudan, Lebanon and Palestine, Syria, Yemen, Afghanistan, and Myanmar. These groups usually are non-state, so they're militias or guerrilla movements, and some of these groups have reduced their numbers over the years, but countries like Afghanistan and Syria are home to Islamist groups that have only grown their usage of child soldiers in recent times. Obviously, this is a big issue in the world and in war, and putting this into a game is incredibly uncomfortable. It's a painful truth that the player is forced with. Obviously, we can't kill these soldiers. We're only allowed to trank them. Big Boss wouldn't do that. But it still isn't fun to trank them. It isn't fun to treat them as soldiers. isn't fun at all. And it shouldn't be, because this isn't a sequence that is trying to put forth fun. It's trying to show us something that we might not like looking at. At a certain point in the game, we can upgrade our Fulton balloons to try and bring more of these children into the organization, in the hopes that Diamond Dogs can give them a good life, that they will teach them skills until the age where they can understand the weight of using a weapon. And this gameplay mechanic, in some weird, odd way, is kind of a strange twist on the enemies get stronger as you make it further into the game trope. But instead of getting stronger, the enemies are getting weaker. So weak, in fact, that it would be morally wrong to kill them. This is turning our morals against us and restricting gameplay through morality rather than raw game design. During this mission, we have to seek out their leader, who is called the White Mamba. We eventually find him aboard a crashed ship and have to do battle with him. He will run all over the ship and try to take Snake out by attacking and then running away. We eventually get to him and take him back to the base. This kid's real name is Eli, but he is anything but cooperative once we get him back to Mother Base. During the next mission, where we have to extract some doctors who were in the area to investigate infectious diseases and were connected to the Devil's House, Kaz tells us something shocking. He wants to test Eli against Snake's DNA. He believes that he is one of the children that came from the Les Enfants Terribles project. We would know him as Liquid Snake, but Kaz isn't quite certain yet. He thinks things line up, and Eli's hatred for adults and mistrust of anyone in authority make him think it could be true, but he isn't sure. The doctors that we find during this mission tell us that they've never seen anything like what they saw at the Devil's House. All of the patients were having non-English tapes being transmitted into their throats. Kaz backs this up with the audio analysis that the team at Mother Base did. Everything they heard was a smattering of news broadcasts, commercials, plays, etc., but none of it was in English. We then take a mission to extract the commander of a group of child soldiers in Africa. Directly after this mission, though, something begins to happen on Mother Base. A ton of our soldiers are getting sick. They're getting blisters on their body, and the symptoms look strikingly similar to what we saw in the bodies at the oil field and at the Devil's House. Kaz and Ocelot can't seem to find the source of this sickness, but they know there has to be some sort of defining characteristic between all of the people that are getting sick. Here we can isolate certain people who are infected, but only if we know why they're getting infected. We're tasked with looking at the infected soldiers and finding a commonality between them. If we look hard enough, we eventually realize it's not anything physical. It's not their background or their expertise, it's the language they can speak. So up to this point, language has been an incredibly important part of Metal Gear Solid 5, not just in terms of story, but also in terms of gameplay. Pretty early on in the game, we find out that we can't interrogate people because they speak either Pashto or Russian, and Snake does not speak that language. This means we have to complete a side op to get interpreters for those two languages. Once we gain these interpreters, we can hear the things these soldiers are saying. This doesn't just come in handy during interrogation, though. It's also useful when we're overhearing conversations that guards are having. This goes for the Africa regions as well, with the Afrikaans and Kikongo languages. Language is also talked about quite a bit in the game. It's first mentioned at the end of Ground Zeroes when Skullface tells Paz that Zero stole everything from him, even his language.
I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak, I've never had the freedom to choose for myself.
And the fact that we even need interpreters is proof of the symbol that Mother Base and Diamond Dogs have become. They are a nation without borders. They allow anyone into their ranks as long as they're someone that needs a home. A character that we haven't yet met but are quite close to being introduced to is Code Talker. In one of his cassette tape conversations, he likens Mother Base to a superorganism, or even something larger than that.
Well, it's an honor. You can travel the world, but you won't find another place like this. If the whole world was like this base, I think the peoples of the world would bid farewell to fighting for good. Maybe that's what the boss wanted in the end.
But this spread of people proved to be Mother Base's weakness in the end. Their greatest strength is becoming their downfall. The Kikongo language is actually what's causing the infection. We aren't exactly sure why just yet, but we have to quarantine these people or they'll infect more soldiers and we'll start losing mass amounts of people from the base. Our main mission now becomes trying to stop this infection, or at least to learn more about it in the hopes of finding some sort of cure or prevention. In the next mission, we rescue an intel team member who tells us about a man named Code Talker who knows how to treat the pathogen we're dealing with. We can infiltrate a nearby mansion to find him, as he's already been captured and employed by Cypher. Before we do this, we have to fight the Skulls once again, but this time in a sniper battle in a ravine.
I've been waiting, Tilly. What should I say?
Code Talker tells us that there's a parasite amongst our people. It infects the vocal cords, and when certain vibrations are made by the vocal cords, like a specific language, they begin to reproduce. At this point, it infects the lungs and kills the host. He has an herb that will prevent the spread of the disease for a bit, but there's no official cure, just a way to halt the symptoms. The microbe will turn all of the male parasites into females, which will prevent them from reproducing. Code Talker was being forced to work for Skullface to develop these vocal cord parasites. He also created the parasites that power the skulls.
Skullface. Even a country like America sways in his wake. I could not defy him. The fate of Dine lies in his hands. However, perhaps the Nishia led you here. If my children have upset the Rojun of the world, it falls to me to set it right.
He says that Skullface's goal is to wipe out every language except English off the Earth. Code Talker agrees to work with us. Obviously, he didn't want to help Skullface in the first place, he was being forced to. But now he's motivated by something greater, to make things right for what he has brought into this world. On the way back to Mother Base, we're attacked by the Skull unit one final time, and we have one more battle with them. By this point, we can actually take them on in a battle, using launchers and explosives to get rid of them. We're strong enough now that we won't get blasted by them as soon as the fight starts. After we get Code Talker out safe, he gives us a ton of really good information. He's just about the first big breakthrough that we have in the story, and the first person that gives us some real answers on what the fuck is going on. Apparently, Skullface was testing nukes around 5 years ago. Now, he was using Code Talker to find a way to prevent nuclear detonation through the use of a device. The metallic archaea, which is something Code Talker developed through the use of parasites, will allow him to safely transport nuclear materials without being detected. In addition to that, he can also deactivate these nukes anytime he pleases. He plans to make nukes available to the world, but includes the deactivation plan in case someone tries to use it against someone that Skullface wants protected. So Skullface not only plans to arm the world, but also plans to eradicate all of the languages on Earth, except for English. Code Talker then gives Mother Base the Wolbachia treatment that will prevent the disease from spreading throughout their base. We then see Huey being interrogated again. He also finally lets up and decides to give us some useful information. Apparently, Sahelanthropus is about to be unveiled to the world. It's meant to scare the world into wanting to buy nukes so that he can be the one to sell them. The weapon is being held in OKB-0, a lab that was built by the Soviet philosophers. This begins the final 2 missions in Chapter 1. I'd like to talk about the infiltration to OKB-0 for a second, because it's probably some of the best stealth that the game has to offer. This is our final big stealth mission for this section of the game, and it really feels like the culmination of everything that we've learned and seen thus far. It's this massive fortress located on top of a hill that's just crawling with soldiers, and the whole thing is monitored by gunships. People are everywhere here, and we have to put in so much effort just to find a viable way through to get to our objective. Sometimes that means waiting for guards to move until there's a small opening. Sometimes that means taking out guards so that we can create an opening. Sometimes that means going in loud. It's no different than the rest of the game, but it's just amped up to 100 and really feels like the stealth climax that this game was working towards. It's worth noting as well that it's only XOF here now. They've taken over the base as all of the Russian soldiers have died from the Russian version of the vocal cord parasite that was released here. We eventually get to the helipad to find Skullface trying to make his exit.
You too have known loss, and that loss torments you still. You hope hatred might someday away and makes a man hideous inside and out. Wouldn't you agree? Both are demons. Our humanity won't return. You, me, we've no place to run, nowhere to hide. And that is why I'll show you my demon.
Skullface decides to humor Big Boss. He takes him down to a small jeep so that they can head to where Sahelanthropus is being held. And on the way, Skullface is going to show us his demon, meaning he's going to explain everything. Skullface reveals that he was originally part of a cleanup crew that worked on Snake's missions. He worked for the CIA and even supported the Virtuous mission in MGS3. He was meant to be there as backup to clean up after Snake's mission, whatever he needed to be. XOF was existing in the shadow of the Fox unit. Zero ended up forming Cypher and enlisted Skullface as its commander. He wanted to unite the world, and part of that was uniting America. He felt that America was too segmented. Since it was made up of so many peoples, so many cultures, it broke off into its own little groups. So he had to use words to control their subconscious.
To unite America and the entire world. The Major thought this was his friend's will. But I think he never understood what she wanted.
But Skullface never related to Zero. Skullface lost his mother tongue when he was young. When his village was raided and he was torn away from his family, he was forced to speak other languages. Each time he changed to a different post and had to learn to speak new, he felt himself change. He noticed the way that he looked at things differently, that his personality was skewed. He feels like he was robbed of his mother tongue, of his original language, his home language. Zero never had this experience. He spoke English, and now he wants to spread that language across the world to exert his control. Skullface wants revenge on Zero and all those who leech off the words of their fellow man. Zero uses codes as a means of control, and the mother tongue of these codes is English. So Skullface has a final strain of the vocal cord parasite, the English strain. He plans to wipe out all of the English language, the real way to get back at Zero, to put him through what he went through.
People will swallow their pain. They will link lost hands. The world will become one. This war is peace.
Skullface plans to unveil Sahelanthropus, which will set his plan in motion. This will send the world into another Cold War, forcing them to buy nukes from him, nukes that he controls, and he will control language when he wipes out English. He then brings out the big weapon, but quickly it's overtaken by the Floating Boy and the Man on Fire, who seem to have gone rogue. The Man on Fire is crushed during the movement, and we have a battle on our hands. We have our final boss battle with Sahelanthropus, and when we last encountered it, we couldn't quite stand toe-to-toe, but now we're outfitted with enough power to take the thing down. We have to launch everything we have at it, firing launchers, grenades, C4, anything that explodes. The weapon will summon all kinds of rocks and shoot its railgun our way, but once we manage to avoid these attacks and destroy it, the thing lunges at us. The Floating Boy appears for one final second as we launch our last missile at its head and destroy the weapon before it ever has a chance to be unveiled to the world. Miller and Snake head back to the base where Sahelanthropus was unleashed. Skullface was crushed by rubble when the weapon made its exit. We find 2 of the English vocal cord parasites there, but the third one is missing. He tells Snake that it's close to him. Snake and Miller decide to get their revenge for everything that's happened to them, for everything that Skullface did. They fill his body full of lead, but he doesn't die. They leave him begging for death, only to hear one final shot ring out as Huey lands the killing blow.
I did it! Revenge!
There's something about this scene, and honestly, it leads me into a good point. Aside from one final scene, which we'll get to in a second, this is the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 1's title is fittingly made out to be Revenge. This is what a lot of the chapter focuses on. And not only the revenge that the characters want and the cycle of revenge, but the different ways that they experience grief, loss, pain, and ultimately wanting some sort of payback for those emotions. Huey experiences this revenge in possibly the most chilling way you could imagine. This exclamation as he takes the life of another man that he had almost no part in taking out is honestly chilling. It shakes me to my core, and part of this is the way that it's depicted. We first see Snake and Miller's revenge. Snake doesn't talk for a lot of Metal Gear Solid 5. He isn't one to interject himself often in scenes. He really never has outside of asking leading questions, but for most of MGS5, he's pretty quiet. Snake does seem to want revenge though. He wants payback for what was done to him, what was taken from him. But he doesn't seem bloodthirsty. He isn't ready to burn the world down to get back at Skullface. Miller, on the other hand, is. He often reveals his extreme feelings on the matter, that he will gain payback for what was done to Mother Base, for the comrades that they lost.
Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge. The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause. God. Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
Deeper into hell, Miller will have to tread to get his revenge. He displays this through his mistrust for anyone that is outside of their organization, his mistrust of Quiet, his mistrust of the children, even just the cold and bitter demeanor that he addresses others with. He is ready to go to whatever lengths he needs to feel satisfied for what he lost, to make the scales of justice even. Ocelot is someone we haven't talked about a lot in this story, but he isn't really seeking revenge at all. He's just here to help Snake rebuild, and he seems to have a much cooler head than the rest. He obviously wasn't involved in the Mother Base attack 9 years ago. He's meant to balance out Miller in a way, an angel and a devil on Snake's shoulder, pushing him in one direction or the other. Skullface himself wanted revenge on Zero. He supplanted his anger and rage onto Zero. He was a conduit for the people that had wronged him over the years. And he took this out on Zero by harming everything that Zero wanted, taking out as many innocents as he possibly could along the way. Even Eli had some sort of revenge that he wanted to exact on the adults of the world. While we're on the subject of Eli, we do get feedback at a certain point in the story that Snake is not his father. The DNA test came back negative, they didn't match at all, so he can't be a clone of Big Boss. This is not Liquid Snake. But Eli still thinks that this is true, so he resents Big Boss for the way that he's had to grow up, the things that he's had to deal with, the struggles he's already experienced in his life. This extends to all adults and forms of authority. He wants to cause trouble, to cause chaos, to make up for his lacking genes. Code Talker is the only one that seems to internalize his grief and pain in a somewhat healthy way. There's a cassette tape where Miller and Code Talker speak about the thirst for revenge and how it feeds on the mind.
You know, we defeated Skullface, but it didn't lessen our pain. It's a pain we'll never be rid of. I see that now, but I thought I could burn it away. In the end, all I burned was our own men.
Infectious diseases, parasites. Without such foreign enemies, the immune system will start attacking the body, developing allergies and autoimmune diseases. The same is true of organizations.
And Code Talker has plenty of reasons to be upset, to want revenge for what was done to him. He understands the importance of language just like Skullface does. Code Talker was part of the Navajo tribe in the United States. He was forced into a government schooling program for Native Americans, and he was forced to speak their language. He was robbed of his own language, one that's already dying within its own people. Code Talkers were actually soldiers in World War II who used Navajo words to speak in code. The words were not accurate, they just knew that no one would be able to decipher it because virtually no one outside of the US spoke that language. Skullface found Code Talker and forced him to research parasites for him. Code Talker was already intrigued by the parasites, which actually came from the body of the End, by the way, a little piece of information that's tucked away in the cassette tapes. Skullface told Code Talker that he would kill the Dine, or the members of his Navajo community, if he didn't help him. Code Talker has experienced very similar pain and trauma to Skullface. He has lost his own language, he has been forced to use another name, and he has seen his people threatened. But he does not yearn for revenge like the rest of the group does, because he knows that he has no choice but to live with that pain. So when Huey lays the final shot into Skullface's head and exclaims, "Revenge," it seems all the more chilling in the end. And when Snake and Miller see this, we have to imagine that they too are in shock, that they self-reflect for a moment to try and see if they're any different than this untrustworthy man that lies in front of them. The scene that follows shows the group at Mother Base, watching as the destroyed Sahelanthropus is delivered back to the base.
We hold our rifles in missing hands. We stand tall on missing legs. We stride forward on the bones of our fallen. Then, and only then, are we alive. This pain is ours, and no one else's. The secret weapon we wield, out of sight. We will be stronger than ever for our peace.
Miller makes a statement here that really develops his character quite a lot. It shows a ton of growth and delivers one of the most powerful messages that this game has to offer. That the pain they felt isn't meant to be destroyed. It isn't meant to be cast aside. It is a weapon. It's part of them, just like anything else. You can't get rid of your shadow. You can't get rid of your phantom. You can only make peace with it. This is in stark contrast to how a lot of games and media treat revenge as a theme. It's usually this very vapid, surface-level condemnation of revenge, something showing off revenge as a cycle where it hurts both the person who was wronged and the person who does the wrongdoing. No one in this group has decided to break that cycle. They've still taken their pound of flesh, but they have decided to live with their pain, and that's a triumph in the end. The Phantom Pain does not just put forth a surface-level understanding of grief and vengeance, it makes a best-effort attempt at trying to understand these emotions while bringing the player along through those emotions. The player has felt what these people have felt as well. Maybe not nearly as strong, but when Mother Base was destroyed, those were our soldiers we lost. That was our base that we built. When we played Peace Walker, we believed. We wanted to make this nation and build it up stronger than we could ever imagine. So when Skullface takes it down, we feel that pain too. It's not just the characters, but the player as well that has to make peace with their pain. They have to learn to wield and live with it. But this really only scratches the surface of what Metal Gear Solid 5 has to say, because this isn't the end of the story, and what Chapter 2 has to say about the world, relationships, and the player is possibly some of the strongest messaging that Kojima has ever put forth. At this point in the game, we begin Chapter 2, Race. Skullface is gone, but the parasites are still a threat. Kaz wants to combat this by getting more strength, more numbers, more men. We can also develop nuclear weapons at this point in the game. This is kind of tied into the online mode and the last section of the game, so I'll talk about that when we get there. As you'll quickly see though, Chapter 2 is a lot more focused on the people, the survivors, and the things they're dealing with. Rather than a large-scale conflict, stopping a massive weapon, or trying to go against some large organization, a lot of the enemies come from within. The first simple mission that we have to take on is to extract a CIA agent that was working inside of OKB-0. He knows about the vocal cord parasites, and we can't let him leave because America can't know about what happened here. After this, we find out that one of the child soldiers has died in an accident on one of the platforms. It's pretty quickly suspected that Eli had something to do with this. We can also take a side op at this point to go retrieve the AI pod that Huey had in his base, and another to secure the remains of the man on fire. Now, the AI pod will become important in just a little bit, but first let's talk about the man on fire. Once we recover his body, we learn that the man on fire was actually Volgin. Yes, that Volgin from MGS3. His story is pretty much tied to the floating boy at this point, so we might as well kill two birds with one stone. We find out through cassette tapes and other information that Volgin was transferred to a medical facility after MGS3. He never truly died. He was basically just in a comatose state. The facility was doing experiments to try and find the source of the lightning powers that he had. In an act of pure coincidence, the floating boy, or the third child, or as we know him, Psycho Mantis, was flying over this facility in a plane at the time. Psycho Mantis was a child with psychokinetic abilities and was being researched by an institute. This boy could feel the rage and fury coming off of Volgin, even in his comatose state. The way that Psycho Mantis works in this game is that he basically latches himself onto whoever is feeling the strongest emotions near him at the time. His powers will then aid them in whatever they want with those emotions. At certain points, he latches on to Skullface, the Man on Fire, and even Eli. This change is reflected in his appearance, whether he has fire on his outfit or has a small mask on. This shows who is basically controlling him at that time. So when he felt the emotions of Volgin, it woke the man out of his coma and brought him back. These emotions were so strong because he felt Snake awakening from his slumber as well. His feelings of revenge at Big Boss led him to seek him out, and this is the reason for the attack on the hospital. But as we see the story progress, things change and the floating boy is taken over by feelings around him that are stronger. For example, at the end of Chapter 1, Eli has stowed away on the chopper that's waiting nearby. His emotions of fear and anger are stronger than Volgin's in this moment, so he takes over Psycho Mantis. This allows his emotions to control Sahelanthropus, which is the reason it kills Volgin and ends up crushing Skullface. The floating boy in MGS5, if you aren't already aware, is another example of a parasite. An unknowing parasite, but he has no control over his powers. Not yet, at least. He's a far cry from the memory-reading Psycho Mantis that we see in MGS1. He basically exists as a conduit for these powers, and like parasites in nature, just trends towards the situation that benefits him best. Shortly after we recover the body, we find out that Code Talker's research has been stolen and is being shipped out in containers. We need to get this back so that he can effectively work to eliminate the vocal cord parasites. We then see a scene of Quiet being interrogated. Kaz has gotten it into his head that she was the one that unleashed that parasite on Mother Base in the first place. She refuses to talk even when he tries to suffocate her by splashing chemicals on her skin. They found out through the medical tests that her lungs are fried, most likely from the parasites that she holds. They even found a white star of Bethlehem in her lungs, proving that she was at the hospital and was the assassin that tried to kill Snake. Ocelot eventually gives her some reprieve because he realizes that she will not talk no matter what they do. I think Ocelot realizes something more about interrogation than the rest, that it's not necessarily about inflicting pain to the subject, but about convincing them. There are studies that have shown that physical torture is really not a good method of getting information out of people, and Ocelot is touted in the game as being an expert at interrogation. He gets things out of his subjects that others wouldn't be able to. By the time we see him again in MGS1, he's just straight up torturing people again, though. After the group leaves, Code Talker speaks to Quiet in Navajo. She speaks back to him, and he realizes that she's the one with the English strain of the parasite. She refuses to speak because she doesn't want to spread it to the base, even if it means getting tortured. Over the next couple of missions, we're told that there's a radiation leak on the medical platform. Kaz is worried about it, but Huey assures us that it won't spread. Things get even worse when we find out all of the kids have escaped. Eli put them up to it, and now they're out there roaming the world. We have to take on a few side ops to rescue all of these kids. But as soon as we get them back, Eli and the kids escape a final time, this time taking Sahelanthropus with them. They of course can't just wander around with this incredibly powerful weapon, but it doesn't actually work. It took damage in the battle, and it was only being powered by the floating boy anyways. Snake really wanted to keep it as a trophy, as a symbol that the Diamond Dogs could build something and stop evil from spreading in the world. We then learn that Huey was the one that helped them escape. He showed them how to get the weapon working again, because, of course, when is Huey not involved? Everything begins to break down at this point, as Snake is alerted that another vocal cord parasite outbreak has happened on Mother Base. The Wolbachia treatment isn't working anymore for some reason. Code Talker thinks it could be some sort of mutation of the virus, but he isn't sure. The people that have been infected are quarantined in a facility on the base. Snake offers to go inside and check if there's any survivors and try to find the source of this mutation. This begins probably the best mission in the entire game, Episode 43, Shining Lights, Even in Death. The new strain of this disease has no physical symptoms, so there really isn't a way to tell who is infected, and it's spreading even faster because people who barely spoke the language started becoming symptomatic. We wander through this infected facility, looking at each of the soldiers who have either died or are currently infected with the virus. The game makes a point to note the names of the soldiers above their heads as we mark them. Once we get to the top, we find a researcher who is wearing infrared goggles. These were allowing him to see who was infected because their throats glow when viewed through these lenses, emitting some sort of heat. He says that he won't become a snail as he finally dies. It isn't clear at first what he means, but the infected are trying to rush outside. This is because the parasites are controlling them and they want to spread as fast as they possibly can. By dying outside and having the birds feast on their corpses, the disease will spread across the sea and eventually the world. The snail reference is really only explained in the cassette tapes. There's a specific parasite that uses snails as hosts. This forces the snails into the light where they swell up, and their antennae change to resemble caterpillars. This causes them to get eaten by birds so the parasites can spread. But with this situation, infected soldiers start rushing towards the door, trying to head outside. If this happens, Mother Base won't be the only doomed place, it'll be everywhere. Snake is then forced to kill these soldiers rushing outside. We then control Snake as we have to systematically head back through the facility, killing any soldiers that have the infection. There's no other way. This mission is just so fucking brutal. These are our soldiers. This is our base. And there's no decision to make here. This is just something that must be done. But forcing this trigger on the player brings out emotion like no other sequence I've seen before. The ending to the sequence is even more hard to grapple with, as we find a room of soldiers that are arguing over whether they should leave or not. They're all infected, but they decide that since Big Boss is here, they'll go with whatever he chooses. And as we start to shoot them, they don't even flinch. They don't recoil as they know death is coming. They accept it willingly, because this is how far they will go to trust Big Boss, to trust this organization. It is truly gut-wrenching. Snake then finds one soldier who isn't showing the glow in his throat. He isn't infected, but before we get him outside, somehow the disease has already spread. He's showing signs and we have to kill him. The game doesn't even let us have this. It is unrelenting. It won't even let us have one survivor. They're all dead. I should also note here that while this is all happening, Huey is screaming over the comms at Snake. He is condemning Snake for what he's doing, for killing his own men, for turning on them like this. They were supposed to be a family, and Snake has betrayed them. But this isn't true. Snake has to do this to save the rest of them. He's making a choice here, but it isn't really a choice. And it's incredibly easy to sit back from the sidelines and condemn someone when they have to make the hard choices. We'll be wrapping up Huey's story in a second here, but before that, we get what is possibly the best scene in the entire franchise. Diamond Dogs gets together on one of the platforms of Mother Base with the cremated bodies of the soldiers that died. They are ready to pour their ashes into the sea, to let them float along the waves. But Snake wants to do it himself.
I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I will always be with you. Plant your roots in me. sense.
Snake decides that he wants to turn their ashes into small diamonds that they'll all wear on their uniforms. These soldiers won't be forgotten. They won't be lost to time. They will be with the Diamond Dogs always. In this way, Snake has learned to use his pain, to use his grief as a weapon, to make it a part of him, to not push away the past or try to get someone back for it, but to move on with those memories still intact.
Mission list updated. I don't know how you do it. All I could do was obsess over revenge, doubting my comrades along the way. But even after all we've accomplished, the phantom pain never let up. If anything, it just got worse. But you understood that from the start, didn't you? From the moment you opened your eyes in that hospital, you knew it wouldn't go away. Yet you've been fighting the pain and confronting your phantoms the whole time. Knowing full well the battle would never end, not till the day you die. I respect that now, more than ever. It's an honor and a privilege, Big Boss.
After this, we get access to a cool little mission where we can rescue Kojima once again. He's in the same place that Miller was captured in.
What took you so long?
But we're quickly brought back to Mother Base once again because the soldiers have started to riot. They become aware of Huey's presence on the base, and word has spread about his implications in the destruction of the original Mother Base. So what exactly has Huey done? Well, first of all, he invited the committee into Mother Base for an inspection of nuclear arms. This turned out to actually be XOF, and they destroyed Mother Base, killing most of the soldiers there, wounding Snake and Miller, and putting Snake into a 9-year coma. Now, did Huey actually do this on purpose? Or was he fooled into thinking that this was an actual inspection team? We aren't really sure. The game makes a point to never really provide any damning evidence either way. His other crime that he's now being tried for is assisting Eli and the kids with stealing Sahelanthropus. This one has little to no evidence to support it, and it just seems like it's an accusation because it was the machine he created, so he would be the only one that would know how to get it working. Honestly, Huey seems innocent of this one because the floating boy was probably what helped the kids get it out in the end. He did show them some stuff related to it, but I don't think he intended to have them steal it. Huey's third crime is mutating the virus on Mother Base. Huey happened to have ordered a new X-ray machine that malfunctioned shortly before the outbreak. This X-ray machine turns out to be what caused the outbreak. The radiation caused the Wolbachia treatment to mutate and actually have the opposite effect on the parasite. Technically, this is Huey's fault in the end, sort of, but we can't ever really be sure if Huey did this on purpose. It could have just been an accident. His final crime is killing Dr. Strangelove. If you remember, Huey and Dr. Strangelove sort of started up a fling at the end of Peace Walker. It's revealed that Strangelove departed from Mother Base before it was destroyed. She then ended up being brought in to help Huey work on Sahelanthropus because she was skilled in AI. After we recover the AI pod, we find out that her body is inside the thing. She was trapped inside and suffocated. There is a very long, somewhere around 10-minute recording of her death in the AI pod. It is just as brutal as the rest of the game, and Strangelove spends her last moments with this AI that still has the remnants of the boss's programming.
Perhaps I'd have made it. Why didn't I stop the hatch from closing? Even if it meant losing an arm.
She was in love with the boss and takes solace in the fact that she gets to hear her voice as she passes away. Now, Strangelove and Huey had a child named Hal somewhere in these past 9 years. This is obviously Otacon, and it's revealed at a certain point that Huey let Hal sit in the cockpit of Sahelanthropus and pilot the machine briefly. This is then added to his list of crimes, that he forced his child to be used as a pilot because he could fit in the cockpit and a full-sized human wouldn't be able to. Now, honestly, there really isn't proof for Huey killing Strangelove either. He claims that Skullface did it, and then later he claims that she committed suicide. He implicates himself because he keeps switching his story, and the tape doesn't reveal who the killer is. So why are Kaz and Ocelot persecuting him like this? Why are they judging this man for crimes they aren't sure that he committed? This all ties back into the theme of revenge that the game plays on. Miller especially wants Huey's head on a spike. He blames Huey for everything that has happened to them, and ever since they got him back to Mother Base, he has been searching and trying to find some proof that he did something bad, so that he could execute him, so that he could take out his anger and pain on someone. And it makes sense to implicate Huey. He lies a lot. There are times in the same interrogation where he changes his story, goes back on details, gets things wrong, and none of it really adds up. It all depends on how you look at it in the end. Huey could have just been mistaken about the inspection. He could have just been letting Hal into the cockpit because he thought it was fun. He could have just ordered a faulty piece of equipment. He could have just been showing Sahelanthropus to the kids because he was proud of it. He could have been absent when Skullface killed Strangelove. Or he could have invited XOF to Mother Base to save himself. He could have been using his son to test out this new Metal Gear. He could have planned to mutate the Wolbachia to take out more of the soldiers at the request of Cypher. He could have used more kids as the test pilots for Sahelanthropus, and he could have pushed Strangelove into the AI pod. We can't really know which side of this whole thing Huey lands on, because we don't have the facts. We don't have proof of any motivation for really any of these situations. Kaz and the soldiers on Mother Base want Huey killed, but in the end, Snake decides to show him mercy. He wants to exile him from Mother Base, to put him in a life raft and send him out to sea. Obviously, we know that Huey survives because he goes on to take his own life and almost kill his daughter Emma in the process. But the point here is that it doesn't matter if Huey is innocent or not. It doesn't matter if he's guilty and did all of these things with ill intent. The point the game is trying to make is, once again, the contrast to how he deals with these things. No matter what happens, Huey blames others for the things that he may have had a hand in. It doesn't matter what way you look at it, Huey had a part in what happened to Mother Base. Inviting the inspection teams to the base was something that Kaz and Snake never wanted to do, but Huey was gung-ho about clearing their name and even said that he would take the blame if anything happened. But that's never the case. Huey doesn't take any of the blame. Even from the first time that we meet him in this entry, he's already blaming Snake and telling him that he should have never had a nuke in the first place.
I had no idea. I thought the inspection was real. I swear it. If anyone's to blame, it's you, Snake. We should never have had that nuke. That's the reason Mother Base was destroyed.
This is among the last things that he says to us before he's exiled from the base.
Snake! You should be in this boat! There'd have been no inspection if it weren't for your precious nuke! I risked my life trying to save you all! How can you do this? Am I the only sane one here? It's not my fault!
And this isn't the case with Snake. I would understand if Huey was blaming Kaz because Miller absolutely has it out for him, but Snake never blames Huey for what happened. He's just letting Miller and Ocelot get to the bottom of what was really going on. It's not like he loves the guy, but he's pretty far from condemning him. But that's all Huey does, condemn Snake for what happened. He also tries to claim that everything he did was for them, for Mother Base, that he was supposed to be a part of the family. If that was the case, then he would have shared in communal commiserating over what they've lost, not rejoicing in death and revenge, bathing in that emotion. It doesn't matter if Huey is guilty or innocent. It matters how he feels, and he shows those feelings time and time again.
You can't discard your phantoms forever, Doctor.
Son of a bitch will make it, you know. I can see it now. In no time, he'll be telling tales about the black-hearted Diamond Dogs. The shining white knight, blabbering on about our injustice, hiding behind his fool's idea of morality. And all the other fools will stand around, nodding with every word he says.
No. One day he'll see through the lies he's built up, realize what kind of man he really is. What goes around comes around. You can't run from yourself forever.
Shortly after this, we get word that Quiet has left Mother Base, and we get a mission to go rescue her once she gets captured by the Soviets, but only after we've fulfilled some requirements. We first have to get Quiet to maximum bond level if we haven't used her that much throughout the game. Only once this is maxed out will Quiet actually leave the base and get captured by the Soviets. Now, we don't yet know why Quiet left Mother Base. In the mission briefing, though, Code Talker reveals to Snake that Quiet had the English strain of the vocal cord parasite. She was choosing not to speak so that she didn't spread the parasite. She refused the Wolbachia treatment the whole time, though, because some part of her still wanted revenge. But after the mutation and the infection on Mother Base, she realized that she couldn't predict what the parasites would do and had to leave. The only problem with this is that Quiet still has this strain, and Kaz in particular doesn't trust her to wander around with it. Snake also doesn't want her to die at the hands of the Soviets, so we have to go save her. When we find Quiet, she's captured, but it becomes pretty clear that she doesn't need our help, as we see her take down these soldiers with relative ease. Snake chooses to save her in the end, and we have to defend the base from a slew of soldiers and tanks. Once we complete this mission, Snake carries Quiet to the extraction chopper, but since they're caught in a dust storm, they have to hide out and wait. Snake ends up getting hurt and passes out. Quiet finds him losing consciousness and tries to call in the chopper, but they can't understand Navajo. She tries to get their attention over and over, but she realizes what she has to do. She has to speak English and direct the chopper here, or Snake will be killed. When Snake wakes up, she's gone, but we find a tape nearby that she left for him. She had feelings for Snake, but her only language was revenge.
But the words we shared... No, that was no language at all. That is why I chose the language of gratitude instead and go back to silence. I am quiet. I am the absence of words.
With that, we have one more final mission to talk about here. The last mission of the game is called Episode 46, Truth, the Man Who Sold the World. This mission only triggers after we have completed every other main mission, aside from the higher difficulty repeats. We must complete all of the mandatory side ops, and most resources online say that we have to complete all of the platforms of Mother Base, but this wasn't the case for me. It's very similar to unlocking the final mission of Peace Walker, but not quite as rigid. Now, I've saved a lot of my analysis for the final part of this video, and that's because this mission changes the entire way that we look at the story of Metal Gear Solid 5. As the mission begins, we hear the narration, "V has come to." We then see Big Boss in the hospital right after the attack on Mother Base. Kaz is beside him, but Big Boss is flatlining. They manage to bring him back and make him stable. Kaz asks how he's doing, and they say that he's stabilized, but in a coma. He then asks the doctor, what about him? We realize that this camera is not an outside camera with an interesting angle, it's a first-person view of someone else, someone that isn't Big Boss. We then replay the prologue of the game, but things are a little different this time around. When the doctor is speaking to us about changing our appearance, this is far before the attack on the hospital. He shows us our current appearance, and we look just like the character that we created at the beginning of the game. He even shows us pictures of us, Snake, Miller, and the helicopter pilot. The doctor then goes through with the procedure and changes our face to look like Big Boss. It turns out that we were not playing Big Boss this whole time. We were playing a top soldier in MSF, one of Big Boss's top guys. We were made to look like Snake after the attack on Mother Base so that we could continue his legend, while he builds something else off in the shadows. We were meant to be him, to take his place while he plots. The other patient in the room, Ishmael, is actually Big Boss. He helped us get out, but after the ambulance crash, Snake was saved by Ocelot. He was given a motorcycle and a new identity so that he could escape. We were previously a medic in the service of MSF and actually dove in front of Big Boss during the helicopter crash to save his life. This rationale was used to justify us taking his place because we did it before, we would do it again. Before we get to the final scene of the game, I'd like to talk about the cassette tapes that we unlock after this mission. They're located in a section called Truth and effectively act as an epilogue for the game. They clear just about everything up and fill in all of the holes of the story. The first is a short conversation between Big Boss and Ocelot in the hospital while we were still in a coma. They talk about the plan to have us take over Big Boss's image. Ocelot was hypnotized into believing that we were the actual Big Boss, just in case he let something slip. Now he wouldn't be able to. We were also hypnotized, made to think that we were actually Big Boss.
All right, John. I've never forgotten you in these 9 years, but I have to forget you now. Adam, I'm counting on you.
Another tape sees Ocelot telling Big Boss about the clones that were created from the Les Enfants Terribles project.
I have nothing to say to him. Treat him like a human being, just another person.
Now, with this information in mind, it may make a bit more sense who Eli is. He actually is Liquid Snake, but the DNA test didn't match up because we weren't Big Boss. A few of the other tapes detail reports that were made to Big Boss while he was in the hospital. He was always kept in the loop. One details how the war economy will rule in the future, another notes how Cypher's control is growing, and another notes how Zero was attacked with a biological weapon. After Zero was attacked, he went into hiding. No one in the world can get into contact with him. Anderson is now basically running things at Cypher with Zero in the background. He's overseeing all of the AIs that they have making decisions.
It can only begin to decay. No mentality can last forever. When the body dies, the will dies with it.
We then get a variety of different tapes that are all secret recordings of different people meeting with Zero. We hear Paz meeting with Zero before she was sent to infiltrate MSF in Peace Walker. We hear Ocelot meeting with Zero and Zero giving him the order to keep Snake safe. It becomes clear throughout these tapes that Zero did not want Skullface to attack Mother Base. He did not support the attack and wants Snake to live. He never wanted to kill him by sneaking into his base and taking him out.
Look after Snake. He's the toughest son of a bitch I've ever known.
Another tape details a secret meeting between Miller and Zero. He gives Kaz a loose connection to Ocelot without exactly giving him Snake's location. He wants Kaz to be there to support Snake when he wakes up. We then hear a secret recording of a meeting between Zero and Skullface, a phone call. Zero is telling Skullface that he doesn't want to go forward with the parasites. He believes that controlling information will be the way forward. He's also more concerned with genetics research, but Skullface has sent Zero a pin as a gift. This pin turns out to be poison. This was how Skullface got to Zero. He tortured Paz at Camp Omega and got his location out of her, and then sent him a poison pin. Zero then had to go into hiding. The last conversation that we hear on these tapes is one between Zero and Snake, but it's really just a one-way conversation because Snake still hasn't woken up. Zero remembers the last time he visited Snake in the hospital, when the boss broke his arm. He tells Big Boss that he'll have to go into hiding because Skullface gave him a sickness.
I'll be somewhere even you can't find me. A tombstone chiseled into the code of a machine. That is all I leave to mark my existence. Wake up soon, old friend. Time is running short.
These tapes make it clear that even though Zero became the villain of the series, he did have good intentions at one point. He had some line to be drawn in the sand. He had honor. He wanted an honorable war between himself and Big Boss, and at the end of the day, this man was his friend. They had their differences, but when it all came down to it, there wasn't ill will there. He didn't want him dead, especially not at the hands of someone as ruthless as Skullface. But obviously the biggest reveal from this whole thing is that we're not playing Big Boss. We're playing us, Venom Snake. Technically a completely different character than Big Boss, a different person that we've never seen before. The final scene of the game changes all that. We see Venom Snake, our character, at a sink in front of a mirror. This is the same mirror that we saw at the beginning of the game, and the same tape that we saw from the man who sold the world. Venom has flashbacks to that night on the helicopter, realizing his true place there. This tape is from Big Boss, the real Big Boss, to Venom Snake. And before we talk about it, I'd just like to let the full thing play.
Now do you remember who you are? What you were meant to do? I cheated death thanks to you. And thanks to you, I've left my mark. You have too. You've written your own history. You're your own man. I'm Big Boss. And you are too. No, he's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, you're Big Boss.
What follows is shots of the tape's other title, Operation Intrude N313. If you remember correctly, this was the operation from the original Metal Gear. This means that Venom Snake is currently at Outer Heaven. He was there when Snake infiltrated the base, not Big Boss. He was there on the MSX, not Big Boss. This message on the tape is not only a message from Big Boss to Venom Snake, passing down the torch and noting the importance of his role in this whole thing, but more importantly, it's a message from Kojima to us, to his fans. How many people playing this game or watching this video grew up playing the Metal Gear games? How many people aged and had an entire life in the times that these games were released? This is effectively Kojima telling us that we are Big Boss now. I also haven't even mentioned the fact that David Hayter did not voice Snake in The Phantom Pain. Venom Snake was actually voiced by Kiefer Sutherland. I have pretty mixed feelings about this because on one hand, it really feels like a classic Kojima subversion to change out the actor knowing that fans would be upset, and then later revealing it was because the actor voices a different character. But I think it could have been done better, honestly. My idea for a better implementation would have been to have Sutherland voice Big Boss and Venom Snake all the way until the Final Truth mission. When we run through the prologue again, Big Boss is voiced by David Hayter, in addition to the final tape. You could rationalize this by saying that Venom wasn't in his right mind in the hospital. Maybe the hypnosis had done something to his brain and he didn't want to hear Big Boss's voice. But this would all tie nicely back into the theme of language and voice. I don't think Sutherland did a bad job as Venom either. It's definitely a different approach to a character who is effectively Big Boss for a while, and it probably fits the atmosphere that this game was going for anyways. But before we move on, I'd like to return to the tape scene for a moment because it's pretty important. As we've talked about many times throughout this series, Kojima's goal with these games was always to pass this series on to the next generation. And not just to pass the series on to the next generation, but to pass the things that he has learned to the next generation. He tried to do this with Metal Gear Solid 2. Not only the core message of the game displayed this, but also the fact that he wanted to pass the series on to another team. The third game in the series reflecting this once again, trying to pass things on to other people. And the fourth game was, at its core, about his struggles with leaving the series and his conflicting emotions at having to return. And with MGS5, this goal was complete. Kojima didn't have to pass the series on to another team, he gave it to us. For one entry, he truly allowed us to be Big Boss. He allowed us to fill these shoes, to become a character that we all loved, to become a legend. And just in the same way that the game manages to close the circle on the story of Metal Gear by wrapping it back into the first game, it also closes the circle of Kojima's goals with the series. And this scene couldn't be any more touching. It's gut-wrenching when viewed through this lens, especially with the knowledge of what Kojima was going through with the series at the time, the conflicts with Konami, the disputes, and ultimately the unfair treatment. The other thing that clearly reflects this feeling is the deja vu mission in Ground Zeroes, and the side objective that sees us erasing the previous Metal Gear Solid logos. Kaz says something pretty interesting.
Good. You erased a marking. Looks like there's more of them. You might be able to erase the markings, but the memories will never disappear.
These two things, along with the overarching theme of the game itself, makes this genuinely feel like it was Kojima's goodbye from the series. It was his passing things off to the fans and giving a genuine thank you for playing his games all these years. And this brings us to the largest theme of the Phantom Pain, the title itself. The title, The Phantom Pain, has a lot of meanings. The most clear and obvious is that phantom pain is a real syndrome that is seen in people who lose their limbs. It actually occurs in over half of people who lose an appendage on their body. It isn't always expressed as pain. Sometimes it can just be a simple itching feeling, but the brain signals are mixed and confused, and it feels to the person as if the limb is still there. And obviously, Snake and Miller have both lost limbs in this game. They note their experience with phantom pain, but there's a clear and obvious symbol here, that it's not just the pain of their missing limbs, it's the pain of everything they lost. Snake and Miller have the phantom pain around Mother Base and their comrades. Snake also has this deeper guilt and pain around Paz. There's even an extra set of hidden cutscenes that can be unlocked, where Paz is on Mother Base reminiscing over memories of MSF, but we eventually realize that this is just Snake's brain playing tricks on him. It's also a pretty good representation of how he decides to eventually move on. Code Talker has the phantom pain of losing his culture and people. Skullface has the phantom pain of losing his language and his home. Quiet has the phantom pain of losing her ability to speak. Everyone here has some sort of phantom pain, and I've even seen some people relate this to the game itself. The fans have the phantom pain of losing the franchise, but they also have the phantom pain of Chapter 3. So something we have yet to talk about is the real end to Metal Gear Solid 5. What, you thought that this scene in the Truth Mission, or those cassette tapes, or the post-credit scene with Ocelot and Miller was it? No. Technically, there's one more cutscene in the game that can be found only when all of the nukes in the game are disarmed. So we haven't really talked about the online mode to Metal Gear Solid 5, but in my opinion, it's the best one in the series that I've had the chance to play. Most of the game is naturally connected to the online mode of the game. You don't have to connect to this mode, of course, but if you do, you'll get access to daily challenge tasks, which you can complete to earn rewards. You'll be able to get more resources, build more FOBs, develop higher tiers of weapons, enter into automatically decided PF battles, and even infiltrate other FOBs. The FOB infiltration part is probably the main core of the online mode. Here we can infiltrate another user's base, with the ultimate goal of getting to the core of their platform. If we do this, we're rewarded with soldiers that have volunteered to join our base, and a variety of resources. This can be difficult or easy depending on the level of the base that we're infiltrating. Some bases will have no defenses at all, and others will have cameras, drones, manned guns, and upgraded soldiers. The level of defense that you have for your base is dependent on how high your security team level is and the upgrades that you choose to develop. While infiltrating someone's base, you can also wander around and steal resources from them, and even steal one of their nukes if they've created one. So you can create nukes in the game, which requires a ton of resources and a bit of development time. At some point, data miners found that there was a title card for a third chapter in the game called Peace. Data miners also found a secret cutscene that would appear only after nuclear disarmament had been achieved. This cutscene shows Miller giving a speech to the Diamond Dogs, a speech for winning the war on nuclear peace. No nukes remain in the world, but how long this will last, no one can know. The cutscene ultimately finishes with the original excerpt from the end of Metal Gear Solid 1, noting how many nukes were left in the world at the time. We get an updated figure that is now ultimately decreased, but it isn't quite over yet. Now, like I said, this cutscene would only play once nuclear disarmament was achieved. This would mean that all of the nukes that were created on one platform of the game were disarmed. This, of course, seemed like an impossible task because there were a lot of nukes created already, and especially on places like the Steam server, there were still a ton of people playing the game. Groups eventually formed to try and disarm every nuke in the game, and groups also formed to try and stop that from happening. Eventually, a few successful disarmaments were achieved, but they were all through faulty means, so Konami considered that cheating rather than a real way of achieving this task. They basically don't consider that it happened legitimately. There was one group that everyone thought achieved disarmament on the PS3, but it turned out they had a hacker in the group who was automatically finding nukes in player bases and transferring them to himself by using a program. To this day, this task has never been achieved legitimately, and honestly, it doesn't ever seem like it was meant to be possible. One of the members of the anti-nuke gang actually said that they found that there were a group of 40 or so nukes that were created by Konami that were not on any platform. They could not be disarmed, so this task is effectively impossible. Now, why was this such a big deal? Well, a lot of people got the idea that nuclear disarmament would unlock a third chapter of the game titled Peace. This was because of the aforementioned data-mined title card. The flames of this theory were also fueled by an unreleased episode called Episode 51, Kingdom of the Flies. The concept art for this mission and the unfinished cutscenes were released on a bonus content disc that came with the PS4 Collector's Edition of the game. There's not a ton of stuff here, it's just a mission where Snake is sent to locate the escaped kids along with Eli and Sahelanthropus as they found themselves hiding out on an island. They've created their own kingdom here, something akin to Lord of the Flies. Eli is protected by the floating boy as Cypher soldiers head in to take him out. He pilots Sahelanthropus and takes out the soldiers, but now he wants to kill Snake as well. We were supposed to have another battle against the machine, and once it was taken out, Eli was defeated. Snake ends up saving him from the soldiers, but his head injury causes him to not be able to differentiate between red and white. Since Eli is wearing a white suit, Snake accidentally shoots him. Eli doesn't die though, he's just injured. Snake wants to take him to the chopper to fix him up, but he's already showing symptoms of the English vocal cord parasite. He laments the fact that he's only a copy of Big Boss and vows to take them all out. And instead of shooting Eli, Snake leaves him with a gun. The parasite is then removed from Eli by Psycho Mantis, and the two are ready to take on the world, to break the curse of his genes. Now, the main theory with this whole thing is that Chapter 3 was hidden behind nuclear disarmament, or that it was never really finished before Kojima was exiled from the company, and this piece of the game is just lost to time, that Metal Gear Solid 5 was ultimately an unfinished game. Now, my opinion on this is that the Chapter 3 theory is probably not true. I don't think there ever was a real Chapter 3. The title card that we see in the files either wasn't supposed to be there, or it was just a small reward for getting all the nukes disarmed, which also probably wasn't supposed to be achieved. With the nukes, it seems like the message is supposed to be that peace, at least when it comes to nukes specifically, is never entirely achievable. The system is rigged against us, and we will probably never be in a world entirely without nukes. I mean, if you view the online mode of MGS5 as a social experiment, then look at what happened when people started to try and unite to get rid of the nukes. People already started to mobilize to try and stop them. There will always be people that want to keep conflict around. There will always be reasons to have nukes and to push off peace. But that doesn't mean that we stop fighting. That doesn't mean that the battle is lost. And in my opinion, episode 51 was probably just a cut episode. It probably just didn't fit in with the rest of the narrative, and fighting Sahelanthropus again maybe just didn't seem like it was that necessary. Also, the fact that this was supposed to take place on a completely different area, on a new island, means that the team would have needed to dedicate a lot of time and resources to one mission. Nearing the end of development, the decision was probably made to cut that area so that it didn't make the game take even longer to make than it already had. There's also this narrative that I see often online that Metal Gear Solid 5's story is unfinished, that there are so many things that are left unanswered or not tied up at the end of it. I just don't really think this is true at all. For starters, Venom Snake's story is completely finished. He goes into Outer Heaven, defends the base against Solid Snake, and dies in the process. He fulfills his duty in carrying on Big Boss's legacy and allows the real Big Boss to come out of hiding in Metal Gear 2. Miller's story seems wrapped up to me. He has learned at least something, that he can't carry the weight of grief as much as he has been. He can't seek vengeance in all ways and all forms. In the post-credit scene of the game, he vows to build up Venom Snake, and when the time comes, Big Boss's son. He's still holding on to his grievances, but it has wrapped his story back up to when we would once again see him in Metal Gear 2. Ocelot's is wrapped up in much the same way as Kaz's. He chooses to support the other son of Big Boss and inevitably go to war with Kaz in the future, which they sort of do in MGS1. Quiet's story is entirely wrapped up, as she has decided to live a life of solitude once again to keep herself from harming others that she might care about. Eli and Psycho Mantis would obviously go on to return in MGS1, and even the Kingdom of the Flies mission is a bit unnecessary. We know who they are, and the game tells us. We don't really need to see this final scene. The only thing it really does is clear up how Eli gets rid of the parasites. Volgin has died after attempting to get his revenge on what he thought was Big Boss. Skullface is dead. Zero is in hiding, building his AI network that would reemerge later in the timeline. It's all basically there. The ending is there. What more does this story really need? But I do sympathize with people from the period when this game was released. To give the situation some more context, Kojima eventually officially announced that he was leaving Konami. After the whole build-up, after all the drama and speculation, he left the company to pursue his own independent studio titled Kojima Productions. And this was a definitive answer to whether we would ever be getting another Kojima Metal Gear game. For most fans, this meant that the series was over. It was done. So I can understand people endlessly speculating about what's to come. Maybe there was more. Maybe there was something there that we didn't realize or didn't unlock. Maybe Kojima left one final message for us along the way. But this was probably it. And that's a phantom pain of its own origin, whether intentional or not, if the shoe fits. And it doesn't matter if Kojima meant to put the message in Ground Zeroes because he knew he was on his way out, or if PT being a game about a controlling father going crazy and murdering a family was actually a metaphor for Konami taking his creation away from him, or if the phantom pain was meant to be some big experimental metaphor about passing things on to those that care about your series most. It's what happened anyways, and sometimes coincidence creates stronger sentiments than purpose. We do technically have one more game in the Metal Gear series to talk about, but before I do, I'd like to end this section with a short quote from Kojima on the Metal Gear Solid 5 novelization. But when they were making those songs, all that was before their eyes was a blank space. When they tried to walk, there was a frozen winter. Despite that, face the coldness of winter. Go towards the blank space. There is a blank space, but it will not be filled. In that blank space, there is always a hero. Because there is a blank space, you can advance ahead. It is this blank space exactly that is V. With the release of Metal Gear Solid 5, Kojima and Konami announced that the director would be leaving the company. It was never truly confirmed whether this split was one-sided or mutual, but much of the speculation was finally put to bed. Kojima would be going on to create his own studio to work on new games, in particular, one with Sony. But Konami didn't wait long to announce another game in the Metal Gear franchise without Kojima. During Gamescom 2016, Metal Gear Survive was revealed. Much of Kojima Productions would leave Konami with him to go work at his new studio, namely longtime series artist Yoji Shinkawa and Kenichiro Imaizumi, who had worked as a producer for most of the series. But this doesn't mean that all of his team left. A lot of members chose to stay behind and continue working at Konami. There was no guarantee, after all, that Kojima Productions would even work out. Metal Gear Survive was directed by Youta Tsutsumizaki, who had done planning and level design on Metal Gear Solid 5, Ground Zeroes, and Peace Walker. Gakuto Mikumo, who wrote the story for Portable Ops, would return to create the narrative for this entry. Masaya Kobayashi, who had worked on Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, 4, and Revengeance, would return as cinematic director. And Konami even got Masahiro Ito involved in the role of creature designer. But just because Kojima was gone doesn't mean that they couldn't continue the Metal Gear series, right? There were good spin-off games that weren't directed by Kojima, so that at least proves that this was possible. Metal Gear Survive was released on February 20th, 2018 in North America, February 21st, 2018 in Japan, and February 22nd, 2018 in the PAL region. Metal Gear Survive actually takes place pretty close to the end of Ground Zeroes. We see some new shots of the destruction of Mother Base and the cleanup crew that was in charge of the aftermath. Our character, which we create and customize ourselves, was killed in the attack on Mother Base and almost sucked into a wormhole that opened over it. His arm was severed in the process, and he now has some sort of connection to the world where the wormhole went. A UN officer named Good Luck puts us in charge of traveling to this other world so that we can rescue the soldiers that were stranded there and so that we can find a cure to our condition. If the condition goes on for too long, we'll be turned into a wanderer, basically a walking zombie with a crystal on its head. Our character travels to this world and meets an XOF soldier named Reeve while being chased by wanderers. We eventually find the remnants of Mother Base that were sucked into this wormhole and an AI pod that got stranded here as well. This AI pod's name is Virgil, and it's been sort of split into two parts, one that's malfunctioning and one that's a bit more reasonable. Our goal on this planet, which is called Dite, is to collect lost memory boards from the previous expedition that was here. In turn, this will give the AI more information about their expedition and will allow us to eventually build a wormhole back home. This leads us into the basic concept and gameplay loop for Metal Gear Survive. We have a home base that is very close to the remnants of Mother Base that we found when arriving here. Our goal is to build up and defend this base while also venturing out to get supplies, managing our hunger and thirst, and completing main missions. Metal Gear Survive is obviously a survival game. We can craft, we can build, collect, cook, etc. So what's the normal loop of Metal Gear Survive? Generally, we head out from our base on an expedition into the world. Out here, we can visit various points of interest to collect resources, kill wanderers, which when salvaged will give us Kuban energy, an incredibly important resource in the game, or complete main missions. We then head back to base, use our new resources to craft better equipment, cook food to ensure our hunger doesn't drop, grab some more defenses, and maybe even level up, heading back out once again. This general loop is extremely repetitive, but let's hammer down in on those specific sections. So what does going out into the world look like? First of all, a lot of this world is covered in a thick mist that we can't traverse without an oxygen machine. This tank will provide us oxygen while inside of the mist, and if we run out of it, then we run the risk of dying. We can refill this oxygen with Kuban energy, which is also used to craft, build, and to level up. So this makes journeying into the mist dangerous, and it's even more dangerous because there are far more wanderers in the mist than there are outside of it. The scales are balanced though because the rewards in here, in the form of resources, materials, and items, are much higher. Now, what exactly are my problems with this system? Well, there's a few. First of all, repeatedly journeying out and looking for resources becomes really tedious in this game. It's just so repetitive, and the game does try to shake things up by providing you ruins to delve through that are a bit more closely designed than the outside world, or giving you side quests to rescue people, but after the 5-hour mark, it just becomes so boring. And on top of that, the early game combat in this game is terrible. So we can actually place objects mostly anywhere in the world as long as we've already crafted them. If we want to place a fence in front of enemies to bottleneck them, we can. It'll just materialize before our eyes. In the beginning of the game, we really don't have much outside of a spear to fight enemies with. So putting up a fence and then just stabbing enemies repeatedly is the main way to approach combat for quite a while. And this is just so damn tedious. Sure, there are some stealth mechanics. It's a Metal Gear game after all, so we can sneak around big hordes, but you're incentivized to kill the Wanderers because they give you Kuban energy. This energy is extremely valuable, so you want to gather as much as you can. The only problem with this is that you have to salvage it from the corpses of Wanderers, and God, it takes forever. If you kill a horde of 30 of these guys, then you're going to be sitting here salvaging for quite a while, and there's really no reason for this. If we've killed all the enemies, why not just let us have the resource? Why put a time constraint on this? Once we do unlock a bow and some guns, the game gets a little less tedious when it comes to combat, but starting out, things are incredibly annoying. Also, a lot of the upgrades in the game come really slow, which the game incentivizes you to speed up by spending money. You can buy in-game coins with real cash and then use it to get basically a double XP boost, which doubles all of your Kuban energy that you receive. We'll also have to unlock transporters in the world, which allow us to go from place to place, making it easier to travel into the mist and out of it. One pro that I will give the game is that I actually genuinely like the Lord of Dust. There's this character that becomes the big antagonist for the game, which is revealed about halfway through. He's this massive, freakish monster, and you can encounter him out in the mist naturally. You may not even be able to see him at first, just hear his incredibly loud footfalls through the mist. Maybe you'll just see its shadow, but it's this really good and very effective intensity, another layer added to the expedition, making it that much more treacherous. The designs of all the enemies are actually pretty well done, probably having something to do with Masahiro Ito being involved. This man just loves to do creature designs for bad games. The next step of the gameplay loop is the crafting. Coming back to base sees us leveling up using our Kuban energy, which allows us to put our points into a skill tree, either giving us new skills or increasing our stats. Most of these skills that we can get just fucking suck, especially at the point in the game that we're mostly using arrows and bullets. Like, by this time, why the hell am I buying a skill that gives me an extra attack with a heavy weapon? It all just feels so slow, once again pushing you towards buying a boost. And then of course we have to manage hunger and thirst. We mostly do this through hunting animals, taking their meat and cooking it. We get water by collecting dirty water and purifying it. Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's all just so damn tedious. Why do I want to focus on my hunger here? If you give me a system you want me to interact with, running around the mist and getting resources, why are you preventing me from interacting with it by forcing me to go somewhere else to hunt gerbils and shit? A lot of the times, the upgrades to equipment don't really feel like we're making upgrades. We might use too many resources in a battle, like ammunition or fences, and then we don't have enough resources to craft replacements. So we either go into the next mission weaker, or have to spend more time getting resources to craft those things. There's also a large part of the game that deals with the defense of areas. This comes mostly in two forms, defending teleporters or defending our own base. Out in the mist, we find teleporters that we can activate to take us back to base. These are valuable because walking all the way out of the mist every time our oxygen is drained is a slog. Plus, they help us transport other people that we might rescue in the mist without their oxygen draining. We usually have to defend these while they activate, which means setting up defenses like gates or walls to hold off the enemies, and even put them in position for good kills. We can set all kinds of traps as long as we can make them, and once the defense is finished, the enemies are wiped out. The one advantage to defenses is that if we kill enemies during them, they're automatically salvaged, so we don't have to sit and cut the crystals out of their bodies. We will also have to defend our base at certain points in the story, which involves setting up defenses from all sides and pushing off waves and waves of enemies. The defenses aren't too bad overall. There's actually an online mode where you can participate in these larger defense missions, and you'll get huge rewards for them. At a certain point in the game, it kind of feels like you have to do them, otherwise you're going to be stuck grinding for hours in the campaign. And this leads me back to my biggest problem with Metal Gear Survive. It's just not Metal Gear at all. This is at least a passable survival game. And I know I just shit on it a lot, but most of that was from the perspective of the Metal Gear series. If this game had nothing to do with Metal Gear, I'd probably just think it was fine, but because it's in the Metal Gear universe, it's naturally held to a different standard. And it's odd because Metal Gear Solid 5 has a ton of mechanics that shouldn't really work. The base building thing as a whole really feels like a mobile game, but because of the way it's integrated into the story, because of the way it fits thematically, and because of the way it's balanced, it just works. It's satisfying to use, the upgrades feel worth it, everything feels like it gels together really well. Metal Gear Survive has mobile game mechanics, but in the worst way possible. This game feels like the premise was built around the idea rather than the other way around. It wasn't, here's a really good story that's faithful to the Metal Gear legacy, let's make a game. It was, we need to make a story that rationalizes why we would ever be making a survival game in the Metal Gear universe. And it goes without saying, but the story is just awful. And no, I'm not just saying that because Kojima isn't involved. There were games with good stories in the Metal Gear series that weren't written by Kojima. The writing for Metal Gear Survive is terrible. It's trying to do a similar triple cross backstab espionage thing, but none of it really makes sense, and you don't even care anyways. None of the characters are interesting enough to latch onto, none of the consequences of the story really matter. It's all just garbage. And it's a shame because this was the last game in the Metal Gear saga. If we aren't counting remaster collections and remakes, this was the last game to grace the franchise. On top of that, the game used the Fox engine, which you probably could have figured out yourself. It honestly also seems to reuse a ton of assets from MGS5 and just call it a day. Some of the watchtowers and bases just feel a bit too familiar. This game was obviously just a cheap way to try and capitalize off the Metal Gear name after Kojima had left. And clearly, Konami were trying to get some use out of the Fox engine after they had just invested a ton of money into its development. Sadly, this amazing engine would not be used again outside of a few more soccer games. And at the end of the day, the game isn't great, but it's not the game itself that makes it feel like a disgrace to the Metal Gear name, it's the entire situation. Kojima had left his last mark on his time at Konami with this massive, epic, and personal masterpiece, a game that interweaved themes of loss, grief, vengeance, language, control, and parasites, a game that acted as Kojima's last message to the fans of his series, a game that was so well crafted, it's infinitely replayable to this day, a game that left fans wondering if it would ever return. And you follow that up with the most shallow, egregious, desperate attempt at a cash grab, just to try and make a few dollars after your star developer has left the show. Maybe it was better that Konami would take a few years and just try to develop mobile games. Metal Gear Survive would not do well with critics. With a 60 on Metacritic and a 1.5 user score, people were not happy with the way the series was trending. And the game didn't seem to be very successful either. From only the numbers I could find, it doesn't even look like it broke 1 million units. And with the response to this entry, Konami would take an extended break from the franchise, leaving Metal Gear Survive as the last entry in a dead series. The Metal Gear series definitively changed the way that I look at games. It not only shifted the public perception of video games to a more cinematic place, but it also made me realize that games can be much more than just fun. And this isn't to say that every game has to have some grand message. That is, in my opinion, the true genius of a series like Metal Gear. I truly believe that these games carry deeper meanings across the board. Kojima has stated that you are supposed to leave these games with something more than what you started them with. There's a lot of things that we can learn from these games, some larger meanings to be explored. And I expect these to be different for every person that plays or experiences a Metal Gear game. This video was meant to display my personal interpretations of the messages that these games offered, but you, the viewer, could have an entirely different experience when playing Metal Gear Solid 2, for example. And this is a large part of the series, but the genius behind Metal Gear is that this layer of analysis and perception is not forced upon the viewer. The player is allowed to engage with this series at a surface level if they want to. They can play Metal Gear Solid just as a really solid action game and get a ton of enjoyment out of the over-the-top dialogue and interesting gameplay. The player is never forced to engage with things on a deeper level. They are given the choice and allowed to proceed as they choose. But to me, these games speak volumes, and the depths that are offered up by these projects go even further than I've explored here. And even speaking from a gameplay perspective, these games changed things forever. I think it's safe to say that no game would be absolutely the same if Metal Gear Solid was never released. The landscape today would look far different if that game never came out. The Metal Gear series represents an absolute giant in the gaming industry, but I don't think that we'll ever see it return, at least not in the same form, because the future of the series is a little hazy at this point. On one hand, you have the upcoming Metal Gear Solid Delta, which is set to be a remake of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. And while I'm not really a huge fan of remakes in general, as long as the original games are readily available to the public, I don't see any issue with them. And Delta seems to be quite promising, mostly reusing a lot of the base game and just bringing a few things up to modern standards for a new audience. On the other hand, you have the recently announced Fizzint. This is an upcoming project from Kojima himself, a stealth game, specifically an action espionage title from Kojima Productions. To me, this sounds like Kojima returning and creating a spiritual successor to the Metal Gear franchise. Delta has no actual official release date as of yet, and there's no word if Konami will try and revive the mainline entries in the series after it. Fizzint hasn't even began production yet, slated to start after Death Stranding 2 releases. But even with things being a little unsure, this is probably the best case scenario at this point. Konami isn't fiddling around with the series too much. They haven't decided to screw things up for themselves by creating an official Metal Gear Solid 6. And Kojima is getting to revisit the genre with his own creative freedom, able to push the bounds of what he thinks the genre can do. But at the end of the day, this series is always there, most of it able to be readily consumed over and over again at your whim. And the Metal Gear franchise is a series that begs to be revisited over and over again, year after year, growing more poignant with each passing day. And I sure hope that gaming as a medium will be able to reach these heights again someday. But if it doesn't, at least we know we reached the stars once or twice in all of these years. And at least Kojima taught us one thing: the memories will never disappear. Bye now. Hey there, it's me, your favorite son. I just wanted to say thank you for watching this incredibly long video. This video took me months and months to make each part and play all these games and analyze them, but I had a really great time doing it. This was probably my favorite series ever to cover on the channel. It was fantastic. I wanted to give a huge shout out to Evan Prince, who made all of the remixes for the title cards in this video. He used different songs from the Metal Gear games that each era was based on, and those songs are fantastic. Evan also has his own channel where he does game analysis and retrospective, so I would highly recommend going and checking that out because he does fantastic work as well. I also want to thank everybody that subscribe to the Patreon. You guys are huge supports. I appreciate you so much. You keep me going. You keep me able to do this over and over again and keep making these videos. So I really, really appreciate it. If you're not already subscribed to the Patreon, go ahead on there and, watch some early access stuff and keep an eye out for updates. I also want to note here that my Death Stranding video will be out in about a week. I originally thought about including it at the end of this video as the 6th version, but it was just, it didn't feel like it fit in the grand scheme of things, and I didn't want people to have to watch like a 2 or 3 hour section tacked on at the end that they didn't want to engage with because they were just here for Metal Gear. So that's fine. But I'm going to release it as a separate video. It's not going to be included in this final version. So go check that out if you're interested in watching me talk about the most recent Kojima game. Thank you again for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye now.